past 5 years, we have witnessed the birth of countless excellent teams and players in all 5 major regions. They are still remembered by us to this day. At the same time, we also remember our fans who loved us from the very beginning. On the occasion of this 5th anniversary, let's turn back the clock to the starting point of PUBG Mobile Esports, the Southeast Asia region, where all the stories began. As the first world-class event, PUBG Mobile Star Challenge gathered professional players from all over the world. With continuous development, the 2019 PUBG Mobile Club Open Global Finals is undoubtedly the most exciting event.
2019 Fall Split Global Finals, ladies and gentlemen, give yourself a round of applause!
Among the countless rising stars, one shined particularly bright. Bigatron Red Aliens, a team from Indonesia,
Bigatron Red Aliens!
just got first place in the PMCO Southeast Asia Fall Championship, earning the chance to compete in the PMCO Global Finals in Malaysia. In the subsequent prelim stage, intense competition kicked off immediately. And finally, they advanced to the Grand Finals in 2nd place. BTR demonstrated impeccable strength in the competition. By the end, BTR was leading the lobby by a significant 106 points, bringing the first ever championship title to the SEA region.
Di saat itu siapa yang gak kenal dengan nama Bigatron gitu? Tim yang punya segudang prestasi, mereka juara dunia di PMCO Global Finals tahun 2019. Mereka banyak banget melahirkan pemain-pemain berbakat, Zuxi, Luxi, Ryzen, Microboy. Terus habis itu Zuxi, Luxi juga saat mereka menjadi juara dunia, mereka berada di masa prime-nya mereka banget.
PUBG Mobile Esports always strives to develop and grow year after year. That's why we made sure to continue the support and build the SEA region. In 2020, the improvement of the competitive schedule introduced the World League, which later became the World Invitational. We also launched the PUBG Mobile Pro League, where even more outstanding teams joined the competitive stage. In the 2020 PMWL, BTR once again clinched the championship in the East. This had given Southeast Asia the title of the strongest region in the world. They hoped to continue their legacy at the PUBG Mobile Global Championship, the pinnacle of PUBG Mobile Esports. However, BTR was not able to repeat their performance from the previous year.
Top 2 teams is going to get those this round. Winner, chicken dinner, Nova XQL.
With the rise of Team Nova, countless brilliant moments were had, but this also left many players with regret.
After BTR Red Alien won at the Global Championship in Kuala Lumpur, we thought C region was the best. We thought nobody could beat C region except maybe RRQ Athena, maybe Illuminate the Murder, maybe Mega Conqueror, but C region was the best at the time. And we get to the league. We heard of a team called Nova. We thought maybe this team is not that good. On the contrary, they owned all the teams. They were very good.
Let's move forward to the year 2021. With continuous efforts, more teams and players joined the Pro League. For example, Xavier, who placed 3rd in the 2020 PMWI East League, also secured 2nd place in the PMGC East League. FaZe Clan also made their debut on the world stage.
Có thể nói 2021 là năm thành công nhất của Dingo Xavier trên đấu trường quốc tế, khẳng định vị thế và tên tuổi của Việt Nam vô cùng mạnh mẽ. Còn với FaZe Clan, đây là năm đầu tiên họ đặt chân đến với giải đấu cao cấp nhất của PUBG Mobile, nhưng lại khiến tất cả những đối thủ khác đều phải dè chừng và e ngại.
Undoubtedly, the year 2022 has brought the greatest changes to the SEA region. Vampire Esports emerged, dominating 2022 PMWI, winning both the main and after-party tournaments, while also setting records for most chicken dinners, most eliminations, and more. They were not only facing competitors from the SEA region, but from all over the world. Everyone was talking about VPE and wondering if they can maintain their performance at the Global Championship or if it was just a stroke of good luck. On the last day of the 2022 PMGC Grand Finals, VPE won 3 chicken dinners alone, moving from the bottom of the table to 6th place, achieving the best result for the SEA region. They pulled off another miracle, but sadly, it was not enough to win it all. In 2023, BPE continued their impressive performance. They once again won everything at the 2023 PMWI.
2023 PUBG Mobile World Invitational Champions, Vampire Esports!
ก็ย้อนกลับไปในปีที่แล้วนะครับเอาจริงก็ผมมองว่าน่าจะโอ้โหไม่มีใครที่จะมองว่าทางฝั่งตัวแวมไพร์จะซักเซสได้ถึงขนาดนั้นนะครับเพราะยุคนั้นเหมือนทุกคนจะโฟกัสไปทางฝั่งตัวอินฟินแล้วก็เฟซแคนที่มีแบบว่าผู้เล่นดังๆนะครับแล้วก็ถ้าจำมันได้เหมือน PMGC ปีล่าสุดมากินไก่แบบเบิ้ลติดกันในวันสุดท้ายเหมือนเอาจริงน้องๆก็เคยบอกเลยว่าเฮ้ยเราเครียดกันไปหรือเปล่ามันเป็นตัวเองดีกว่าเล่นแบบปล่อยจอยได้แบบจอยเลยสุดท้าย3กระติดจบอันดับ6ของโลกซะอย่างนั้นนี่นะครับแวมไพร์สปอร์ตเหลือเชื่อจัด
But don't forget, Alter Ego, an Indonesian team, showed a very strong performance by winning the Super League twice. The SEA Super League was an upgrade to the previous championship, which by many is considered to be the most competitive league in PUBG Mobile. They could potentially become the next legend of the SEA region.
Untuk dibilang legend, gue rasa belum sih untuk Alter Ego. Walaupun mereka sempat ngedapetin back-to-back champion untuk di PMSL 2023, itu menurut gue hanya sekedar untuk ngasih pembuktian gitu bahwa Indonesia tidak kehabisan pemain berbakat. Ya mungkin contohnya Rosemary gitu. Datangnya dia ke Alter Ego tuh bener-bener jadi ujung tombak untuk Alter Ego. Dan gak berhenti di Rosemary. Masih ada Alpha juga yang didatangkan oleh Alter Ego untuk mengisi kekosongan atau kekurangan dari Alter Ego. Dan gue rasa PMGC 2023 ini akan menjadi ajang Global Championship pertama gitu untuk Rosemary dan juga si Alpha. Jadi wajib banget kita nantikan performnya mereka di PMGC 2023. Dan please di notes pastikan tonton Alter Ego sampai akhir.
Of course, there are many more teams we haven't mentioned, but these teams will all take part in the 2023 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. So what do you think? Who will be the ultimate winner in this year's PMGC? Will they be from SEA? Well, there's only one way to find out.
Greetings, PUBG Mobile players! The long-awaited Frost Festival is about to commence. In the new version 2.9, we'll be introducing battles filled with a frosty atmosphere. Snow Battle is coming to town. Furthermore, you'll also get to experience updates to World of Wonder and Classic Mode. So let's dive right into it. In the Frost Festival, we'll be bringing you a series of snow-themed content, including a new Snowy Village-themed area, fun interactions with snow pals, and snow-themed items for more gaming fun and excitement. When miraculous December comes, the frosty world will undergo some magical changes. Stay tuned for updates. Don't miss out. First, let's take a look at the new themed area, Snowy Village. The village covers a wide area of 280 by 150 and has loads of supplies. It's located near Stalber in Erringdale, Iceborg in Livik, and Goroka in Vikendi. In addition to the buildings on the ground, the underground area of the Lucky Ice Tower is also worth exploring. Make use of the two-story layout to experience a completely new battle experience. Sound the bell in the Lucky Ice Tower, and you can even summon rewards. Additionally, the village also has a snow rail, which can help you quickly move around and gather supplies. It allows you to navigate flexibly between different areas of the village and also swiftly relocate to advantageous positions during battles for your team to counterattack more effectively. Of course, you should always remain vigilant to avoid becoming the target of an ambush. What's more, the village also features a special two-seat vehicle, the Reindeer. It's also a great choice for transportation as it allows you to swiftly move all over the map. For intense battles, we've also prepared festive and practical battle equipment for you, the Snowball Blaster and Snowboard. The Snowball Blaster can be used in many ways and has loads of functionality. When you aim it at the ground or a building, it can create a snow pile cover for you. When used on enemies, you can temporarily transform them into lively snow pals to restrict their movement. When facing bodies of water, you can use the Snowball Blaster to freeze the surface so that you can walk on it. It's definitely a practical yet entertaining weapon. After transforming into a lively snow pal, you will be unable to use firearms to do battle. You'll only be able to rely on basic actions such as walking, running, jumping, and swimming to evade enemy pursuit. It takes some time before you can revert to your human form. Let's build a snowman together. The snowboard will also bring you a whole new experience. Apart from helping you glide and move on various surfaces, it can also be used with the Snowball Blaster. Explore the many possibilities and use these two items to have all kinds of fun. We've also designed various various interactive mechanics, such as searching for snow toddlers, lucky ice, and the snow blast zone. When you encounter a lucky snowman on the map, don't be in a rush to leave. There are 4 lost little snowmen hidden near the lucky snowman. Search for the 4 hidden snow toddlers and bring them back to the large snowman. You'll then receive a token of gratitude. There are lots of lucky ice scattered across the map. Shatter the ice to get the supplies inside. Try using a melee weapon to break the ice more easily. Furthermore, you'll find that snow has engulfed some red zones on the map, and the falling snow will bring about many interesting effects. Players within a snow blast zone will be transformed into a lively snow pal if they're hit by the snow. If the snow lands on the ground, a snow pile cover will be created. In this World of Wonder update, we'll be introducing a brand new transformation skill gameplay and a catch me hide and seek gameplay for you to enjoy the transformation skills to the fullest. Of course, you can also use this skill to create more interesting creations. We've also added a Snowy Village map template to celebrate the Frost Festival with creators. Additionally, we've also made some updates and improvements to gameplay devices, game parameter settings, and the editor. For more details, please follow the official PUBG Mobile community. We'll continue introducing the latest WoW content to everyone. As for Classic Mode, we've also made some improvements to vehicles, firearms, creation mode, emotes, settings, and more. First, we've enhanced the designated marksman rifles. Some DMRs can be equipped with the full auto mod to fire in full auto. We've also improved the attributes and handling of some vehicles to enhance your driving experience. We've also added a new garage mechanic. From now on, you can choose your dream ride during matches. Meanwhile, we've also added a custom SFX adjustment feature. You can adjust the volume of some sound effects to whatever best suits you. As for creation mode, we'll be introducing some quick view features for watching the victory dance and fireworks displays and the new Frozen Kingdom themed performance in order to provide players with more possibilities for creative content. Furthermore, we've expanded the emote backpack. Now you can equip more emotes before entering the battleground. That's a wrap for the main content in this new version. In addition, new content will be added to the popularity battle event, Metro Royale, and season rewards. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Snow Battle is coming to town. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
In 2020, while the eyes of most PUBG Mobile viewers were focused on Southeast Asia as well as other regions, there was one region in particular that went under the radar, the 2020 EMEA League. Numerous teams from different regions were fighting for a spot in the 2020 PMGC. Among them, the teams from the EU region were the most dazzling. Kanina Power, which had previously won 3rd place in the 2020 PMWL West League, managed to break through and eventually won 6th place in the 2020 PMGC. Klastilj Athletics from Turkey also successfully took 8th place. For the entire EU region, this was a great start, and in the future, the EU region would grow into an even stronger region. The EU region seems to have endless potential. They always have a number of astonishingly talented newcomers. In the 2021 PMWI, in addition to the veteran team Kanina Power taking 2nd place, the newly reorganized team in 2021, Next Ria,
Xenox in the smokes, the solo by themselves,
surprisingly won 3rd place.
The EU region seems to just have endless potential. There's always a number of astonishingly talented newcomers coming up through the ranks, developing their skills, and in 2021 at the PMWI, you had some of the veterans there for sure. Kanina Power taking 2nd place, an incredible performance coming through from them to get that 2nd place. But not only that, you had the reorganized team for Next Ruya in 2021 who won PMPL Turkey. They came 1st in their region and then were invited on the back of that to the PMWI West to take 3rd place. So these new talents working as this new roster at the time, a phenomenal resurgence there, and there's so much more left in the pipeline, I'm sure, for this region. I'm really excited for what the future has, and I can't wait to see what they've got.
In the 2021 PMGC, teams from around the world gathered once again. First of all, worth mentioning is that among all the participating countries in the Grand Finals, Turkey had the most with 3. Among them, teams like S2G and Next Ria finished 4th and 6th respectively. This was a massive achievement. The efforts of the EU region are constantly bearing fruit. Now they just needed an opportunity.
2021 yılında Dünya Şampiyonası istediğimiz gibi başlamıştı. Çünkü West aşamasında 3 takımımızı birden ilk 6'ya sokmayı başardık ve büyük finallere 3 takımımızı göndermiştik. S2G 4. olarak buraya katılma hakkı kazanmıştı ve kadrosunda Rip7, Timber, Kalse, Sylas gibi isimler vardı. Büyük finallerde ne yapacağını çok fazla kestiremiyorduk temsilcilerimizin çünkü dünyadaki takımların iyi performansları söz konusuydu. Büyük finallerde temsilcimiz S2G 4. olmayı başardı. Nexu'ya 6. olmayı başardı. Maalesef Fenerbahçe ilk 8'in dışarısında kalmıştı. Ama bu takımın ileride çok iyi şeyler vaat ettiği konusunda herkes hemfikirdi.
Next, let's go directly to the 2022 PMGC. At a time when everyone was focusing on whether Nova could win 3 consecutive championships, a team that was not originally a favorite to win was about to become the focus on the stage. S2G performed consistently in the first 2 days of competition, always maintaining a position at the top of the leaderboard. And on the final day, S2G changed its conservative tactical strategy and sought to gain more elimination points in the last few rounds. And in the last round, S2G secured the championship with 15 elimination points.
Champion of 2022, it is S2G!
They finally broke through and made history for the EU region.
2022 Dünya Şampiyonası bizi büyük zaferler getirdi. Tabii ki Dünya Şampiyonası başlamadan önce bu zaferlerin geleceği konusunda çok bir fikrimiz yoktu. S2G kadrosunda bazı değişiklikler yapmıştı. Takıma yeni katılan oyuncular vardı. Özellikle Reis ile birlikte takımın form seviyesi gerçekten çok yüksekti. 2022 Dünya Şampiyonası finallerine 2 takım göndermeyi başarmıştık. Bir tanesi S2G, bir tanesi Fireflux. Maalesef 2 takımımızın kaderleri birazcık farklı oldu. İlk günden itibaren S2G sürekli olarak zirveyi kovalarken Fireflux için işler iyi gitmemişti. 3. gün geldiğinde S2G güzel maçlar geçirdi ve şampiyonluğu Türkiye'ye getirmeyi başardı. Bu Türkiye e-spor tarihindeki en unutulmaz başarıydı.
This year, the EU region has continuously produced even more strong teams. First of all, G Gladiators won first place at the 2023 PUBG Mobile Pro League Spring Regional Championships and third place in the 2023 PMWI. Veteran teams like Next Ria and Canada Power have been performing better and better this year and successfully qualified for the 2023 PMGC. Subsequently, hot recent teams like Mad Bulls, BRA Esports, Major Pride, Elise Esports, Demorte, among others from EU, have also successfully gotten a spot in PMGC. They all look forward to continuing the success of the EU region in 2023. There are many questions surrounding PMGC. Will S2G successfully defend their championship? Will another EU team lift the trophy? Could it even be a team unexpected to win it all? Let's witness it together in Turkey.
Gold Investigator. Join the Investigator team and let's protect the game's fairness together.
2023 Popularity Annual Gala event tutorial. Hey there, welcome to the 2023 Popularity Annual Gala. We've introduced a brand new competition and upgraded rewards. You will have to go through 10 rounds of 1v1 matches and compete to become the first ever PUBG Mobile Popularity Annual Gala champion. So let's get right to it. New competition, ladder competition. The Popularity Annual Gala event will be utilizing a new ladder promotion system. Players' initial ladder grade will be determined by their battle points at the end of the first round. Ladders are divided into 6 grades: Triple S, Double S, S, A, B, and C, with Triple S being the highest. Ladder promotion rules. Players are ranked based on the popularity they gain during the battle period. For rounds 1 to 9, the ladder results are settled at the end of every round's battle. Apart from ladder grade C, each ladder has 100 spots, with the top 20 promoted, the middle 60 retained, and the bottom 20 demoted. If you're trying to move up the ranks, be sure to stay within your ladder's retained threshold or higher before each round is settled. Additionally, ladder grades can only be promoted or demoted by 1 grade at a time, so your performance in the assignment round is crucial. Be sure not to miss it. Final Showdown. Based on the rankings from the previous 9 rounds, round 10 will be the decisive showdown to determine the final rank and ladder grade placement, including the champion of the 2023 Popularity Annual Gala, who will emerge as the ultimate winner. New exclusive rewards. At the end of round 10, rewards will be issued based on the player's ladder grade and final rank. For outstanding players, they will receive exclusive rewards that can showcase their supreme honor both in and outside the game. In-game rewards include the Honor Title, Honor Name Tag, and Honor Avatar Frame, which are sure to make you stand out. Moreover, there are also physical trophies, interviews, custom-made popularity gifts, official official social media promotion, game exposure, and other exclusive honorable rewards. Gain global renown both in and outside the game. What are you waiting for? Participate in the 2023 Popularity Annual Gala now.
Assalamualaikum, welcome back ladies and gents to the 2023 PMGC Survival Stage, which is going to be marking our last day here for this stage. With me here on stage, I'm going to be your host today in Malaysia Battle Arena, Choo Choo. With me joining on the stage is going to be Yudu Alliance IGL rapper boy himself. Now, your playstyle, I know you're feeling good. We don't ask how he feels anymore, okay? Your playstyle yesterday looks different from what you did in group stage. Now, did you change your strategy? Jadi kalau kita perhatikan cara bermain Yudu Alliance masa group stage dengan Survivor sangat-sangat berbeza, macam lagi agresif lah. Apa yang korang tukar sebenarnya?
Actually kita orang tak ada tukar apa-apa pun. Kita orang still main cara yang sama daripada Survivor stage. And cuma kita orang just macam mana nak cakap, macam mantapkan lagi lah benda tu. Benda yang sama.
Benda apa tu yang korang mantapkan tu?
Cara permainan lah. Benda yang sama, kita orang bawa sama, cara main. Cuma kita orang lebih mentingkan macam knock, jarang knock, semua untuk ni.
So what Yudu Alliance actually changed, it wasn't much compared to their previous stage. What they did was just solidify their strategy before and try to work things as try to perfect what can be perfected so far and play a bit more safer, not really in a safe sense, but they try to avoid being knocked down early, so they're being a bit more aware and alert about their surroundings. Now, last time I interviewed you or your team, it was Adik Look back then, you mentioned during the group stage your communication was a bit unstable, a bit shaky between the players where the matches are not perfect. Now, I do want to know, is that resolved and how did you guys reset from there? Jadi sebelum ini kan, Chu pernah interview Adik Luke yang masa tu korang kejap tinggal solo je banyak kan masa tu kan. Jadi bila ditanyakan masa interview tu, Adik Luke cakap masa tu komunikasi korang macam agak berterabur sikit lah kan. Ada macam masalah ada yang tak connect lah. Jadi sekarang ni persoalan ataupun korang punya masalah tu dah selesai atau belum? Lepas tu korang reset macam mana daripada orang kata kelang kabut tu jadi macam yang korang sekarang ni?
Sebenarnya kita orang masih ada lagi masalah tu sebenarnya. Tapi cuma kita orang try ubah sikit-sikit lah. Macam try fix balik benda tu sikit-sikit sampai jadi macam sekarang. Dan kita orang pun, budak-budak ni pun rasa macam diorang nak pergi jauh. So dia orang kena ubah sendiri benda tu.
Biasanya kalau macam korang cuba ubah sikit tu, apa yang perubahan korang buat sikit tu?
Kita orang cuma fixkan balik lah benda yang tak betul, kita orang jadikan betul.
Siapa yang cakap biasanya?
Selalu coach and diorang sendiri lah, diorang nak perform kan. Diorang kena buat lah benda tu.
So what they actually change and try to make it better when it comes to their communication problem, it's not entirely resolved just yet. But they try to take baby step at a time, one step at a time, trying to resolve one by one and try to untangle all the problems or challenges that they are facing against. And I asked him just now who actually behind the scene that try to push them to fix their problems, usually coming out from the coach themselves. Now, who was your biggest rival when it comes to yesterday's group, which was a green group you're fighting against for yesterday's matches? And who do you think will affect you most today and who will be the biggest rival? Jadi semalam daripada green group, kita tahu group yang berlainan semalam dengan hari ni korang akan lawan dengan red dengan yellow kan. Jadi untuk green group, siapa cabaran paling besar korang? Tapi untuk hari ni punya group pula, siapa orang yang akan korang tengok sikit?
Untuk group green, saya rasa Macbull lah. Sebab dia point tinggi kan. Tapi kita orang tak pernah jumpa dia pun. Tu lah. Tapi dia pencabar. Lepas tu untuk hari ni, mungkin saya rasa INF.
Kenapa?
Sebab dia first day dia dah dapat 70 berapa point lah, macam something kan. So dia dari ni mungkin dia boleh naik nombor 1 lah untuk hari ni.
Dari segi point sajalah.
Ya.
Kalau daripada segi dalam map ada
So
tak?
dalam game saya rasa diorang tim yang kuat lawan. Diorang tak kisah apa-apa lah. Memang diorang lawan je. So kalau kita orang jumpa dia, mungkin kita orang boleh bagi fight lah untuk diorang.
So, coming out from Udo Alliance, the strongest contender coming out from Green Group possibly was Map Bulls because of how they can just pull up a lot of points within a map and how they can push themselves high up there. When it comes to today's group, it might be High Chance Influence Rage or INF, where they do have a bit of a contender when it comes to fighting, when it comes to team fight, they're pretty strong themselves. And when it comes to placement points and overall point ranking, they might actually have a shot at getting back that #1 spot. But when they're being forced to fight against INF, if needed to, in certain compounds, they will try to give their best fight there is. Now, how confident are you to get your last 5 slots? We do know that there's going to be only 5 slots to Turkey. And out of 10, how much you rate for your confidence right now? Kalau diberi point 10 mata untuk penuh, confident level korang tu untuk pergi Turkey tu nombor berapa boleh bagi?
Confident level untuk pergi Turki tu saya rasa 9 lah.
9?
Kalau kita orang dapat bawa gameplay yang macam semalam, insyaAllah sampai ke last chance nanti kita orang akan dapat lah benda tu.
Tapi Cun nak tanya kan, kalau nak sampai ke 10, yang satu lagi point tu, kat mana yang korang boleh letak sebenarnya? Kenapa bukan 10?
Sebab kita tak nak target tinggi-tinggi. Sebab terlalu confident pun tak baik kak. So kita just buat yang terbaik and berdoa dan usaha lah.
InsyaAllah. So they do have quite a confidence here today when it comes to the confidence level. Out of 10, you will give it a 9. I did ask how to fulfill that 10% confidence. How can you get a 10% confidence? And what was that one point that are lacking right now? Is that it's not really lacking that certain aspect. It's just, it's not great to be overconfident as well. That's actually a great insight coming from players. If you get overconfident, you are prone to make mistakes even more. Thank you so much, Ripple, for such an insightful interview. I think we're going to start off our last day of survival stage here. Who will make it to the top 16 to get into the last chance later on? We're going to toss it back to the casters. Have fun for today. See you guys in the next interview.
Oh man, we're here for the last day of the survival stage, and we got to hear from Alliance there, and obviously their thoughts on the match. But I think we're kind of thinking they're relatively going to be safe, where our attention is going to be down towards the bottom teams right now, who have only, of course, their 6 matches played, with their final 6 to come up today, to see how things might potentially shake up. Alter Ego, they're going to be looking at this and watching with a bated breath, hoping that they can hold on. But we'll see what's going to happen today. I'm your host, Jason Kaplan, joined by Maxman and Kalaris, and honestly, yesterday it was tough. Malise getting a victory at the very end of the day to catapult themselves up the leaderboard. For them, it might have been just enough to get themselves through to the next stage.
Maybe. We will see. I'm worried for them as well, Jason. Obviously, yes, you mentioned Alter Ego. They're extremely in the danger zone. But I do also think Malise might be as well. I think that there's a lot of teams below them that have extreme capability of jumping out of that bottom 8 and being able to overtake that 46-point mark that Malise has put themselves in. The fact that they got a win at the end was a lifeline here. But it might be absolutely down to the wire for them.
I don't know if there's going to be enough. There's so many teams that are going to be racing up there. Maybe they're going to be held by Influence Rage. They're just going to steal points of every other bottom team, apparently. But no, at the bottom is going to be tough. You got a lot of competition here. And pretty much out of all the teams competing for one of those bottom spots to make in top 16, half of them are going to be completely sent back. Well, they're going to be completely eradicated after these matches. It's a bit dark, but yeah, so it's going to be tough competition here. But one single win, because it's such a small gap here, Jason, could be enough between you going home or making it into last chance.
I'm honestly getting a feeling we're going to have that bubble be a tiebreaker between 2 teams, and it's going to come down to dinners potentially, or placements, or obviously eliminations later on. But we'll get to that in just a few. You guys at home who are watching, all of our players are participating on the Infinix GT10 Pro official smartphone here at PMGC, and you guys can pick one up because it was born for professional esports athletes like you at home. And maybe we'll see you next year at PMGC. And of course, while you're on that lovely device, make sure you check out TikTok with the tag PMGC 2023 to find out everything happening behind the scene. Hopefully some interviews, maybe Chuchi's been running around throwing up some stuff for you guys to see. And of course, if you're going to post about PMGC, make sure you use the hashtag as well so we can see what you guys are up to. And speaking of what we're up to here, it's really breaking down what's all happened yesterday, what's to come today. Group Green, if you guys haven't tuned in, they are now done. They have to sit back and watch the last two groups, which honestly for Group Red is going to be very difficult considering, as we said before, Claris, Group Yellow seems to have been the strongest group by far.
Yeah, I mean, you started things off right with... it's a ridiculous notion to think about it, but Influence Rage is still in 3rd place after only 1 day's worth of games.
That's crazy.
77 points to their name. If you are a team like Melise and Alter Ego here in a position where you've got no more games to play, you're hoping that Group Yellow can just continue to do what they did prior, right? Which is sponge up huge points that are already above you and really give not much to those bottom teams. So Influence Rage, BTR, even, you know, Alliance that we've just actually been speaking to. Technically, if they continue to sponge up points, that would be excellent for some of these teams to try and survive. I just don't know whether that's going to materialize here today.
Look, you just reach out to the analysts or the coaches of these two teams, like you talk Alter Ego reaching out to other teams like, oh, I heard that someone's going to hot drop you. Maybe you should go drop in Zaki. Oh, that'll be really good. Should definitely do that. Just try and mess up with their mental game. But yeah, it's going to be down to, as you said, Jason, maybe a tiebreaker also, as we're going to be now having Group Red and Group Yellow against one another. But I'm looking, especially here, and I think Kalash, you might agree, at D+ Kia, I want to see them qualify. Currently in 15th position with 35 points. We know this team can do better. So I'm hoping we can see D+ Kia at least advance in the last chance of this stage.
And what's important to note as well, only one team right now is officially out of this entire event. It's going to be Quest, because unfortunately they played all their matches and they're in 21st place. So there's no chance for them. But I still want to kind of poke at this, even though I don't think it's going to happen. Like, Influence Rage technically have the ability to be like, you know what? Why don't we just drop on BTR every single time, because there is a world where they can prevent BTR from qualifying if they can force them to have these bad games.
Oh, BTR? Why BTR, Jason? Is that just
well, I'm just looking on the list in the sense of like who potentially could be one of their biggest competitors to get one of those only 5 spots available in the last chance event.
I don't know. You're gonna get a few DMs. We'll see. But yeah, of course they could do that. I think doing it on the first half of the day, Jason, might not be the best course of action. But I think if you do it later on down the line, if you see, for example, I'm looking at D+ Kia, I'm looking at your Enigma Galaxy, maybe also, as you said, BTR or Procedure Evos, if they are lower on the rankings at the middle point of today, it could be a good idea, especially if they drop next to you or they have a very similar rotation path. I think that's something you really need to look towards to try and clear that for the last chance if you really want to make it that far. So yeah, it could be something interesting for Influence Rage, even teams at the top that are going to be looking comfortable after these first few matches, but hot drops could be happening later on if they really want to clean up some competition.
I mean, I know it's not likely, Claris, but honestly, I would love to see it happen. The drama around that, the potential hate from certain communities could be delicious to read up and look at. But either way, we are obviously checking out, BTR up against Udo Alliance, and obviously Influence Rage, considering they have only played 6 matches, and yet they are still #1 against teams who have played 12 in eliminations, is a true testament to how strong this team from Brazil is.
I'm always in two minds about all of these things that we take a look at in this pre-show, because all of these teams in my mind are safe. You know what I mean? So I'm thinking more about those teams that are vulnerable right now. Influence Rage, yeah, you're awesome. BTR, you've only had, 1 day's worth. You're on 52 points. You're awesome as well. Good stuff for you. You're going to be going through. Like, if there's ever going to be like truly targeted things, Jason, going into the Grand Final, I think the last chance is a great spot to potentially do it, because it is so lethal, right? It's only 5 spots going forwards into that. So
wait, let me check. So you're saying Bigatron at 52 you think are safe?
Yeah, I mean, okay. As long as they have a little bit of a performance today, unless they bow out in 16-0 limbs all the time. Yeah, it's not going to happen.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
Well, we can see Federal here is still the damage leader as well, and he's really been putting on the clinic. For me, Lapar as well for BTR. Thinking back to Group Yellow, he was the standout player for Bigatron. Obviously, we saw Olio yesterday. That position on the shack, just putting down damage. I think he did about 1,200 in that match, if I'm not mistaken. Really putting in work here for UD Alliance, where they obviously had a previous mistake on the Erangel before against Procedure.
Yeah, it's cool. It was cool to see from UD Alliance that they can wrap up these games. As you said, Olio had a great performance in those 2 games, though we do have to keep in mind that on those 2 Erangels where they got a 2nd place and a chicken dinner back-to-back, they drop northeast side of the map, right? Which is a very easy rotation. Those were, in my opinion, 2 games where they could very easily reach podium every single time, Jason. So that's good for right now. When it comes to reaching top 5 in the last chance, I want to see a bit more presence of this team in the later stages in circles that don't quite go their way. If I can see that from UD Alliance, maybe at the start of the last month, I'll be a bit more hyped up. But I think those are 2 games that we expected them to do well to some extent.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about their entry point to circles on these Erangels, right? They're coming in from the north side from 2 circles that were exactly the same, and there was no contesting really against them. In the first one, yes, there was, because, you know, their approach was slightly different to that second one, but they were able to convert on it really nicely. If you do take away those 2 games, they're not in no man's land. They did get 9 eliminations in the game thereafter, as well as some placement points, but their position definitely looks a lot less healthy, but I don't expect Alliance to truly slip up here throughout the day.
Yeah, and I think honestly our focus, as we've been kind of talking about before the show, is they should really be on these bottom teams, right? For instance, one I'm looking at is Enigma Galaxy. Maxman, you kind of explained, you know, on air what the problems they were seeming to have was, well, getting enough vehicles and getting people into the later stages without losing anyone. And Enigma Galaxy realistically could be a team that falls out of top 16 because they're only sitting in 14th with 37 points.
Yeah, I mean, look at their last 2 games, right, Jason? They got a 2nd place with 12 eliminations, a 2nd place with 3 limbs. Well, they were down to solo players pretty quickly on that match, but they were surviving a little bit more because they were finding cars. They were able to survive as a squad a little bit longer in these matches. So if they can do that not only on Miramar, but also on Erangel, as you can see on the map rotation, we have 3 a day. It is your most important battleground. That is the map that Enigma Galaxy need to improve on the most, because right now, if they just have a bad start to the day, they could already be in that bottom position of the leaderboard. So you really want to avoid it, because you know you're looking at teams like NASA, Team Kesso, Duxan in particular, that I would expect to try and overtake them as quickly as they possibly can. So Enigma's got to be very careful how they play the earlier stages of these games.
My focus, Jason, is on the Americas. N-Hyper, Inco, these 2 teams that, you know, technically speaking, you've got to start off on Sanhok quickly and fast. And N-Hyper is a team that could do. They have a decent drop spot to do it with potential, you know, just to make that happen. We've seen in the past someone like GK First and the rest of that roster look awesome on Sanhok in the past. So that would be a great start for their campaign if they could make something happen there. Again, you know, we're looking at all these teams. They should be fine for the most part. Even teams that are like Sem9, currently in 17th place, 28 points to their name. If they have a slightly better time of it than yesterday, they should be safe as well. So we'll see.
You know, I want to bounce back to your N-Hyper chat real quick, because something I've been saying when I was covering PMPL North America is that GK First just does not look like the GK First we saw in PMPLU with Panda, like back in the day, right? I think one thing they're really lacking, and this is obviously no slight to G-Fan, but like G-Fan, for instance, he has been performing well. To see him be able to play like this in this kind of skill level, I think it's been honestly amazing to see. But if you compare him to Kindness, to Rin, obviously FS playing in the team at the moment, there is a night and day between how powerful the roster can be. So it's kind of unfortunate they're not really fielding that full squad.
I think when GK First looked at his absolute peak in our region, I feel like Panda was ahead of the meta in the region at the time, and they were enabling GK First to look absolutely spectacular. But as time went on, even in our region, they slowly kind of dissipated a little bit in terms of power. That was the rest of the meta catching up with them. So for them to go over to the Americas and try things out over there as well, the Americas is no slouch either, let's be real, especially when you include Brazil in that mix.
Yeah, I was gonna say North America maybe. When you do Americas, it's a little bit different. But even then, right? I thought GK First would have dominated North America. And he didn't. It was actually like his teammates were to be the one to do so. So maybe a change in position for him and his team. But it's been rough for N-Hyper, honestly, this year, I'd say, Max.
I mean, sometimes you're going to be also rotating the role internally, right? Maybe sometimes you could just play as the off-angle play, etc. But I think that when he was playing with Panda back in the day, or like TJB also back in Europe, you have your very core roster, which is all formed around that fragger, right? And of course, you're going to be set up in a specific way, which enables a specific playstyle for you. When you start changing that roster, you can't get away with the same kind of plays. You can't play the exact same comfortable fragging role that you used to do. So I think the big changes like that are going to maybe not hurt you. Sometimes it can be a positive change. In that case, it didn't quite work out. And when you have this roster change again in PMGC, GK First, well, he's not first now. He's like, what, 1,701st now?
Some silly number.
Some weird number. GK First was really good, but it does change the whole dynamic of how you are used to playing the game. So, of course, you just don't have the same communications. The angles taken maybe are different also in the fight. So he just doesn't seem as comfortable as he used to be. But we know he has that potential. Just needs to get back to that, like, glory day kind of.
That's the unfortunate part, and I swear this isn't the Hyper show. It's just we have so much information on them from back in the day. Is he wasn't the fragger for the team in PMPL Americas or in PMPL North America. He was more, I guess, supporty. It was kindness to be the real star of the team. And now for GK First, he has to go from being a little bit more supporty to potentially being the star for the team, which is really hard to switch up, especially when you're asked to do so in an event of this caliber. But maybe look at some other teams like Inco. If we look at all the Brazilian teams and the success they've had, obviously Alpha 7, Loops, Influence, Rage, Inco has been a little bit underwhelming. However, I will say one thing. Nenebetcha yesterday, we saw that like 1v whatever out of him. It was great to see some life in the team, but if they want to have a real chance right now, they've got to show up today, and I don't know what they need to necessarily change or fix.
Yeah, I would like to see maybe a little bit more, I know this is a very specific thing for this team, a little bit more zoning from the entirety of Inca. I think that they allow teams to get really close to their locations because they like to be a little bit split from time to time and makes themselves very vulnerable, especially when you look on the western side of the river, west of Yasnaya Poliana. Always a little bit split, which is good for scouting purposes, but once you see a team like NASA, I think there were also teams like Ducksang getting relatively close. I want to see a little bit of a quicker response to that, regrouping to deal with those potential threats. If we see that, clearly they played PMGC last year, they made it really far. I think they can make it here again, but it's just, you can't really enable such strong fragging power like Nenebitch, as you stated, if you're split. So I want to see a little bit quicker response here.
Okay, obviously there's so much more we could chat about here, but it's time to kick off our very first match here of our final day of the survival stage. It's Group Red up against Group Yellow. And we're going to kick things off by throwing over to our casters of Jackie and Blake.
I've caught it. It's all right. Thanks, Jason. Thanks for throwing that over. As we're in position, Blank, for hopefully a day that continues on with the trend we've been seeing, because every day feels more explosive. It feels like the quality of games we've been getting has been really, really good. So I'm hoping that carries on now into what will be the last day of the survival stage here.
Yeah, we've kind of been on that next hype coming into day 3, and it's pretty crazy the amount of differences and changes that has been coming through. Obviously, we're trying to focus a lot more on those bottom side teams who are in danger, right, of not going through. Malise Esports was a big one yesterday. What an incredible win they had right at the end of the day, but has it been enough? That's the question. Alter Ego similarly in a struggle position just behind them, 44 points to Malise's 46. So we'll see what they can do if they can remain in the lead here. It's all very, very stressful. Nigma Galaxy didn't have the most amazing day yesterday, definitely stepped it up towards the end, but their rotations coming off the rip were catastrophic.
It was a little bit stinky, I will say that.
Yeah, a bit smelly.
A little bit stinky. So hopefully there's improvements there, man, because it would be a shame to see him kind of like limping through it again. Because, yeah, I don't know what it was. It felt like they had an allergy to vehicles yesterday. Only one between the 4 of them most of the time. And a lot of kind of, I don't know, silly moments of shenanigans, really, where it felt like they could have just stayed pretty, sat where they were and been content. And instead, Blank, they were roaming so heavily, they were just getting picked to pieces. But we'll put a pin in that. It's a thought for another time. We'll see if they reflect changes today. And we'll see what we get here as we go into Sandhawk.
Yeah, straight off the go on this one into our day 3s, where we'll decide our bottom 8 teams and the top 16 that'll be heading through to the last chance, battling out for those top 5 spots. Obviously, we're already getting teams dropping down into the map. D plus Kia up towards Paradise Resort. They don't have to contend themselves with a hot drop, it would seem, in this position, with Brute Force heading up towards that northern side of the map in Tap Mok. Very much open now with Alter Ego no longer playing up towards the position. Team Keizo takes up residence in Gladiator's spot. They get a lot of space over on that northwest island now. Alongside with playing Camp Alpha, they get to spread across the north side to BTR, starting things off strong. This is down towards that southern side, finding a pick off over towards N-Hyper, who consistently keep losing players at the start of the game. This is not what you want to see here, Jackie.
No, very unlucky start for N-Hyper. For BTR, Shu being on the other foot, this is a great opening storyline for them in the sense where, hello. Everyone's on a move. They might be taking a few shots here as IHC have caught whiff of Yudu Alliance barreling their way down through the sky. But I say, man, for BTR, at least it's the fact that if you can come out, flex the muscles a little bit early, kind of put the pressure back on, I think that bodes well. Because we were saying on the desk, you know, there's chance that potentially some of our teams will want to target them a little bit. Similar story with Influence Rage, just because the sheer buffer of points they've already built.
This is an interesting one, Jackie. IHC spot the boys dropping in over towards Camp Bravo. They're not content to just let them get away with this one, dropping out so late. IHC, I was a bit worried about it, actually, because M249 was in play, but that bad boy needed reloading, but Alex starts things off strong, and Zjol finally gets the clip back in. That M249 sprays through. That's 2 down for UDO Alliance. Remember, UDO Alliance were wanting to pick up some more numbers on the day, and we're talking about how yesterday their 2 good games came off the back of having a fairly decent position in the circle early on, but IHC taking no prisoners here over in Camp Bravo.
IHC as well. Honestly, they had some really impressive moments. I think the individuals on this side for me is what was giving me a lot of stock. I think there's room for them to kind of spread those wings a little bit more today as well and prove more of that. But that's an unlucky first encounter because both of them are looking to try and continue to keep their current placement relatively high up in terms of the upper echelons of the standings. So securing any early elims will be the dream scenario. Inco as well, clocked here by Duxan as they've been spotted on the rotate. Few bullets barreling towards them, but that's about it.
I think for Inco, they're a fairly crazy team, let's put it that way. Some of their rotates feel very dangerous and dastardly, but they're able to get themselves into a fairly decent position here, grab themselves a compound towards that central region of the map too. So happy days for Inco going forward. Team that definitely needs to put the burners on right now because 21 points, that's not going to cut it at the moment. We'll need to get a little bit further into this match. Rook, we were talking about how we were impressed about this team, right? It took some nice central positions early on. It seemed they were fairly decent at controlling those positions too. So I think for Rook Esports, this is a decent start to their game as well, considering where they are, just on the south side of Paris Resort, where the zone has pretty much sent itself up towards that northeastern side. So a lot of compounds in play, and it's a nice actual circle for Sandhawk to start the day off with because we're not flitting between the northwest island and the southwest island. Everyone's fairly certain where this one's going to end up.
Uncertainty is really kind of a hot commodity on these Sandhawk games. It feels like, you know, nothing has been able to be taken for granted, really. It's all been a little bit explosive, a little bit more uncharacteristic every time. So hard to call a lot of the way these games are going to go, especially today, coming into it with the lobby shake-up as well, and how much extra pressure is going to be on these teams, knowing that not only have you kind of left it up to the fate of the other teams with the points they've already accrued, but that any mistakes made over the course of the next 6 games, that's it. No chopping, no changing. You are sealing your fate with these. So this Sandhawk needs to be a good stepping stone, a good springboard for some of our squads that are looking to have a huge day of it. I would imagine Influence Rage would want to be one of those teams. Definitely flying the flag high for Brazil. They had some barn burners when we saw them previously, and that was because of the way they played. Very aggressive, very in-your-face PUBG Mobile blank. You know, they were always playing for the elims. Even in games where they weren't really looking towards the final circle, they were racking up the elimination points. And today might not even need to be as aggressive as they were previously, right? You know, you've got a good safety net to work with, so maybe that calculated style of PUBG could be coming out from them as well.
With Influenced Rage having some of these bar burners, you're right, because they were absolutely smoking some of these teams on the side of Sandhawk on that day one as well. They came second place, only shut down there by Madballs, and Madballs had to make probably one of the best rotates and bit of gameplay we've seen from that team in a long time there on Sandhawk to make that happen versus Influence Rage. Even then, it did look a little bit dicey, but for Influence Rage, like you said, springboard is Sandhawk. It's a great way to start off your day. It is always a stressful one as well because you need to immediately get back on the bike as soon as you finish your Sandhawk because it can go horribly wrong. A lot of times in our league formats, we do have Sandhawk towards the middle side of the day, but Enhyper does find Mamparang here from the Sem9.
Sem9 taking the first few bullets. They will lose a man. He'll expire for now. Clap back on the streets as well as Rook are rocking the boat. The compound control working well for them. You push up close, you are going to get barraged with bullets. So they find a freebie on that one. No real room to trade or even instigate a fight back into it as well. So that's basically just one elim given up for nothing.
Yeah, for Rook Esports, again, they're a great team when it comes to that defense of things and holding on to the central compounds. And I think, you know what? I will say that NASA got very, very fortunate yesterday because some of their compound crashes looked quite messy, but they were sort of getting away with it just because of their gun skill was fairly decent. But rocking up to a compound like that, you're not going to find an easy access, easy entry point, especially with some of these teams coming in from Group Yellow, who we know are absolute powerhouses. So for NASA, sort of an unexpected approach for them. Heading over towards Rook just get immediately decimated. So they're stuck over towards that eastern side and barn for the time being. We'll have to start moving up and round. Luckily, Udo Alliance, after their first engagement, their first foray into the match, being hunted down by IHC, only down to 2 players. So not too much of a difficulty to be dealt with up in that top side of the region. Obviously, NASA don't know this, but again, a pretty wild rotate from NASA, flying in towards D plus Kia at the moment. We'll see if they do spot them out and if a fight does ensue.
Sem9 on screens now as well. The rotate here. Obviously a man down with Mang Parang being finished off into that previous encounter we saw. Okay, D+ getting stuck into the thick of it here. They've actually found the open back door onto NASA. So not only do they have to worry about the potential of being caught by Rook on the getaway, but you know you're being chased in as well. And this has really fragmented them quite heavily. There was already 1 player removed. So now with the follow-up knock, you're down to just 2. They cannot at all contest this. They have to give it up for free. So that one will be hard firsted onto, and the elimination will be secured. So they kind of breeze out, just looking to instead make a bit of space and distance between the squads that were starting to pen them in. BTR here, though, they've got their ears open, listening for the audio cues, and it seems that they've caught whiff of where Sem9 are, a few steps ahead towards the compound. They might want to see if they can sneak up on this, make a bit of a fight out of it, Blank.
Yeah, this is a cheeky 4v3 coming in, and remember, it was BTR that took down Mang Parang earlier on, so this is a full-on hunt coming through. The silver bullets have been loaded in, and they're looking to take down the werewolves of Sem9 off in the distance, the hunters on the prowl here. So for BTR, I'm pretty excited about this prospect, right? You know, they realize that they have to move forward, but what better way to do it than to let Sem9 get a little bit further ahead, then understand that their fight to push into the circle, not only do they have that buffer in front of them with Sem9 sort of been that guarding block, but they also know that if they eventually want to, they can make a really strong crash onto them. NASA, I will say they look a little bit lost there. You know, I even talked about earlier on saying it was a bit of a bold push to head underneath Paris Resort. Again, sort of feels like what we saw from Nigma Galaxy yesterday with some of these greedy rotations, trying to hit central. Sometimes it's just not possible to go for whatsoever. You just have to play it on the edge. And I think for NASA, that should have been a realization that came through a lot sooner. Influence Rage over towards the center of the circle now, just hovering around the side of D plus Kia, but they're set up in a very, very strong spot, and it looks like no one's wanting to challenge them, and you can sort of understand why.
Mess around and find out. Probably not worth the risk at a time like this, with it being such an important set of games today. Nades detonating in air as the clash for control of the hill could be kicking off shortly. IHC just on top of NASA as they're in position. 2 of the players down with their belly on the ground, looking for the push over the ridge sides. Meanwhile, Sem9, of course, this is the side that we were waiting to get snuck up on by BTR. It seems like they have instigated the fight, finding a knock onto Kenny for free, and Sem9 have bailed out, going for the quick getaway. Pulling up to the party, though. That's what we're seeing here. Influence Rage get a chance in the limelight. A clash between the 2 teams as they go back and forth. First man falls as Lil Boy takes a heavy hit. Will at least trade onto it. So you're looking at a raw 3v3, but the DBSs are singing, Blank, and the compound is looking a little bit iffy now.
Nice plays from Team Queso so far. Some really good nade usage. Federal as well as Law last remaining, looking to push onto the building. Law comes in with the DBS from the side, looks to maybe pick up his teammate. Molotov out the window, prevent the run out, and there's a nice shot there from Federal, which will finish it up. And at least Influence Rage get away from this fight with 3 players. Looked messy at the start, but a really good comeback there. Nice bounce back coming through from Influence Rage, being very elastic in their engagement there. Good stuff indeed. Love to see it. I'm also happy with the fact that Team Queso decided that they take the fight on that one, Jackie. You know, I don't think a lot of other teams would have the balls to do something like that. And it started off fairly decently, but the amount of pressure that Influence Rage is able to put on like a switch, it's really difficult to deal with.
No, there's a lot of key takeaways from that already. We're starting to see that some teams do have a lot of confidence coming into today, which is nice because, you know, we were worried. We were seeing it over the course of the past couple of days where some of our squads that we know individually have really good talent when it comes to kind of just going for those dives, using their gun skill, playing very proactive, very confident. They weren't sticking to that. They're kind of broken out of the mold. They wanted to play a little bit more respectful, a little bit more defensive. When we're seeing dives like that, it's impressive. And I was right there with you as well in the sense that it seemed like Influence Rage, they were kind of overwhelmed on that one. It was super messy, Blank, but mop and bucket action by the end of it. They cleaned up and do hold on. Having 3 players still alive is all right as well. You can build off the back of that, and it's still 4 elims. And with their total point score already, that's going to be pretty damn good for them. Sem9, they've just been getting punched around the battleground, Blank. It doesn't matter where they go, where they try and find safe haven, they just run into someone that wants to shoot them, and it's happened again.
Yeah, unfortunately for Sem9, it's just really not a really bad situation for them at the moment. I mean, 90 Depp is 90 feet deep at this point in time into the ground with Inco taking him out there. But BTR, I think, have just caused them so many issues from that get-go. And I love teams that, you know, you find one pick-off and then you just follow a team into the circle, right? Because eventually you're going to find a way in. As long as you keep tabs on that team, it's very, very nicely done from the Indonesian squad. So very much happy with the way BTR played that one out. We do get another circle shift. And to be honest with you, these circles have been pretty hectic, right, all over the place. We started over towards this western side, moved a little bit further towards the east, and now we're heading southeast again. So in this situation, you're looking at N-Hyper to have a decent spot, which it would be if they hadn't have once again lost a player early to BTR. It's just this carelessness in the early game that seems to be coming back to bite them a lot of times.
And with a big old set of teeth as well. No nibbling, big bites are what we're seeing. Awful lot to get done into this one. Then FaZe seem to be taking a couple of pot shots from Duxan as well. Duxan have actually looked a little bit more proactive. Similar kind of story for them. They've been getting thrown into a few of the fights. Fighting is all that we've seen from Udo Alliance. Even from the moment they tried to drop into the action, they were losing players. And again here, they will finally go down as they fall out of favor towards the end, being finished off. And in the fashion of feeding points to the last place team as well, giving over those 2 elims. D-Plus back on screens here. They've also been roaming quite a bit, looking to put the pressure on where possible. Influence Rage, in the meantime, seem to have found FaZe and just wiped them off the face of the earth, Blank. They're gone.
That was a very, very swift amount of eliminations going through over towards FaZe. That's Mela down and out as well. I wonder if that's their last player, but I think they do have one final squad mate out inside the blue, currently trying to wander his way in, but Influence Rage were having none of it. And again, this is what we sort of expected from that team out on that western edge, just to hold and play that edge play style, guard some of these teams, gatekeep them out on the outside, and then push in later on. It's a team that just loves eliminations. They're up to 6 already, you know. Again, that was one of their main MOs on that day one, which was picking up eliminations every single match. It was very hard to keep up with them in that, right? Nice shots here from Nigma Galaxy. Again, we said that some of their rotations were catastrophic on that first day. However, they did bring things back somewhat in a fairly safe position if they keep putting up these points. Right now, they're holding their own versus Nigma Galaxy with Coops on the outside, taking down many of the members here from D+ Kia.
Back and forth affair, bullets being thrown all over the shop with IHC on the outer edge, even finding opportunity to punish towards NBE Sports. DK Plus trying to back off somewhat here as well. They've got a nice amount of map geometry, at least, with some of the rocks providing cover from the fight down towards the hillside where Namiga are pushing from. Duxan go out in the meantime as BTR have won the battle there. It seems like nades were the real big payoff as they blow them away. And this is just so much utility that's being drawn out from our teams as well. Constantly bullets firing overhead as you're so closely grouped and you're looking to at least contest, basically trying to weather the storm on this one and survive with the amount of infighting we're seeing from different teams. Third party alarm is ringing for DK as they see the opportunity to strike. Running away as quick as you can. I don't know if Jifan's going to be able to make moves quick enough to get out of it, Blank, as they are hot on his tail.
Yeah, just about makes his way out of there. FS looking to deal with Brute Force now, who wants some more points on the game. Tries to get the quick flick off with the DBS, but flies around the corner. Wings sprouting out the back of his back there. Looked really, really good. And it will be YDD to make himself into a little compound, keep himself safe for a little while. We get a northeast shift on the circle. Does support IHC somewhat, but Influence Rage still gathering the storm on that western side, starting to push their way in, getting shot at by 3 different teams, yet they're about in the circle now.
Oh, the last second heal here coming in. One that was direly needed. Fist Boy, he had to get the bandages on that bloody fist as he was quite low on the old health, but been able to reset himself and at least get back in the fight for now. Rook are all around though, but Rook are getting rocked again. Default falls over as he'll take a hit from Namiga, now making their move down the hill as well in the vehicles. Bit of a split from them, so they've got a nice setup to work with here. Fistboy could always backstab in the rear as well, depending on how this encounter actually goes. And there's so many fights all occurring at the same time. The fact 7-9 are even still in this lobby is quite interesting. They were just getting absolutely bullied. They're trapped up there, just lurking towards where BTR are, and they're going to finish them off now. Zone's going to start to encroach further in as well, so pressure starting to mount on all of our squads. The few compounds that are up for grabs, Blank, you got to fight tooth and nail for. There's no freebies now.
Influence Rage leave the game, but with 7 eliminations, feeling pretty happy about this one. Similarly, BTR have been doing fairly decently in this match, and you got to love the way they've been pushing in, slowly taking out teams, more of like this an assassination playstyle. Nigma Galaxy up to 5 eliminations now for themselves. Coops and Co on the top side of things over towards that western edge. They still have to push in towards a lot of compounds. I would say this is one of our more heavily compound-focused Sandhawks, even there's only 2 in it, with maybe a shed towards the center. But this is big news for IHC on that north side. We talked about how they wanted to pick themselves up some more points coming in towards day 3 here. Keep pumping it up. Rook finally falls around me. Only 1 point found. That was from what was a very central position early on there, Jackie.
Oh my. And this might expand quite quickly, Blank, because the damage is not stopping. Constantly berating each other here with the bullets. And they're going to be slowed down somewhat. A couple of knocks on either side.
Whoa.
Here's the aggressive play, though. Just peeks up into it over the top of the hill. Absolutely assaults them. Cuts his way through them like a handsaw, Blank. And fragments the numbers. The zone's now coming in as well. Coops has the DPS pulled out. He's worried about the up-close push, but it's the nades that are going to secure the bag on this one. If you can get it just over the back of the rocks, with how low they are, you're going to go down to the zone. Finishes off the first man and just leaves them in a world of pain. Coops has got nothing he can keep here.
Yeah, just pushing the points a little bit further. I really like that grenade as well. Doesn't go for the risky one that hits behind the rock there. Instead, just tries to get the splash damage through to at least confirm the player that was attempting to be rezzed on the backside. And it keeps Coops in a position where he has to keep healing as well. So, very nice play there from IHC. Up to 7 eliminations themselves. BTR in a similar story. Nigma Galaxy did get 5 eliminations on the map, but I do believe this is probably going to be a 7th place for them on the game. D plus Kia. Goodness me, Inco tear them apart, shred them with the claws. Meantime, they slowly walk their way in, but IHC is absolutely giving it this game.
IHC is just roaming, fighting, and absolutely bopping. 9 elims already. Great position as well in terms of where they're situated. Coops finally goes down to the zone, so he's taken out of commission, and we know that they're removed, leaving us with the final 4 squads that we have to fight it out here. This is not going to DBS inside of the trees, straight Hunger Games level plays to be made as he wants to keep himself out of trouble for now. Pretend he's a rock blank as they rotate in, get involved with the fight where possible and aim for the placements. IHC, from going from such a position where they were on a tear, they've just lost so much here, losing the grip on the game and going down. Just tons of info being gathered from this as well. And BTR not realizing his position could be critical. They're just focusing on the raw fight versus Inco.
Yeah, set up for this fight as well. Currently they've got high ground. They don't want to let Inco get too close. They understand that only 3 players, they don't have the most amount of sightlines in the world, and pre-pod could be very much that hidden factor which is going to cause some steps up into Sitar, will flush him out here as well. He's dodging and diving even whilst he's on his 2 legs there on the ground, but that will leave BTR down to 2 players, and Prepod might have just secured himself a bit more time to this game, maybe even get himself a 2nd place. And you were talking about it earlier, as the lowest placing team right now, Brute Force desperately need these points, but then the bench J comes in, will take him out, and it's a big test here for BTR now.
For BTR, how well can you perform as just a duo? It might be the flank that makes the difference though, Blank. Look at the setup. Oh, he's got himself in position, but they've got their wits about them, spotting him out with the eagle eyes and deny the surprise. BTR go down in 2nd as the chicken dinner is claimed.
I love that from BTR though. All things considered, Inco did a good job to get themselves some much needed points here on the day. Even though they failed at pretty much every single high five here, I would say they've not failed in the game there. That was really, really well done. And I think being able to spot out that player from GemForce was very, very important in that late game, because it could have been a very different story otherwise. But for BTR, you love how much effort they're putting into these games, because even that situation, you would see teams falter and just kind of squabble and run around towards that top side on the hill. BTR realizes in this 2v4, realistically, we need some sort of edge. We're going to need to send GemForce downwards while Sitar holds on that northern edge. So I really do like that play, and that's a team that's playing for keeps, right? At the end of the day, they're playing to pick up as many points as possible into these matches and try and confirm themselves into a chicken dinner, as opposed to just lying down and waiting for the game to end. So very, very full gameplay. We saw this match, some crazy crashes, but I think BTR was one of the only teams I saw in this game that had up throughout the entire thing and stuck to it.
And they played really well. You know, IHC as well, I feel like we have to kind of throw into the mix in terms of able to farm up so many eliminations in such a fantastic manner, just taking fight after fight, playing off each other quite nicely. Some nice moments of madness inside of this one as well. And I think actually for a Sandhawk game, in reality, it felt like all of our teams here, Blank, were actually trying to play for the win. You know, they were actually coming in pretty confidently, whereas some of the Sandhawk games we've seen in the past looked a little bit messy, looked like they haven't exactly had the best game plan for a few of our squads. So this was a great start. I think as an opener, puts us into a good position. How's the rest of the day going to go though? Only time will tell, but I tell you where we're going. Back over to the desk with Jason Kaplan.
I didn't see it, Jackie. I caught it as you threw it back to us. We can see Inco pull it off a fantastic victory when they needed to, coming in at like bottom 20 of this one, able to propel themselves forward to 16th place. Now, Maxman, this team has been able to work really well under pressure here in our very first match of the day, and potentially put themselves in a position now where they just need to get only a couple points every single match, and they'll be safe to get into the last chance tournament.
Yeah, I said that yesterday they were playing a little bit too split. Here they're playing so packed. Well, so packed, Kalaris, they had 4 players in 1 card. That was maybe a little bit too closely packed, but man, from phase 1 circle, right, they are in ruins. Before phase 1 even starts to close, they're already on the move, on that pivot, going for central position on phase 1, phase 2 circles, and especially the big brain play here, Kalaris, I know we had a big back and forth about that, is to send east of the compound of N-Hyper and D plus Kia after the fight is resolved. They're like, okay, this is an open position, let's full send it there, and then we can actually have a strong position to play later on in the match, gatekeep teams like D plus Kia, and gun for the win, because they don't lose a single player this entire match. Inco, it's, for me at least, night and day compared to their first day of play in the survival stage.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it is the winning play, right? To hit that compound when they do, when there's a little bit of chaos in the lobby, and making sure you can kind of, under the cover of night, be able to get there, especially, as you say, when you've only got one vehicle, which is my only criticism of that push, the fact that it's only one vehicle. But yeah, I'm looking at my watch now, Jason, and it seems like it's Brazil o'clock once again for them to start dominating another tournament, potentially, because we've got yet another Brazilian team looking excellent here on this stage. I mean, of course, with the kind of pedigree and history of Inco, it's not too surprising, although they've floundered a little bit in some of the prior stages. But this was a great win for them, greatly executed on something like Sandhawk, which can be a little bit volatile.
I mean, it was a very important win, an important position out of 3 teams in particular, Brute Force, David Galaxy, and obviously Inco, right? Because the other 3 teams in the top 6 were BTR, who were relatively safe, IHC, who are already relatively safe, and Influence Rage, who are going to be safe. So for them to soak those points up when the people above them got knocked out early just makes it possible for moves like this. I think McGalaxy in 12th place, you can see Inco up to 16, D Plus able to get themselves up to 14th place, Brute Force as well 19th place. This was the moment to shine here for a lot of these teams. But the problem for some of them is you have to continue to shine here as we go into our stint, our marathon of Erangels.
Yeah, I think Brute Force really took advantage of the lethargic style of Enhyper in this game. Obviously, Enhyper lost one early on because they were pushed away from their drop spot by BTR. So they were playing with a bit of a ragtag amount of supplies anyway. So maybe they were a little bit more apprehensive about crossing that road to the east side of that compound to try and really secure the winning position themselves. But Brute Force exploited that. They came in zooming whilst Enhyper wasn't really willing to move whilst that's going on. And that benefits Brute Force, especially since they also had one up in the fields in the middle of nowhere that was able to take one from BTR at the end. So, I mean, that's an extra little point on their shoulders as well.
It's something that James actually said, Max, while we were watching that match, is just how deadly and how much of a different mindset Influence Rage can play knowing they are safe, because they have no pressure on them, which means all the other teams out there need to be definitely aware of this team and maybe a little bit afraid of this team.
Yeah, everyone is just stressed out at the bottom, like, oh, we got to qualify to survive to last chance and make it in. They're like, these are scrims? We're very chill right now, and we're having a good time, yes, and then maybe they can have an impact in the lobby later on if they want. But and even though they were not really maybe trying hard, right, they still got 7 eliminations. They are, I believe, going to be first place at the end of the day. I don't think a lot of people are doubting that for Influence Rage, so they're going to be chilling at the top. But I'm looking especially at the bottom teams because, again, that's the big storyline for today. I don't know what was happening for NASA. In particular, they're going from bad position from Barn to then Southern Paradise Resort fighting D plus Kia, losing 2 players, going back to Barn, fighting IHC. I want to see a little bit more structure for NASA because it seems like they don't have a clear game plan in mind, which you're going to need if you want to be able to deal with teams like Inco because, again, that limit at the bottom is going to be very rough to overtake.
It's going to be a rough to overtake. We're going to continue to see some shakeups happen as we head back into our second match of the day. It's going to be Erangel with Jack and Blink once again.
I was going to try and do like a little steering wheel bit, and we could maybe make something about overtaking Blank, but we'll workshop that. We'll do it for the next throw. You know, we'll work on it. It's
I'll get in the car. You know how it is. Yeah. 100%.
Just get the GoPro, you in the front seat, you know. It'll be banter, mate. We'll have more cars than I've seen some teams use over these games.
Yeah, we'll have at least 5. Like this team right here.
It's kind of worked out perfectly. Oh, what a nightmare.
Oh, dear.
Whew, right, well, chaperone-related banter aside for driving cars around, let's get into what we're working with here then. The first of the 3 back-to-back Erangels that we get into. I'd hope that, you know, this is normally the portion where first game, maybe there's a hot drop, maybe there's something crazy. Game 2, game 3 feels a little bit more calm. First game of the day, though, was Sandhawk Blank already had a couple of surprises in it. So who knows? Maybe the script for today has been ripped up a bit. Maybe we're looking at some unknown quantities here in the Erangels.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, for that last Sandhawk, it really did feel like everyone was trying to pump as many numbers as possible. We saw a lot of teams with a lot of eliminations there, and you can just tell how hungry some of these squads are to pick up those points and pick up those eliminations early and just give themselves a good chance to get towards that top 16, which is making it quite difficult for a lot of these other squads. And I mean, Kale was talking about how, you know, for Group Green, they really hope that some of these squads at that top side would be vacuuming those points. After that, Sandhawk just doesn't feel that way. It feels like a lot of teams are really absolutely pushing against the tide here, just swimming into it as fast as possible to attempt to get towards that top 16, which does leave teams like Alter Ego and Malice Esports feeling slightly queasy, I would say, at this point in time, where they're on this really kind of the cusp at the moment. You know, Malice Esports already dropped in from a 7th place all the way down towards an 11th now with 46 points. Nigma Galaxy slowly closing the gap. Alter Ego in 13th place, 44 points. And I think it's likely by the end of the day, that's going to be a 17th, 18th place team.
Well, here we go then. Let's see how things start to shake up off the back of our first game of Erangel. Playing path is locked in. Teams are diving out all about the coastline here, Blank. It's like booting up DayZ for the first time.
Except it's Erangel on his PUBG mobile. We're back in it, yeah. But obviously this is a pretty horrendous little playing path for us down towards the south side, just crossing all the way. And I mean, teams got to make like this difficult decision of, do we want to drop down towards Sosnovka? Do we want to try and make the long haul up towards Yasnaya, or get that quick and easy loot over in the military base? Already got Inco versus IHC down towards that south side, and Inco would be very displeased to lose another hot drop here after just getting themselves a very big win, right? But IHC is just doing phenomenally well in these early game engagements. I mean, they understand that if they want to get in towards that last chance, they need to be aggressive here. And I think a lot of teams are starting to realize this. Nade round the side. Good pre-fire here coming through from Alex, but he loses a lot of HP off the back of that one.
Oh, mate.
Pistol action.
Okay. Alex with the pistol prowess as he blows him away to pick up the first elim. Man, I thought that nade was kind of the GG connection. That was really nicely timed with the pre-nade around the corner. A lot of HP damage, Blank, but no actual elimination found off the back of it. Inco, they could really be on the struggle bus here. If you lose out on this opener, that would be so bad, man. And it's just continuing. IHC, Blank. They're the kings of the early fights today.
I mean, to be fair, for IHC, if they just want to keep doing this, getting more points on the board in the early game, a consistent 4 limbs coming straight through, I mean, this is a dangerous decision for them to make, right? You know, head down towards Novorepnoye, really give Inco hell here. They were quick on the drop, quick to pick up those weapons, so there's a lot more factors going into it. And then Abeche could barely peek his head out for a second before he got razzed down by the AKM. And again, Inco is just sent running. This feels very reminiscent of what we saw from Udo Alliance and IHC, leaving 2 stragglers to tell the tale.
They've done it again. Man, okay, IHC, this is cool. This is really nice to see him playing so aggressively as well, because someone's got to take those points. And it seems like, you know, that mindset of playing a little bit more calm for a few of our teams is there, whereas others, they've gone the complete opposite direction, really putting the pedal down to the metal and looking for those early fights. IHC happy with 2 elims. They can now play out the longevity of the game. We'll see what more they get done as we tune in for them throughout the course of this one. Overall, though, seems like other than that, it's been calm at least. No one just throwing their lives away for no reason. Relatively clean, other than the fact it does seem like we have at least suffered 1 elimination there on Brute Force, as they've gone down a man early. Brute Force, of course, going from last place up the standing somewhat off the back of finding a few elims in the last game, Blank. You know, getting a little bit of momentum for themselves, because they hadn't really had too much of a chance of it. Kind of felt like, you know, they were just sort of in the background for a few of the games we'd seen from them previously.
Yeah, for Brute Force, they did pretty decently on that last match, right? And Hyper similarly been able to get up that first elimination over towards them on Mine, just running them down, which is that flip-flop almost in the sense of Hyper just constantly losing members in the early game, able to finally get themselves a little bit of retribution. I would say it's sort of mean, right? You picking on the squad that was 24th place just to make yourself feel a little bit better off the back of that one. But for Brute Force, they'll have to continue onwards. I think that last game they were able to rack themselves up some nice points, especially with pre-pod surviving up until that 3rd place last game. So that works out well for them there, Jackie.
Ooh, we going to see more combat going on here? Waiting inside of the building. Team Queso, what have you got for us here? DBS peeks in. Oh, bullets coming all over the shop, though. He knew his days were numbered on that one. Had nowhere to go, Blank, and gives up the ghost pretty damn quickly.
Yeah, I think for Team Queso, that Arthur is really, really quite good at holding down as the first man available to really lock the gate on the stronghold, right? But there was a little bit too much man and Hyper where they were able to take a three-pronged attack against him. I mean, that no matter what happened, he wasn't getting away with it. Even if he got one knock, I doubt that it would have resulted in elimination. So Team Queso just send away. And it is sort of surprising that we do see such a quiet start to this game, especially with basically one of the most horrendous playing paths we've seen so far, all the way on this south side. Makes things very difficult for a lot of separate teams. I mean, we're just looking at the map right now, and it's super, super fragmented in terms of the teams across the board, right? You've got a couple of teams over on that western side, but most have made their home towards the central side of the lobby at the moment. We got D plus Kia, MBE Sports, as well as NASA, who have found themselves a position this time around, not desperately searching for something this time around. And I think for NASA yesterday, what we saw from this team was just that ability to quickly take some of these team fights. They were quite good on the third parties, and I hope that continues today. And Sandhawk is more just a wishy-washy game for them.
And it can be that way for a few of our teams. It feels like Sandhawk, sometimes you do have to look at it for what it is, kind of, you know, remove it from the rest of the results, especially with the back-to-back Eren Gals as the benchmark. Doesn't really sit the same. So it's always hard to gauge just how good a team's looking off the back of that first game. Into this one, though, Influence Rage still on the move, rotating off after being a little bit wary about the position from N-Hyper, but not looking to hunt overly aggressive, just sticking on the rotate path and getting themselves into a better position here. Do wonder how well we're going to see him play today, man. You know, even into the last game, you could see that willing to just go into fights is still there for them. And with the sheer build-up of points they had, you still got so many games to play. You know, this game included means that you've got 5 games left to accumulate points on top of the 84 they've already got as a buffer. So Influence Rage might be looking for some chart toppers the longer this goes on.
I think for them, like the main caveat to Influence Rage at the moment is that you sort of hope that if you're in Group Green that they do really, really well today and they continue just showing teams what they've got, what they have to offer, just blazing through the lobby because they're safe, right? There's no way that they don't make it the last chance at this point in time with the points that they've already accumulated. But what they can do is certainly make it easier for some of the teams that already are in that top 16 by just taking away many, many points.
Stealing them, putting them into a little jar, keeping them out of reach from anyone else. No one else is allowed the points. They're inside the point jar. FaZe, ooh, on the drive-by, passing like ships in the night or cars in the day on the field, as Influence Rage will be spotted by Mela. No overall combat to it though, still just driving around and getting an overall assessed situation of where squads potentially are. So just scouting maneuvers here. They basically lapped each other though, and then Hyper followed the trail that was left from Influence Rage. So you've got those 3 squads all up towards one side. The late rotate coming in from Inco down towards Prison as well. Zone centers up, and it looks pretty good for some of our squads here. A lot of early center that you've got to fight for. FaZe in a pretty prime time position. D+, similar story for them as well. But everyone's going to be bustling their way to get closer in now, like atoms being sucked together.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's going to get very hairy soon. We might see ourselves a bit of an explosion towards the end of it because we're heading towards Pachinki right now as our central point, right? We've got teams that might want to shift their position, shift their weight over towards Potato Hill, try and take control of some high ground, get some scouting done early on. But I would say some of these teams on that southeast side will have a bit of an advantage here, being able to just pass through Pachinki, just slowly shove their way in, get themselves a bit of an urban location to play around with, maybe even head up towards some of those storm drains as well, play off the back of them. But again, it's a difficult circle, and with the way the playing paths set themselves up, a lot of teams are in this location to take precedent within this. So I think we're likely to see some early fights going on here. Some teams might want to avoid it, get themselves some consistent points on the game. I think for Udo Alliance, IHC, BTR, consistent points will be absolutely essential for them going forward. They know that they're in a strong position right now in terms of point scoring.
You just got to keep rolling with it, right? That's the big part, man, is even though they've already done so much and looked pretty damn good into their previous games, these 5 games you have left to play out, all of them have to be successful. Even if you think you're safe, it's far better to keep it in your hands, play smart, play for those points over the course of things, and always keep yourself in the upper echelons, not giving it up to anyone else to decide your future for you, with how much is riding on this to get out of the survival stage, move into last chance, and be that stone's throw away from potentially booking your tickets towards the live finals. A lot on the line, and something that's definitely going to get everyone loud and excited, roaring away with the course of the game. A little bit slower here in terms of the fights that we're seeing, though. Eren Gao playing out as you'd expect. Freak, no need for that, discharging the gun.
Despop in the game. Love to see it. Obviously, 7-9 our last game. We're getting a little bit trounced there by BTR, who are very close once again. Seem to have a bit of a rivalry going on here, or at least, you know, a target on the back of 7-9's back here, been painted on by BTR earlier on today. Searching for him. You can see here the circle. Although we're in stage 2, it's quite large still. Stage 3, we're going to lock ourselves into one of these urban locations, because this still could head up towards Rozhok. I think Brute Force would love for that to happen. A strong position up here already, but it is definitely Pachinki. It's been a long time since we've seen a Pachinki finish, and this is going to be very, very hectic for some of these teams. FaZe, like you're saying earlier, strong position, great chance to get in. They might head over towards Church on that western side, play off the high ground there, but Liquid Galaxy, we know it's a team that a lot of times in the past, even a few years ago, were playing Pachinki quite consistently here. They're good at it.
Oh, man.
What is this?
Watching this going down, Blank. Just watching all 3 of the individuals driving by one another for everyone to then finally bombard their way in. Oh, it's grotesque. Forest, though, deforesting everyone as he chops through them, coming at them like a human hatchet there, chopping down and just slaughtering with the shotty from 3 teams in one compound to just 1 in a matter of seconds. DK Plus staying alive on that one as Forest has put the fear into Nasa. They're going to run away. Battle continues on, though, with a bit of a chase going down. That was gross, Blank.
That was really quite disgusting, and it was the fact that Nasa, D plus Kia all had the same idea at the same time to crash that compound that Team Queso were holding. Obviously, Forest comes away with one hell of a clutch over on that side, but still not the result that D plus Kia were looking for. Only 2 eliminations found off the back of it. It was Xenox on the outside to find themselves a little bit more. Inco out now after their unfortunate early engagement with IHC. They went down to 2 players and now found by Freak there with Squash. A bad feeling considering they've just hit themselves up towards 16th place. A safe position as it were at the end of the day, but we're not there yet. Still got a fair few more games to play before we fully decide who's in our last chance. Nasa is J7 on the top side. A veteran of the American esports, but see what he can get done.
Right now, just pot shots being exchanged from one another. NB Esports are here as well. Nasa are setting their focus towards them. A little bit timid, a little bit scared about what could be coming up from the bottom of the hill, though, as they know they're basically dead center between 2 squads and have to try and play smart about this, with even Udo Alliance pulling up to the party and thinking maybe there's a spare piece of cake, maybe there's a slice that they can steal and no one will notice. Sek with the early contact as well as Xenox is forced to fall further back. Fist Boys in position, just waiting for this one to kick off. And you can see they're trying to instigate it. MBEs with a nade, they're going to push a little bit further up. Hope that the arc on that is clean enough to deal some damage. Little tag, Blank, but no frag.
Yeah, little tag, and it felt like it could have been a lot more, but it's a good throw there coming through from Fistboy. tries to get it over the top there towards him. Circle heads hard towards that northern edge. So teams that were trying to confirm themselves over towards Pachinki feeling a little bit rough about it. In the meantime, FaZe is able to pick themselves up the compounds up towards that northern edge. And again, we've seen this before. We saw this yesterday. FaZe were able to get themselves a fantastic compound, but were unable to clean out the game. It's a big test for them. They had a great day yesterday. Mela was looking absolutely phenomenal, but the rest of the team needs to rise up around him.
Rising up from the depths, though, it seems like that is what Hyper are looking to try and do. Fighting their way through FaZe. They pick up the opening knock. A little bit more to be done. Jifan as well assaults with the DPS. And starts to bite down on the FaZe, forcing them to fall back towards the lower compounds. The hillside control for the duo completely gone. They've crumbled here, whereas Mormon and Mela at least are still alive. In a compound apiece down towards the road, you've got protection here from Mormon that can kind of provide overwatch, at least looking towards the hill and try and deal chip damage onto the players. First thing on the FaZe players that are already knocked. They're going to get those for free though, so just stealing the loot now with not too much of a response. FaZe's day is getting a lot harder here.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I feel like those two players were phased out over on that northern edge. They were really looking quite spaced. And in terms of the fact that, you know, you get a circle like this, heads up towards the northern side, you have one of the few good compounds in this area that you can play out for the rest of the game. You sort of understand that you need to hold on to that ridge side, right? Because life becomes very hard when a team can look down towards you. But at the same time, you could also just play safe, right? Send all 4 players in towards that compound, hold on the 3-story, hold over towards the 2 stories. But FaZe instead opted to leave 2 players above, and there was just no support coming through from the players in the compounds below. You lose 2 off the back of it. And again, like I said, we saw this yesterday. In the meantime, Stacer coming against MBE Sports. This has been brewing for a while here, Jackie.
Yeah, they've been wanting to kick this fight off for so long, and Nacer have been the one playing defensive. Instead now, though, they're aggressive, peering out through the smoke. Oh, it's like a horror game at the minute. Silent Hill level plays as they just keep peeking out and jump scaring everyone from MBE Sports one by one, securing a bag on those knocks. Sem9 as well thrown into the chaos as BTR show up and deliver. That is grotesque.
You love to see it as well. BTR are just making a name for themselves and also making a team like Sem9 absolutely hate them. This is cruelty. Udo Alliance, though, are in the wings, swinging around. 4 eliminations for them. Olio, after having such a fantastic day yesterday, seems to be continuing the trend here, up to 3 eliminations. Cluck hits the handbrake, swings around stylish, and will just roll back down the hill whilst he gathers information. The 2 Korean squads going up against one another. But Forest, he's coming through on that big news, but luckily it will be finished off there by Biddy, but not before he absolutely decimates at least 2 of them.
Oh, man.
They're out.
Short-lived victory, blank. BTR were just waiting. They were watching on that one, eagle-eyed, and then they striked, shutting them down after they finished off D+, so done a good job for the rest of the lobby.
You gotta love the fact that Nacer tried to get in this compound twice, and then immediately after they see the squad wipe that come through, oh, finally it's free. At least Xenox can get there. Mission accomplished. Feels bad, but, you know, at least he finally found the real estate that he was been trying to purchase for quite some time. It became available. Forest, though, able to pick up 2 eliminations off the back of that, with the immediate squad wipe coming in through not too shortly afterwards. So, honestly, I think the team can be very pleased with him. I mean, Forrest has been consistently such a strong player for DK. And honestly, that will take them up to, I think that's 43 points now off the back of this game. All basically just down to Forrest. Really big clutches. Almost felt like he was going to go for a 1v4 there as well.
At the minute, with how a lot of these squads are playing, it feels like that's a possibility. Ooh, everyone's really trying to give it the big one today, so clutch potential through the roof. Right now, though, it's all about the aggression on the compound here. FaZe. You might remember it was a little while ago when they got picked to pieces. Since then, they've just been looking to keep their noses clean. Here, it's aggravated as they're getting pushed up on. N-Hyper looking to try and crack down on FaZe. They get a tag off at least, but there's a third party on the scene as well. As Influence Rage, they smell the blood in the water, Blank. They know there's room to try and get stuck into this one. See if they can steal away a few of the elims. Low HP. Oh, this isn't going to end too well. You've taken so much damage, but at least you finished off the players that were alive on FaZe. It's not going to be very easy, though, for Hyper. Influence Rage looking to get the fight going as well, but this is up against IHC, so they take on the Mongolian side, and it's the shotguns that are delivering.
Little boy tries to finish things off here. Only one player left on very low HP. And who is it? None other than Alex. Instantly gets shut down, though. Kayovsky also takes a knock outside in the blue. So Influence Rage sort of struggling just a little bit. They were trying to keep things quiet, but IHG came through, stomping their feet, making a hell of a lot of noise. Udo Alliance still swinging around this top side, but BTR do not want to let them get any closer. Satar hitting through a ton of damage here, alongside with Superboy. Just all of your left remaining. Their big player on the squad. This looks like it should be on target, in fact. Immediately re-knocking Lepar, but at least they got him up. But Superboy's in the back and will slam him with the DBS and the M4. BTR, 7 eliminations, only losing Gemfos off the back of that, and they can continue into this match.
And Superboy, he's already playing for Info Blank. Oh, gets in behind the rock as well, just as he takes a burst of damage from that M4. DBS in his hands, so close range action could be happening. Meanwhile, we hone in on what's occurring in front of us here. Compound crash again as they start swinging on Rook. Normally, Rook have been good on the defense, but it seems like at the minute it's too much of a tall task. One by one, we're seeing Rook fall as they are eating those nades. And I tell you what, Blank, a grenade is not a well-balanced breakfast.
Mate, it's the Koopsonator once again coming through with the 3-piece on the nade. This is unbelievable stuff. Basically single-handedly taking down Rook outside of their compound. Enigma Galaxy have been playing out this game very consistently. Like I said before, you know, it's a team that knows this area of the map very, very well from playing it time and time again in the past. Koops finally starting to find its groove here in the survival stage, really raising the roof in terms of numbers over on Enigma Galaxy, up to 9 eliminations on this map. It is looking good for them. And with the 4 players they still have hold of, the cleanup crew's in.
It's way better as well, because for Enigma Galaxy, it feels like they're actually playing PUBG Mobile now, Blank, rather than some of the roaming and the rotating we were seeing before, right? Where they were just leaving themselves out in the open or kind of carelessly roaming into the fights they didn't need to take. Now it's a lot more definite. It's a lot more set from the get-go. They know what they want to do. They execute off the back of that plan, and they're hitting their shots today. That always helps.
Yeah, man, you know, they took out the CD, they blew on it, they gave it a quick rub with the old t-shirt, slipped that bad boy back in for day 2 and went for a full reset, and it looks like it's worked out really, really well for them. Koops is looking like a whole new man coming into this, much more akin to how we've seen him playing in the past alongside with the rest of his squad here. Everyone loves this compound, and Pusher moves in to try and take down the final player. Xenox goes for a pre-fire, and I think Pusher understands now there's a player within the building. The DPS doesn't strike out first, but trying to go for the confusion tactics. Playing on either side. This is not a semi-detached. Only one can own this one.
Oh, he wants to go for the molly, but it was a bait and switch. Goes back to the DBS and lands the uppercut. This compound has changed hands more than a set of bowling shoes, Blank. This is madness how many teams have wanted to own that compound. And this time it's Pusher that sets himself up.
It is insane, dude. You know, team after team roaming in, hitting it with the air freshener, and then another team comes in, takes it off their hand too. It is a very deadly compound down there on the southeast. Real cursed hours over in that side of the map. Over towards the western edge, though, you've got N-Hyper, Influence Rage, and Enigma Galaxy all still going strong here. Brute Force still in the game too. That's over on the eastern edge. They're a team that definitely needs to do well in this game, but it's N-Hyper. A lot of the eyes are on currently. 23rd place with 5 eliminations found on this map. This needs to be a big one for them. They've lost a player in the process, but Chicken Dinner almost certainly would be very much desired at this point in time, you know, to give them, take a lot of the pressure off, allowing them to play a little bit more loose in their coming games. But I don't know, man, with Enigma Galaxy looking how strong they are here, alongside with Influence Rage, just down towards your south side, Enhyper is a big task ahead of them here.
They really do. Tall order here, Blank. It's such an aggressive game as well. We've seen so many firefights, so many crashes, and this has actually been fantastic. I was thinking maybe teams would play a little bit more respectful today, be a bit more timid, right? Instead, it's kind of gone the other way. Everyone's just scrapping, game in, game out, knowing that they need those elims, and we're seeing big elims. Look at the way Enigma Galaxy have been able to play this. Look at them now, though, taking bullets potentially here, as they are looking to edge a little bit further forward. All four still alive. Some of the squads can't say the same, as they're down to at least 3 across Influence Rage. And the rest of the remaining teams, one of them being Enhyper, that here look to instigate the pickup versus Influence Rage. They're taking a ton of damage now. You're looking at about 5 HP between them, as those nades are just barreling onto them. They reply in kind, throwing some back over. And I don't know if that's going to connect on Enigma just yet.
Yeah, I think for Enigma Galaxy, they couldn't really let up there on the nade barrage, but great nade from Kioski certainly does slow down the team of Enigma Galaxy, and they just send it in here. Good shots, but not quite enough just yet. Enigma Galaxy down to 2, but there are shots coming through from the side, and Coops will finish off the final player. Now it's time for Enigma Galaxy to get these 2 players back up on their feet before Enhyper knew what hit them, and can start to move up towards their position on the map. Coops, though, holding behind the tree. He is the sentry here for the rest of the squad from the Galactic team themselves.
The Galactic Rangers controlling the space at the minute. Enhyper, what can they do? Can they upset the balance on this one? Hedging a little bit further forward, somewhat spread, so at least a well-placed nade won't be able to deal damage to the entire squad. Just assessing the overall land and getting a read onto this one. Didn't read that peak though, as they get wide swung on by the last man left standing for Brute Force, in a position to punish. Actually, he's got the rest of the boys there. I thought they were in a worse spot, but Brute Force actually have a bit of a viable position on this one to try and make a play out of it in terms of the final circle. If you look at the head count for the squad, not too bad. Taking the swing from the tree, hitting their shots, even assaulting onto Pusher and being able to finish him off, peppering bullets into the smoke spam that goes up as well. Maybe there's room for the brave. Brute Force could be forming a fist that could actually pack a pretty powerful punch on this game.
I mean, for Brute Force, they'd be really loving these points. I mean, coming off 3rd place with a couple of eliminations into a 1st on this map. Again, removing that pressure from yourself early in the day is so useful. It's something that you want to see happen for yourself. Brute Force, though, YDD comes out, spots some of the play from Enigma Galaxy, but I think with the way that Enigma Galaxy are currently playing right now, the kind of momentum that they've shifted into this game, it's likely them to be taking this chicken dinner away from both Enhyper and Brute Force unless something absolutely miraculous happens.
They're looking confident with the way they're playing it at the minute. For Enigma, what's the call? Oh, nade starting to detonate. Quite close. Response in. Koi, he gets slapped in the face. Shifan's down to his back as well. So Enhyper slowly losing their last legs, slowly falling into a position where they might not be able to clamber back up again. And that would leave us with a head-to-head, the 2 duos of Brute Force and Enigma. Ooh, there's the connection to finally finish them off then, so it seems like they will expire over the course of this one. Lord though, Blank, he's had his crown knocked off his head.
That was a great pickup from YDD. I think he understands exactly where Enigma Galaxy is currently playing. They had that player up towards that top side to prevent them from peeking over on the top. And I think Enigma Galaxy got a little bit too loose of it there. Ralph and Coops, though, they do pick up Lord. And now Ralph is going to be trying to hold down this angle. Enhyper, Koi slowly edges his way down. Currently playing alongside with the ghillie suit, keeping himself nice and protected, camouflaged away, which is not what you can say for Enigma Galaxy, who have been loud and proud in this match.
Koi. Oh, eats the nade. Fishing with dynamite. as they're able to get that one right on target, and this has instigated the final fight, knowing that at worst it's a guaranteed second place. So they start to put the pressure on, charging further forward. Coops takes a heavy hit, backs up, nice throw on it, good lift on the nade. We'll see if that one's able to decimate, because the bullets certainly are. Blank, they're losing their grip on this. Brute Force looking like maybe they've got brains to back up the Brawn.
Really nice nade though, and it will finish off Ralph at least, but he needs to hit those shots. At least Coops is there in the distance alongside with Freaks, able to pick up YDD. Another elimination comes through for Coops there. Now just pre-pod, last remaining from the first game, last remaining again here. What can he do versus these two players from Nigma Galaxy? Swings on the top side, but shut down by Freak. And Nigma Galaxy take themselves a massive chicken dinner with a huge amount of elimination points, which again just relieves that pressure for this team. Yesterday is just a drop in the ocean for them. It means nothing. Today is where they make their stand here, Jackie.
It's beautiful to see as well, Blank, because it's not about the bad things in life, right? It's not about what goes wrong. It's about how you react and adapt going forward. And that's what they've shown us. Even with the rough games they had, 6 of the 12 total, not really being anything for them. Today, it's a whole different story. A lot better to see him smiling as well, looking less deflated. That was one of the other things. And we saw them on the player cams yesterday, Blank. Didn't really look that lively. Today, it feels like, again, the mindset has changed and the results are changing because of it.
Yeah, Killer Coops is back in there as well. I mean, this guy is such a great addition to the team. I mean, Ralph, Lord, Freak been playing together for a very, very long time now. And I mean, they've had to make some significant adjustments from the past where, like, pretty much a lot of their points just came from placements. They played the heal off over in Sandhawk, but they have really rallied around Coops. And you're right, it's so nice to see them looking less deflated today, much happier with themselves. And I think that they've sort of locked in on the problems that we saw from them yesterday and really cleaned it all up. For Nigma Galaxy, this is the type of game that sort of sees you into last chance. For N-Hyper and Brute Force, though, really quite bad time for both of them to start stepping up in this match to come up against Nigma Galaxy, who are looking so fresh into this one, because you know that N-Hyper and Brute Force are just desperate for points at this point in time.
They're just trying to get something out of it. At the very least, it was a better game for them, but in reality, if you're going to be able to get enough points, you've got to do it consistently, time in, time out. And there's only one man I know that's consistently good looking. It's Jason Kaplan over on the desk.
I'm not gonna lie, I was very confused there if you're actually gonna say me or say someone else. You just keep toying with me, but look, they came out the good way this time. I'm so happy to hear that, Jackie. And as Blank was saying, Nigma Galaxy, the performance they put on in this match pretty much just secured them a place into the last chance kicking off tomorrow. A really well played out match for Nigma Galaxy, a ton of eliminations, securing the victory as well. They have to be very proud about this considering how they really went about their first 6 matches.
Yeah, this is, as you said, right, it's going to be the game that qualifies them into the last chance. And this fight in particular is seen on the replay. I would say a big mistake from Rook going for that fight, but it picks up more elimination for Nigma. And off the back of that, right, they are the only team that has to exit outside of Pachinki, which means no one's going to stop that rotation. You can make into that dip. We saw them play in the late game, which is just the strongest position by far in that kind of circle. And then you can just start blasting against your N-Hypers, your Brute Force, even the remaining player of Rook Esport trying to cross in the field. 26 points here. An absolute banger for them. And yeah, they're in the last chance. They can start scrimming now. Yeah.
But this is so dangerous, right, Colors? Because again, Brute Force, a team who needed to breach top 16, they get 15 points, and Hyper get 10 points. And you look at BTR, Influence, Rook, you do Alliance, like these teams are already qualified through pretty much, or most likely qualified through into the last chance. These teams are starting to make some moves here, in particular Brute Force.
Yeah, absolutely. And considering the move that Max was alluding to earlier with, it was Rook, of course, that crashed onto Nigma Galaxy, and then later they identified that they could have all transitioned probably towards that east side. That could have given Brute Force a little bit more of a run for their money, except, as Max says, Rook identifies that a little bit too late and makes the wrong choice to start things off. So for Brute Force, that's fortunate for them, but they've moved themselves up to 14th place here with that 15 points going their way. So very important, but as you mentioned earlier, Nigma Galaxy guaranteed now.
And Inco falling out of top 16. Again, they cannot just depend on that one match they had prior. They have to continue to perform here. But they are tied up. Obviously losing the tiebreaker when it comes to placement points here up against FaZe, but they still have a chance to continue through. D+, though, this is the team that's really worrying me. And I know, Kalaris, you're a huge fan of this team. They are getting ever so close to not having a chance. Obviously, Max, we saw Forrest kind of clutching things up there, but it really wasn't a win at the end of the day for them.
How many crates win that one house, by the way? I don't know.
That was great.
Just crashed it. That was massive. And he did get a few eliminations for his troubles in that position, but yeah, D+ got to be a little bit careful when they're split. They're making themselves very vulnerable on those kind of breaches. Though I do want to highlight Brute Force here, man. From last place, now up in the top 16 position. That is a massive comeback from them. Not getting contested too heavily, but they're just going for very smooth rotational paths and just making sure to avoid all the early skirmishes they can and just pick up some eliminations at the end. In particular, Prepod has been hitting 6 shots these matches. So, man, Rook are going to make it in, it seems. And it seemed like maybe Brute Force, the second African team, might qualify into Last Chance. That is a big surprise to me.
What you're saying, Jason, though, about D+, I'm not so worried about them just yet, but I am worried about Doksan, right? Like, which is another of the South Korean teams that I really like. South Korea, it's kind of cool. So I'm hoping that they're able to step it up a little bit, because really nothing has materialized for them at all. Even the second place that they got in their first day of gameplay was still only 3 eliminations. You need to be getting more from something like where you're able to capitalize off of like a podium finish, for example. You can't just go out with 3 elims and really not get anything happening in the other games. So yeah, South Korea's not doing so hot here. They do have other representation that we've already seen do great throughout this tournament, but I'm not too worried for D+ just yet.
You know who I am getting worried for, though? Alter Ego. 13th place,
they're gone.
44 points. Brute Force, 43. D+, 43. FaZe, 38. Inco, 38. Nbes, 34. Nazar, 34. Yeah, I don't think they're going to have a chance here unless somehow the top teams just start soaking up every single point possible.
The worry for Melise becomes even more compounded by the fact that all of these little teams are doing well to start off the day, right?
Yeah,
so them only, 2 points ahead of where Alter Ego was as well. You had a win as well as 11 limbs at the end of your last game, but it was a little bit too late potentially here considering how well these lower teams are doing.
No, they're done. I'm going a bit early on the limit, but there's only 2 matches in. You still have 4 matches remaining. Teams at the bottom are looking really, really hyper to get those eliminations, reach the late game every single match. I think Alter Ego are out. I think Melise are going to be out by the end of the day, so which opens up 2 extra slots for these bottom teams, which makes it even more competitive. So these 4 next matches are going to be really, really hard for these teams to deal with because there's going to be a lot of pressure on their shoulders.
I'm just hoping for that reverse Maxman curse where we start to see Influence pick up like 30 eliminations every match, or BTR doing so, and none of the bottom teams get anything. But we are going to head to a short break in just a moment, but not before reminding you guys about the Frost Festival. It's currently now live within PUBG Mobile. Make sure you guys pick up your device and you guys download the new updates so you can play with not only snowball mounds, not only snowmen, but also snowboards, everything cool related, because things are, well, because it's almost winter, or it is winter, I guess we could technically say. Not to mention we have the Popularity Annual Gala happening, the 2023 one. We have from the November 15th to December 19th, people can play in 10 1v1 to potentially earn themselves some exclusive rewards that they can show off to their friends, so make sure you guys check that out as well. Not to mention, while you're doing that, the Gandhi collaboration is now live in PUBG Mobile as well. You can pick yourself up the Imola or the Zonda R model, which Kalaris, I won't have you do the shout out this time about it and how much horsepower and brake power and torque it potentially has. It has enough to run people over. That's all you need to know in PUBG Mobile, and it makes you look fly as well. And beyond that, last but not least, you guys can pick up the new PMGC dance. It's the victory dance, and it can show off and root for your favorite teams here participating in PMGC. Maybe it's going to be D+, maybe they need your support as well. They need to channel that Spirit Bomb because they need to rise up in the rankings to look to be a little bit more secure as the day goes on. But we'll head to that break and we'll come back with our second Aaron Gill, third match overall in the day.
We are back in position for another explosive game here. They've been delivering today, Blank. They've been aggressive. They've had so many fights. And I think the carnage is not what I expected today. But it's cool to see so many teams playing with that confidence, playing with that level of lethality, really.
Yeah, I mean, it's been super interesting watching all these teams just absolutely get down with it, honestly. It's been fantastic to watch a lot of these squads towards the bottom just play their hearts out, really, to try and get as far up the leaderboard as possible. And I think that, you know, the guys in the nest were talking about this in the sense that, look, although some of these teams really did have a great run towards their end of the group green yesterday, I don't think they've done enough, especially with how quickly some of these teams towards the bottom of the lobby are rising. And again, it all comes down to that idea of there's a ballpark to be met for these teams now, right? For the teams towards the bottom, Malise and Alter Ego are just such a simple number to hit for them, right? 44 and 46, leapfrogging that. That's what most teams are aiming for. Yes, they'll probably have to go a little bit further on towards the end of the day when we start to see some of these teams leapfrog that and then set the new ballpark. But for now, they know that if they want to get in, they just need to leapfrog that. As we were saying, Nigma Galaxy off the back of that last game, 72 points. What a banger coming out from them. Up to 44 eliminations total. This is extremely good.
Extremely good, man. Extremely exciting. Fun to watch. I think that's kind of a lot of the buzzwords. Hardcore parkour, Blank. That's what we've been seeing the whole day. Especially that compound crash. That actually was kind of hardcore parkour. That was a weird one of consistently just gunning for it. But it's fun. It really is quite exciting considering the sort of games we've been getting. Survival stage has been delivering. Teams are playing with that level of confidence because they know what is riding on this, what's just around the corner if they can keep up these plays. Let's see what we get out of this then. We're going back into Erangel. Game 2 for Erangel. God, it feels like it's going quite quickly, Blank. First Erangel. Normally feels like it'd have a little bit more legs to it, but that was a bit of a quick one due to the sheer amount of fighting we've been seeing. Let's see what we get here.
Yeah, I mean, so many teams just trying to get things done early in the game. I mean, IHC have been popping off in terms of the hot drops. Look like they're going to go for something similar again over towards the western side of South George, surrounded by FaZe as well as Rookie Sports. Likely to be some pop-offs happening around that side of the map shortly. FaZe were wanting to do a little bit more, and again, that last game afforded them an opportunity to go for something, but just not quite able to make it happen. Once again, with a bit of an awkward 2-2 split they had going on, where they just got completely overwhelmed by N-Hyper's push, who ended up getting themselves a third place. Let's remember, that could have been somewhere that FaZe ended up themselves. They were able to hang on to those 4 players, so very, very unfortunate stuff for them. Still 38 points. They're right on the line now at the moment. Those 16th place at risk of dropping out towards that bottom 8, but hopefully they can rally, come back into this one looking a little bit stronger.
A little bit more buff. They've had the protein this morning and they are ready to pull no punches. DK Plus. It's been pretty fun watching some of the compound crashes they've been going for today as well. They've been very, very aggressive. Or when it feels like they see an opportunity to command some respect, to go in for a bit of a point swoop, they will stick to it. They've had some run-ins with their brothers in arms as well in Ducksound a few times today. It is quite fun, actually, how with this mix of the two groups, you get a pretty good nationality clash in terms of, you know, a lot of our regions doubling up and kind of having a bit of infighting, which results in some cool storylines, especially, I'd say, with the Brazilian region as well, with how much we've seen them going for strength to strength over the course of PMGC so far. It's cool to see that there is still viable runnings for both of these teams, with Inco wanting to try and get a little bit more as well. Obviously, a little bit lower down the standings at the minute compared to Influence Rage. Good, solid amount of points away from that one, but never easy to catch up. Just got to keep playing to the best of your abilities. BTR, bangers all day, looking pretty good again. Even into the last game, it felt like they were just so ready for the battle, you know, taking on multiple teams at once. Good decision-making from BTR today.
Yeah, very good decision making. I think I love some of the plays that they've been coming out with. They've been just consistently harassing some of the teams around them, making some good plans, I would say. I think they're one of the more intelligent looking teams, I would say, in the lobby, just in terms of their rotations, how they play it out. I think you see some of these other teams who are just absolutely blasting other squads out of the water with firepower alone. But I think BTR, although they're not exactly known for just having that absolute killer instinct in them, I do think that the moves that they're making, the plays that they're going for, some of these rotates is just leading more and more to success for this squad. And I think that can go a very, very long way. At the end of the day, this game is just a lot about the macro, about those rotations, about how you want to take a fight, the splits that you go for later on, the positions you end up. And I think BTR looks like a team that they're handling that quite well indeed. You talked about the regional clashes. You know, I think with the clashes happening as well, there's some camaraderie as well. It would be lovely to see 4 Brazilian teams through to PMGC. I mean, last year, Inco was able to make it in by the skin of their teeth in the last chance in 5th place. If we see this continue, again, it might be likely we see another day where Inco is able to just go for those central positions in last chance, pull themselves up a lot of points off the back of it. They've done it before. They could probably do it again. And we have 4 Brazilian squads through to the PMGC, which will be crazy.
It'll be really exciting, especially for the fans of the region as well. You know, it would definitely bring an awful lot of hype and give them a spectacle to behold, seeing just how far some of these Brazilian rosters can go, because they're looking undeniably like we have so much talent pound for pound there right now. I can't wait to see what they get up to the longer it goes on, with so many other high caliber squads from the region already waiting in the wings with Alpha 7 and Loops. So, a lot of potential firepower to come. For now, Influence Rage are thrown into a fight. Quick handbrake turn on that one to catch contact towards Sem9. Are they going to want to bite on this potential bait, fall in to what Depp wants here, them over? Doesn't seem like they really fancy their chances. Won't be reeled in to the fishing rod on this one.
Yeah, kind of pulled away at this point in time. Influence Rage realizes that they need to get a little bit further in here. We're getting a very eastern shift on the circle. Most teams really barreling themselves in towards this eastern side and cramming themselves as much as possible into a lot of the compounds in this area, which is fair enough. You know, this is a position you want to take early on. You don't want to head up too far over towards that western side and get cramped in, because you know there's going to be a lot of teams heading in from that west side where they're going to be stuck on those outer edges. So the further you can be in, the more you can manipulate that center of the circle anyway. Influence Rage do take a little bit of a knock here, though. Is quickly brought back up to speed. And they're going to be picking up over towards Heaven's side of things. Really trying to take control of this high ground early on. Nice to see from Influence Rage, a position that I'm assuming they'll be able to hang on to for quite some time. A little bit of a scout out, perhaps holding over towards the outer edges of Yasnaya Fields, just in case they have to move into there later. But we'll wait and see. We can speculate all we want about that team. Sometimes they just make some crazy maneuvers and it works out.
Works out far more than it doesn't. Honestly, it feels like those wild maneuvers are what kind of sets them apart a little bit and gives them a bit of that extra edge to play with. It's one of the few times today where it feels like Sem9 kind of haven't instantly been backhanded by someone from the opening drops as well. And one of the few games, interestingly enough, where, you know, we haven't really seen too much necessary aggression in the opening moments from IHC. First 2 games of the day, they were quick to the draw to look for initial picks, playing off the back of weakened drops, looking to try and contest. Here, a little bit smarter, a little bit slower. You know, you're rotating slowly in through Pachinki. You're going to have a bit of a backdoor potentially on some of the squads that are ahead of you. Zone's going to start to clamp on down as well. So we'll see just how badly this betrays some of our teams.
Yeah, because I think that these circles can be a little bit iffy here and there, especially with this one, which once again heads out over towards Lipovka. I think we saw this one on day 1, in fact, where it was a Mad Bulls victory at the end of things, where we saw Gladiators over towards inside the water itself, just playing on top of a rock. But this is very much a difficult circle to play in, you know, with the amount of water that's still in play, just purely with the way that the coast lines up. Does really create a lack of landmass, in which case you're going to see a lot of teams fighting off early, potentially teams heading back over towards Lipovka rather sooner than later. So we'll see what happens. I mean, Brute Force over towards this northern side, I think so far they've been having a pretty good day, you know, up to 43 points. I'd be happy to see Brute Force continue on that push towards some more of these points today, because although they haven't had these massive strikeout games so far, they're consistently getting themselves in towards at least that top 3, and they know more than anyone that they needed points at the start of the day, being in 24th place as we saw it.
It's good that some of our squads that were further down have actually really had that little bit of extra oomph today, realizing that if you're so far down a pack, you've got to get things done quickly being the key word here before you do Alliance. Oh, they tried to close the distance, looking for the attack, but Coops, the young gun, looks to assault with the DBS and blows them away one after another. Ice cold in his veins, Blank. That's a cleanup.
Ah, it's fantastic stuff from Coops there. He even tried to get in the vehicle, did Iftar, to try and clean up versus one of the players there on Enigma Galaxy, Nasa. That's just a straight execution of Cluck there, honestly. Another fight. BTR coming in versus Enigma Galaxy. Didn't expect this one. I thought it all died down. And once again, Coops has to hold the line.
Oh boy, oh boy. No easy ones. No calm moments here, it seems, as everyone is just swinging into the fight. It's like a metronome with how back and forth it's been. Another connection across BTR with 2 players knocked, looking to hold from the angles they've got. MB Esports a little bit further back as well. They've been hearing all this and they want to line up the nades. That one was almost right on the money as Mondo dashes a follow-up, hoping that the second will be able to inflict the necessary damage, wiping half HP off of him. Tries to go for the getaway, but he's connected onto, and they're going to shut them down. So BTR looking to make a quick buck on the points, instead give up everything on the second Erangel.
Yeah, I mean, for BTR, they attempt to get back in towards that little shack there. Like you said, go for a third party. But I think that's one of the more questionable plays we've seen from BTR so far. I think when you see this circle, you realize there's going to be a huge amount of teams in this area. You can't really afford to be going for those third parties. You've sort of got to leave Sleeping Dogs, let Sleeping Dogs lie in this situation. So for BTR, maybe it was a case of just trying to play a little bit more quietly on this south side, but eventually they would have to push in anyway. It's a difficult decision to make. It's a very, very difficult decision to make, but I don't think that that was the right one in the moment, or at least not the best execution of it. Team Queso, zooming on past, they lost Big Milo earlier on, which is always a big dent to the old morale.
You need Big Milo, man. He could be the difference maker at times, and his name is fun to say as well. Nasa, though, here, looking to do something fun with the guns as they start to obliterate and clear out inside of the building. Buckshot after buckshot, they obliterate the Brazilian team in Inco quite cleanly there, actually. So Nasa looking good to get some extra points, Blank, because that is now their 6th elimination of the game this far.
I think as well, it plays into a big part of the storyline, which is a case of Inco can't just rely on that big game on Sandhawk to give themselves the points they need. And that's twice in a row that they've gone down with very little points, basically 0-0 on this match, definitely. 38 points down to 18th place now as more and more teams start to rise up above them. MB Esports only 1 point behind with the 3 eliminations they've currently found. They're looking for a little bit more over towards IHC as they zoom on past. Fist Boy comes up against Yol. A lot of damage taken, but no knock there, and that feels really bad. Tries to finish it up with a Molotov. The little bit of spread there will be good enough to get him back up on his feet, and Yol immediately takes him down. Very nice plays.
Big moves. You got to maintain this. You've got to see what else could be done. IHC collapsing down a hill and looking to attack the man on the getaway mission. Barely getting out of there. Leaving some marks on the ground as he burns the rubber, getting back onto the road and trying to find a pathway towards his teammate. Quick pit stop to grab him, and that duo can now look to just clear the gap, make distance between themselves and IHC, and hopefully find somewhere to rest, as you have just had to fight through hell and back on that one.
Yeah, for MB Esports, down to just 3 players now. 3 eliminations on the side of Mondo so far. Duxan off the distance, pretty open to a bit of a spray there. More crates on the floor, a little bit of a resupply perhaps here for MB Esports after there was just absolute carnage in this location of the map. It's nice to see Influence Rage as well, currently in their position on that northern side. You can see them there. And almost a little bit of respect to the Mad Bulls because it's the exact position that they took on their win from this map. Influence Rage, that respect coming through, or potentially they just think it's a good spot. Which it is now.
Oh, yeah. Now it's just gone up in price even more. Like DJ Khaled, the price has gone up and they're going to be holding it. All right, then. Who dares to defy the current rulers of this city? We will find out. Moves coming in. So rotate start to adjust. Sem9 could be in the path to potentially detect that one and have a bit of a fight versus N-Hyper. They're also bypassing the one man that's been lurking in the trees, but it's brute force previously coming hot off the back of a good game that looked to assault somewhat. Couple bullets into the vehicles. They're going to head straight on over towards Nasa. And now you're all on top of one another. Nasa ready for the contact as well. Uh-oh, this is all going a little bit wrong now. Damage being done. Nasa starting to get the pickups. N-Hyper crumbling under the pressure. FS not really in a spot to help his teammates. And they know where he is, Blank. Easy damage done from the distance. Firsting onto the down players. Oh, someone else comes into the mix. They're not giving up on this one, as now NBEs are here.
MB Esports coming hot and fast, and it's J7 with the DBS once again to hold it down, lock down the fort here. Drops a little bit of a bandage at him. I think he meant to drop the Molotov. That should burn him out. Here's a bit of bandies for the burns you're about to take from this Molly. Will get the hit on it. I'm not sure if he'll take him down afterwards. Spec comes in from the side as well. Nakaze is allowed to heal. FS coming in with the nades, looking to try and capitalize off the back of this one, but immediately shut down. Sit down, lad. You're not part of this fight.
What on earth? Akaze there, blessed with the bandage. It was meant to be the grenade, Blank. It was meant to be the Molotov to burn him away. Came in slightly too late. He survives with a trickle of HP, but that's all he needed. Star, though, he's got the power of Maxman on his side with a Bison in his hands, looking for the contact, throws the Molotov, ignites the pathway in, so at least it's not an easy push through the one choke point. Has to worry about both of these entryways. Smoke's on either side right now. But you can see how paranoid Star is. He knows he's going to be tested.
He's going to need some star power if he wants to actually finish out this engagement between them and MB Esports. Feel bad for Nasa in a way. They keep getting themselves into these horrible conundrums when it comes to the constant crashes or them crashing onto compounds, followed up very shortly by another team. That look just is drawing very thin for them at the moment. But what a great play from J7 into a bit of a whiff, like you said. It felt like a friendly unit on the other side. Have this bandage. There you go. Oh,
quick, let me heal you.
No. I meant Molotov.
My bad. The difference it could have made as well. Like, it was a really smart heads-up play, dashing a Molotov onto him. It's just those micro adjustments. Oh, in a game like PUBG Mobile makes all the difference. A split second there can cost you your life, and that's one that's going to haunt them.
I actually haven't cleared the shack yet, and Ralph is just sitting inside, desperately trying to keep quiet off the back of this one. Here comes the clear now, though, and Ralph is looking the wrong way, still keeping himself tucked in, and they don't know.
They have no idea about
this. They do
this.
now.
IHC.
They must do.
Ooh, they thought he might have seen him on the jump spot.
Wow.
Tries to go for it, Blank. A sliver of health. Oh, that's pitiful. That's such a shame.
That is very, very sad indeed. I mean, Ralph, he knew the jig was up as soon as the jump spot came through. Had to jump out, only had the Bison in hand, which just isn't really good enough for you in that situation. Duxam, over on the top side, we're observing this fight between Nasa as well as MB Esports, and we may as well say N-Hyper as well, who, honestly, that push from them, I'll be frank with you, Jackie, I hated it. It was It felt like you can crash onto that spot if you have a general idea where the players are. If you have a general idea if you want to go further, maybe take the backsides of the warehouse in that situation. The only reason MBE Sports crashes onto this one so marvelously is because they see the massive engagement. Like, we need to take advantage of that confusion if we want to have ourselves at least a little bit of a slice of the pie here in Lipovka.
You got to know the percentage of the risk you're running. And obviously the percentage play there for MBEs was a little bit higher, a little bit more achievable of a goal. Especially when you get bandages thrown at your face, it makes your life a little bit simpler. For Duxan, they've been trying to keep their noses clean into this one. They've had a few backstab opportunities and have farmed themselves 4 eliminations to this point. So not too bad in terms of the eliminations, but you've got to be thinking about the longevity of the game and wanting to double or potentially even triple this if you're going to start to accrue enough points to lift yourself up from the depths of 21st place. So a lot more that needs to be done for Duxan. IHC have been doing bits relatively consistently. They've actually looked pretty damn good today in the way that they've been playing, and this kind of represents that as well. Confident enough to focus on the buddy system, go for the 2-duo setup so you can play the 2-2 split and work off one another. Alex wants to join the pack though, goes for the quick drive in, team knock onto IHC, so this will just be a raw setup from the three-pronged players as they are in position to defend themselves. Nades are raining in though, and you can't protect from those. So much damage done onto Demo. He's weak blank, and Junie will knock him.
Junie's happy to pick up the points on this one. I mean, you talk about Duxan, the favorability of how they're going to go into this game. I really like the way they've done this because they leave Junie behind. They know equally, just as much as anyone, that they need points desperately. They're currently in 21st place, so leave Junie behind. They notice there's a massive amount of commotion going on this side of the map. Junie pickers up some points. The 3 other players, and Zipian, Binny, as well as Hoxie, are going to move forward into the proper and try and get themselves placements and eliminations on that side. So it's one of those game plans where it's like, we're not likely to get ourselves a chicken dinner off the back of this, but we can rack up some big elimination points and hopefully, maybe, we get ourselves like a 2nd or a 3rd place, because it was Duxan to be able to take away 2nd place in that last time we came exactly on this circle. So it very much feels like deja vu just a little bit for Group Red. Duxan now, still looking on this one with DK plus over towards that northern edge, Jackie. Taking some pot shots over towards Sem 9.
Oh, mate. It's looking worrying blank on some of these setups, man. And just how much landmass has been shaved off as well. Oh, it's rough. Talking of shaving, there's the bullet. Delivering a close shave as that one will shut down another man. Rook at least in a relatively comfortable position for the meantime. Something that cannot be said for Sem 9. This is worst case Ontario, just trapped behind the burned of cars in a position where you're going to start taking damage, but they want to deal some as well. Blue starts to push them in blank. This should be where they expire.
Yeah, for Sem 9, it was only a matter of time, especially with this circle, like cresting that ridge side. Realistically, we saw how Gladiators played it. They had to push down towards the south if they wanted to make anything happen. But with IHC, MBE Sports, as well as the rest of the team, all just chilling there in the meantime, that is just such a difficult push. This was an amazing little play coming through from Duxan. With Junie over towards that southern side, I thought he was basically lost in the sauce as soon as the circle came in, but they kept hold of a boat. They boated it back into the mix with the rest of the team, so they had a game plan. Maybe I was wrong in terms of the way they were playing this out, looking for more and more eliminations and then maybe not looking for that chicken dinner, but great little maneuver there coming through from Duxan to keep all 4 players still in the game. And MBE Sports, they're going to make a mad dash in, but it will be Zipian to pick that one up, but Akaze keeps on moving.
He's been so good at getting his head down and staying alive in positions where he should have gone out so long ago. So, Kazi, just how much longer Can he survive? Or how much more annoying can he be? Alex taking damage here. Exchange of nades. Akazi wanting to drop the smokes. Nades are rolling in on top of his head. Half HP left on him. Has one of his own to reply back towards Duxan. Pretty good arc on it, but not going to be enough to find a heavy hit. Looked like it did tag onto Juni though and leave him relatively low. There's the re-peek onto Alex, who thought he finally had a window of opportunity to make the dash. Instead, he's knocked. IHC losing numbers now. Backstab onto this could mean everything though, Blank. Basically a 1v2 compound clear that's got to happen. Breaks the door for the audio queue. He's tucked into the corner with a DBS. You're going to have a teammate to work off as well. This is going to be so hard to clear. And as he goes running into the doorway, he eats the buckshot and IHC are gone.
Pavi Botra holding down there, but Zjol got way further into that engagement than I thought he would have done. Again, just the resilience coming from IHC in these games, just a terrifying prospect for a lot of these other squads because they look voracious, rabid for points at the moment. Almost unstoppable at some times, but finally they're put down. And we're back into stage 7, closing it up just a little bit with the 2 Korean squads over on that eastern side, playing on the edge of the coastal arena. Influence Rage towards that center edge right now. They've not done too much, but sort of have secured themselves one of the best positions in the lobby now, Jackie.
Man, we've just seen so many plays from this position. Last time it was Gladiators that had the blessing of giving the coastline a good run for the money. But man, these final fights are so scrappy. When we get circles like this, it's so uncomfortable. You know, it's like the neighborhood of nastiness. Everyone has a compound. Everyone's got buildings to play off. But you have to just try and pick your way through the teams. It gets scrappier and scrappier as more and more squads are forced to fight one another. If you expose yourself towards the coastal side as well, you're just going to take so much damage. Even here, Rook are trying to test the waters of aggressing towards Influence Rage. But you can see, you get the first knock, sure, but you've already taken a fair amount of damage. And if you peek up, you expose yourself. There'll be the opening in the windows where coastline-wise you're exposed. You're going to start getting shot at from other squads as well. It's all about the nades at the minute, though, as these bad boys are blowing away Influence Rage. They are going to be raging about this.
There's some great nades coming through here from Rook, honestly. Keeping him in check, bouncing it off the windows, so the flashbang bounces and explodes just outside the door, just keeping this team under wraps. Just Kayovsky as well as Law remaining. And Influence Rage looked like they had a really good shout into this game, but Rook has sort of sent that one blowing out of the water. D plus Kia as well as Duxan over on that southern and eastern edge. Not really finding too much value from these positions so far. That we saw yesterday, a lot of these teams taking up these positions were just constantly peppering squads through the windows and out. And realistically here, with Duxan only finding 4 eliminations and DK only with 3, it's not been too valuable for either of these teams. So both of them will be looking for themselves a second or a third place, or even hopefully at the end of it, a first.
It's one of those games where it feels like it really could go either way, honestly. Just depends on how well you play it here in a spot like this. DK still holding on to the trump card that is their position, but for how long are you going to have the benefit of this? Are you going to be able to find the push out and will the zone work in their favor? You've got a little bit of a move up from Queso as they start to advance at least somewhat. Pappy's looking for high ground so he can peek out and get a read on it. Duxan with a nade lineup wants to bank it off the window. Oh, that could have been picture perfect actually. Has a Molotov to try again for the second arc, at least putting a little bit of pressure on and some free heating to boot. But this isn't going to spread far enough.
He is in real danger. I'm surprised he's remained alive. I mean, his hair was burnt off just slightly on the forearms. How close that one got. But Duxan absolutely obliterating DK right now. Blasting with bullets galore. DK got a little bit too close, and those were the eliminations that I was looking for earlier on. That'll take Duxan up to 7. Much needed points for them, where it felt like it was going to be a very lackluster ending for this team. Finally, they show themselves. Juni up to 4 eliminations. Fantastic player on the squad there, holding up close and personal. Next circle will pop very shortly. And it will force teams like Duxan to move further inwards.
Duxan there, being the squad to take away that potential power position. Pressure being applied back onto them though. Rook, been looking pretty mean on this one, Blank. Been doing a good job of defending the compound, but still playing proactive, still playing for picks. They peek up on top of the red roof, attacking down onto Duxan and moving one man out of the lobby, making it a little bit harder for them now in the final fight. Giving a quick head count, you've got Influence Rage with 2 players alive, Quaso same there with 2 up, and Duxan now with a triple threat. Rook are the only ones that have a full squad still in position. And keep in mind, they were the team that bullied Influence Rage to even be in the position they're now in. They cleaned house with the nades they were using, and it still seems like there's some utility for them to get the work done with. Bit of a nade thrown out from Hoxie here from the roof, hoping for more, but not quite enough.
Yeah, realistically now with Duxan 5 nades, pretty much equaling Rooks here. They want to be very careful with how they're using them. They have to be super valuable in the approach. Luckily for Rook, they have building after building to clamber up on top of. So far, Default has been absolutely phenomenal for this squad. Another spray out over towards Papi Potro. Gets behind the wall for just a second. Nade's been sent over towards Duxan. Tries to cause damage as he makes his approach inwards. But a beautiful Molotov once again stolen by Default. This guy is on an absolute tear this game, Jackie.
This is madness. Default the destroyer right now. As nade after nade, he blows them away with the M4. He is absolutely slaughtering, and his DBS is even armed as he will pop off with the close quarters engagement. Hoxie replies back, sick of the shenanigans that Default has been running, and leaves us in the final fight. Then Rook versus Duxan.
That was an aggressive clamber there coming through from Hoxie. Could have been absolutely marvelous. There is a res coming through, but a lovely nade from Zipian will take down Default now. We're going a little bit further. Eugene extremely low. Duxan desperately need these points in this game. Great molly round the side. They cannot handle the utility, Jackie. And Rami's got to come out soon. Zipian is just taking them apart with these nades. The shrapnel sticking out of Rook. And it will be Duxan that swims to safety, bobbles in with a nade, and takes themselves a big chicken dinner on this map.
Oh my, Duxan saying Anahasayo to the chicken dinner as they will be happy to grab that one. A big pickup, Blank. A game where, you know, the moments of madness we saw from them were really clean. The fight they took towards the coastline to actually take away a power position from D+, the way they played it in the final fight versus Rook as well, that's huge. Especially when you add the caveat of how on fire Default was looking. Man was actually playing a masterclass, Blank, and they were able to at least stop him and go on to pick up the chicken dinner. So they deserve the win on that one. Big game.
Root just gets too big for the damn boot, honestly. At that end game, they go really balls to the wall at the end there, just taking shots and fights after fight. And honestly, let's put it this way, Default did a ridiculous amount of work for that team. Really, really well. But I think they just took things a little bit too quickly at their end there. Allowed the real threat in Duxan to get close enough to deal with them. Regardless, Rook racks themselves up a huge amount of eliminations. But I think there was one crucial moment in that game for Duxan, in the sense that, like, you saw them try to take that fight with Team Queso. Hoxie decides, you know what, I'm going to hang on to my utility. I'm going to leave this for the late game. And they're really quiet with it. Barring their big fight with DK, they really held on to so much utility, all for that ending moment. And by God, was that utility useful.
It really was. It gave them the extra leg up that they needed into some of those encounters, and it goes to show just how influential it is to have those nades to play with and have a smart idea about how you want to use them. Someone that's always smart, though, it's Maxman. So let's get back over to the desk, as he'll be making an appearance there alongside Kalaris and Jason Kaplan.
Yes! I'll take it. I just jumped
Shut
up,
up, Max.
Oh, okay.
Come on, Max, you're the smart one. You should know how to...
Oh, okay. Okay. What a cool game. We had an Ivovka. Yes. No, really well played here coming out from Duxan, and especially the double Molotov play coming out from Zipyan to secure himself that win against the entirety of Rook. Like, come on. Like, that's just the best play of the tournament for me. So well executed.
Yeah, you're apparently smart, but that was smart. Zipyan, the zone is the nade into the position. I mean, they had the middle of the circle anyway, so they were kind of just playing for that, forcing Rook into a very uncomfortable position. But Rook, regardless, they were absolutely blasting. Default especially, Spider-Man on top of those roofs, shooting at everything, doing a lot for his team here. That might have secured them a spot, man.
I was thinking more Punisher because I don't think Spider-Man actually shoots. I think that's kind of against he doesn't kill people, but Punisher doesn't really care about that.
It's a universe.
Maybe okay. All right, all art stuff. Obviously, yeah, fantastic job by Default. As we've been saying for I think a while now, that easily the best player on the squad and definitely a star player of the region as well. But we have to give some credit to Team Queso. 10 points. They were a team in desperate need of every single point they could possibly get. So this helps them move up the leaderboards just a bit here. And Nazar, I mean, what can we say about them? That was a rough compound to hold with an Hyper rocket up, with the NB Sports rocket up as well. It was punishing.
Ooh. The NBs are just like, oh, you guys are struggling to breach. How about we just throw some meds over to you? Just literally throwing meds over the wall to them to try and pick it up. Yeah, over 1,000 damage here for Default playing on those roofs. And really, roofs is such a good advantage in these kind of positions, right, Kalias, where you can just get some easy abuse of the third-person perspective, get some extra information, and making it especially very easy to hit those nades, hit those Molotovs on key spots to slow down rotations on players like from Influence Rage, more specifically. But, man, still, I gotta say, that double molly play of Zipyan was just insane.
Alter Ego, 16th place.
Oh.
Mezexis, why do I keep saying Mezexis? Melise gotta be in 14th place. I mean, Mezexis would probably love to be here. 46 and 44 respectively. This is, I mean, okay, let's just kind of hint to this right now. Prestigious Gladiators. There's technically a world where they could be dropped out of top 16.
Yes, so we were theorizing it whilst this game was going on. And I mean, even just before we got into this game, we were kind of theorizing it as well, right? Because all of these teams towards the bottom keep actually sponging up the points. It's not the Influence Rages, the BTRs that are being able to get all these points on the board. It's all the teams below where we're seeing Procedure as well, just being able to jump up time and time again. I don't know why I said it that way, but I mean, it's ultimately very, very scary here for Procedure. There is a world, and thus, because Gladiators is only 2 points ahead of them, technically them as well, if enough teams do well, where they don't make it. And I would not have said that at the start of this.
Yeah, I expect Alliance to overtake their position. I expect that Brute Force has been able to get consistent placement points too. I'm telling you, from how we have been seeing the bottom of the leaderboards shifting these last few matches, there's a really big chance that at least one of the two teams might go out. Both of them could also, but it's... Man, I did not expect Gladiators to maybe be in a tough spot because they looked so safe at the start of the day, but really those bottom teams understood we need to bring our best game possible heading into today, and there's going to be some big upsets at the end of today. I can already see it coming.
It's so rough to be Inco as well, because that first match they had, they were able to propel themselves forward to 16th place, but they fallen back down to 21st. Like, this is tough. You get one good game in, but one's not going to be enough to secure a spot here. Nazar, obviously, with their 8 eliminations, they're still in 17th place. They're still holding on at the moment as they did move up in the leaderboards. But I don't really know what to say down towards the bottom. It's really anyone's game, and I don't think any of us can properly predict right now which teams will be knocked out and which teams will make it through.
2 days is just very severe, right? Like, to the point where you are going to have these fluctuating results. You have got to put your best foot forward almost straight away in the days that you have allocated to you. So yeah, it's going to be volatile and it's going to be close by the end of the day.
Okay, well, volatility, we'll see if it's going to continue to happen here as we head into our final Erangel of the survival stage. Jackie and Blink, take it away.
Thanks, Jason. Last Erangel then. Hopefully, this one should follow suit and be a bit of a banger. They've all been somewhat unpredictable, Blank, and very different flavors. It feels like we've kind of had like a taster session of Erangel games in the survival stage today.
I'd say over the last match, it's been very unpredictable. Yeah, to be fair, that last match was sort of unpredictable towards the end. The circle wasn't, considering we saw it yesterday. It literally was just the same circle 2 days in a row. Really odd. But back into it once again, over towards our angle for the final time before I hit up our 2 last Miramars to decide everything coming through here. You can tell there's a little bit of nerves coming through for some of these teams making their way towards that top side of the lobby. A little bit difficult for a couple of these squads. I don't think that, look, realistically, it is time to start pumping those points again. For NASA, there's been some extremely aggressive plays from this squad. It's been working out somewhat. I mean, they've been getting points on board right now. From Sem9, on the other hand, Sem9 are really struggling. And I think that all comes down to BTR completely battering them earlier on today. And I think, you know what, maybe that's even a targeted approach from BTR, considering that Sem9 drops in very similar locations to them across the map. Getting rid of them would be fairly nice for BTR coming in towards that last chance. Last thing I'll talk about, Jackie, before I shut up for a little while, is Malice Esports and Alter Ego.
Okay.
Alter Ego 16th place, Malice Esports 14th. I don't think that they're going to be making it through to the last chance, unfortunately, unless things go horribly, horribly wrong for a lot of these teams underneath.
It's always the worrying part, man. You know, it's why we said how important it is to decide your own fate for yourself, right? Get as many points as you physically can. Have as many good games as you physically can. Because the difference of having one bad game when you're sat here today, just watching the other 2 groups play against each other, you know, knowing, oh, we might lose out on a spot with a difference of 1.5 points, something that could have been achievable. It just kind of leaves your heart in your mouth, you know. It's a gut-wrenching feeling, never something you want to leave up to another team, so it's a shame. But the thing is, Blank, not everyone can make it. Competitive format here, you know, one of the brightest sparks, the biggest events of the year. So much riding on this, the chance to have that title and that prize pool in your back pocket when all is said and done. Making it to the live finals is a tall order, and only the cream of the crop can make it there. That's why in these next 3 games, if you're going to show up, if you're going to find those chicken dinners, get some extra points, now's the time to do it. Last Erangel for the day. After this, it's Miramar Madness. 2 final games, and then we will know what the last results are. Which teams are going to make it out of survival stage into last chance, and who will have their story at PMGC 2023 ended in the next few games. Let's get into our last Erangel then, Blank. Plain path on screen as the drops are coming in.
Very, very kind here. Pretty nice arc on this bad boy, at least straight line in this case, but we'll be heading straight down from Kameshki to Ferry Pier, so one of the best playing paths I would say in the game for most teams, right? It gives you that ability to get to wherever you want to go on the map, with it slightly leaning either towards the left or the right hand side. So I think for a lot of these teams, quite pleased with this one. We'll give them a very, very good chance in their last Erangel of the day. I think we have to reiterate that point and really hammer it home, because this is the last time to get, I would say, some of the most reliable points that you'll find in PMGC survival stage. Miramar gets a little bit hectic sometimes with the circles. Sometimes you get placed in absolutely unplayable terrain where your rotation, no matter what you do, is gonna be rough to play out, and you need to have that gun skill behind you to pull it off. And there's just not a lot of feeder teams left in PMGC anymore. It's a case of everyone is very, very strong. So coming up against a team and trying to just bash your way through brick wall after brick wall isn't as possible anymore. You know, the sledgehammers just aren't in play.
Some sledgehammers definitely still are. But most of them have been dulled. Most of them aren't hitting hard enough to, like you say, just play with that level of aggression. Here, though, it's Alex that assaults from the rooftop. AK Play hits onto the first man and gets a knock. They hop straight in the car and want to go and confirm this one. They want to make sure that they convert this knock into some juicy, juicy points, as it will mean so much at a time like this. The rest of FaZe have bailed out. Oh, give him a second. Let him line it up.
Oh, dear me. This is cruel. Doesn't even waste the knife on him.
No, I know, man.
I mean, for FaZe, this is not great news whatsoever. This is a fair few times in a row right now where they have just been losing players, squad mates at the start of the game. And I think for FaZe, again, as I said, last reliable way to reach those points. I don't know if FaZe is going to be able to make it, right? With teams underneath them looking like they're very, very much trying to push for that 16th position. I know that, you know, those spots are open to overtake over Malice Esports and Alter Ego, but the way that Team Queso has been playing, the way with MBE has been playing as well, these two teams I feel like could really start to make a bit of a run out towards our last 3 matches of the day. And FaZe has just been making quite a few mistakes here, Jackie, which I've not been a massive fan of.
Yeah, FaZe have had some very unlucky runnings on top of the misplays that we've seen from them, which I think have, you know, just kind of all congealed together to result in some more disappointing games for them today, compared to having a little bit of excitement to it, having some real firepower into the first 6 games we had seen yesterday. Not as clean, nowhere near as nice for them. Influence Rage have been maintaining the pace that we've seen, though, almost breaking over that 100-point cap at the minute and pushing themselves a little bit further up. In terms of the overall standings for that as well, with the 2 teams that are above them that you're not seeing right now, that's DX Xavier with 100 points and the Mad Balls with 104 points just further ahead. So clearing that and taking the guaranteed top spot for them does seem like it will just be a formality over the course of the next few games with how many points they already have. So they're going to be content. BTR looking good as well. Few misplays into the last game in terms of outstaying their welcome potentially, but definitely going from strength to strength. And I think, you know, one of the bigger facelifts we've seen really has been Nigma Galaxy blank, especially from those first 6 games we had to where they are now. It feels like a whole different team. And I was hoping they'd impress us because during regulation with the group stage, they had some big games. They had some great form back to back on a few of the days running. And, you know, we just didn't see that. We didn't see that at all over the first few games. Whereas now they actually look like a well-oiled machine again. They're looking like a far more drilled squad.
Yeah, 5th place right now, 74 points. It looks great. It looks really, really good. I'm super pleased with how things have worked out for them. Some of our Korean teams right now, 49-48. Very similar performance. You know, I don't know if this is intentional or not. I don't think it is, but it's sort of interesting to see these 2 teams go hand in hand. Again, Korean squads usually do take a while to adapt and perform very, very well over long format tournaments. That's where they tend to really blast out the most. And it's where they sort of need to improve as we move further and further into this tournament ruling of just quite quick formats, quite little sprints that we have going on in the survival stage and last chance, even in the group stage of league stage as well, where you just have 3 days to mark your position towards that top 3 to get the direct invite. But right now, I do think they're great teams, and Duxan just showed us one of the best plays coming out from survival stage so far versus Rook Esports on a 3v4. It was such a well-designed play from them, from the Molotovs to the nades to just the overwhelming force where they locked them in. They move forward at the right time as well. We're starting to see these incredible moments start to pour through from the survival stage as teams really try and lock in their position towards the last chance.
It's one of those exciting moments, right? Because you kind of take the best elements of everything. Not only do you have the land buff for some teams that thrive on the big stage in this environment where they know, we have to give it the extra 10%, guys. We've got to really be zoned in and try and find ourselves in a flow state. These are the stage games that matter. These are the ones you look back on when you're thinking about your career later on down the line in PUBG Mobile. And then you add in the fact as well, you know that your chance of even continuing in a tournament and making it just a stone's throw away from those live finals results on how well you play over the course of these handful of games. You've got to go even higher. You've got to go even further. Give it that 25% and really have that big buff. Everyone needs to step up on a squad right now. You can't have that 1-star player. Definitely have to pass the baton a little bit more liberally between all 4 of the members. And some squads have taken that in their side. Some of them have really displayed that. Others, not as much. Definitely struggling. Some of them, you can see the pressure really has put a dampener on things. But it's cool to see at least the continuation for Udo Alliance in a way that it felt like they were a little bit slow to the burn, weren't quite really picking up the results we would have wanted quickly enough. Whereas the longer it's gone on, they've been able to maintain a bit of consistency in 11th place at the minute with 57 points. Not too bad at all. You're going to be happy with that at least. And you've still got more room to breathe. You could push yourself a bit further.
Looking at the circle now, where we're centering up, again, sort of feels like reminiscent of our first angle of the day here. We went over towards Pachinki side, FaZe playing the exact same spot as before, but this time suffering on that knock-and flush that came through earlier on in the game. And they'll be forced to play as a three-man in this situation. But we move further down towards that southwest side, not really centering up over towards Pachinki at all. So Team Queso get themselves a nice position on that southern edge. Rook get themselves to push into the circle too, because I think that when you encompass at least this bridge side gives you a lot of time to think about rotating across. Right now it's only really Ducksand in that location, but Rook knows that time is not on their side, so they need to just move now, unless they wanted to just wait the circle out until around about zone 4 and then push in when no one's really looking this direction. In the meantime, it's Nigma Galaxy coming against some of the firepower of these other squads. Influence Rage flying past them. Federal knocked out of the vehicle, but a great spray down over towards Freak will knock him actually in the end. Didn't think that final bullet would go through, but it does.
A lot of infighting going on as well. It's not just a one-off scrap, it's a bit of commotion across the entire battleground. A fight for the forest here as Duckstan are trying to stay alive. Meanwhile, down inside the buildings, you can see there is a bit of close quarters engagement going on. NBE struggling under the pressure here. Akaze tries to go for the quick getaway on the top floor. Almost hit the bullet on the pre-fire towards the stairwell. It's the nade that decimates him though. Follow-up thrown in towards Gen 4's as he's going to go for the quick adjustment. Oh, mate, this is a fight that's going to leave no victors blank. With how many players have already been knocked for either side, looking to get out of this one cleanly is not going to be an easy task.
Not at all. MB Esports keep themselves and their nose clean. It's BTR really struggling here now, trying to remain alive. I mean, for BTR, currently in 4th place, they're fairly safe here, but more points, always good for them. Sem9 also towards this northeastern edge, really desperate for these points at this point in time. 23 points total, 23rd place in the standings with 32 points overall. BTR looking to finish off the final players from MBE. It's a decent nade, but it bounces off.
Well, hello. IHC, they're doing good today in terms of knowing what fights they can fully commit to. When they need to calm it down a little bit. This is one where it seems like confidence is at an all-time high as they try and close the gap. Coops playing for keeps, goes for the stutter step and looks to try and hit the shots. Nice re-peek into Alex, but not quick enough on the draw. So Coops, the young gun, goes down as he's shut off by Alex. And the rest of the team is just running. They want to get out of here. Meanwhile, MBEs are still fighting inside of the building. Shotties galore as all of the barrels are going off and everyone's taking damage. But it's the side of BTR that are starting to crumble now, looking like maybe they've let this one slip blank. MBEs could maintain control here as they've actually got time to reset as well. Whereas you're just facing, you know, 1 or 2 players that remains alive now for BTR. Hello? And Sem9 have coming to join the party.
I mean, for Sem9, this would be a lovely bit of revenge over towards BTR, who have harried them all game. Luckily, BTR is able to get 3 players back up on their feet somehow, some way. But Sem9 is just lobbing in the Molotovs, heating up the fire. Lapar goes down to the burning foot, and it will be 90 Dep now moving in with himself, a nade in hand. Looks to toss it on towards that top side. Takes out Mondo, potentially hits him for a very hard amount of damage, but BTR backs things up, waits for the end game. Another nade goes through, but won't find its target. 90 Dep just expending utility here, and Mondo feels fairly safe. Not anymore.
Oh, throws a grenade right at his big toe and hopes that he will stand there And eat that bad boy. Mondo, there he goes. It's off the back of Tam as he'll line that one up through the outside window and blow him away. Fight isn't over though, as you third partied, and that means you've still got to clean up against BTR. BTR that's down to a dynamic duo. Good with the nades for the opening on the engagement though, as that one's going to wipe down Depp instantly. Response back is so clinical. It's nade city blank. All of the elims are off the back of these explosives.
And we talked about how, you know, it would be nice for Sem9 to get a little bit of retribution. Gemforce even denies the point as well. Gets naded out by his teammate. Kenny, we're looking for a little bit more. But Mikiao goes down and Gemforce is going crazy with it. And a blind spray into the smoke there with the DBS will finally shut him down. But Sem9 found that a lot more difficult than I think they expected it to be.
Look at all the vultures in the other squads that were lurking as well, Blank, just circling around the outside. You do Alliance just watching that one from a distance thinking, all right, when can we come in and pick up the pieces? Right?
Our turn now?
Yeah, when do we get to swoop down? But they've actually gone for the rotate round the back. It seems like they've realized that NASA were actually setting up for this. They go for the backstab onto NASA. Ooh, okay. This could be sick, Blank. You've got so many squads that are right on top of each other, and Sem9 want to move as well. They want to actually just get stuck into the fight after getting that first knock. So Kenny plays for the info, going for the quick roam up. IHC still here, still looking for a piece of the pie as well. What on earth is going on?
I mean, this is a lot of hate coming through towards Sem9, and they're doing a fairly decent job of holding these teams back at arm's length. But to be honest with you, it's kind of surprising. We can even see it here, the amount of teams that are actually towards that central arena of the map. There are so many on this northeastern side, all trying to hold each other out. Udo Alliance, Sem9, IHC, Nacer, as well as Ducksam in a difficult spot. And what a horrid circle here on our final angle. I said it was reliable points. I take it back. I put it away in the backpack there because I have lied to you all. I have lied to you terribly.
Oh boy. Oh dear, Blank. Sem9. I'm surprised they've been able to survive through so many of these awkward encounters and keep the team in a good position. You do Alliance, though. They've been playing a very slow, methodical, just lurking and looking for a high percentage opportunity before they dive into a compound or run the risk of even really going for a trap card play. They thought they saw their opportunity inside of the forest. Instead, they've kept their cards close to their chest and are still holding for this fight to be instigated from someone else. Let another squad make the first mistake. Brute Force seem to be pitching as well as they're going in versus Zen Hyper. And able to pick up a couple of pieces here and there. IHC close in the forest. Going to be assaulted now as Mikhail's close. He looks for the peek out through the car. Kenny supports from way back. Depsy grenades as well. It's getting a bit risky now, Blank. This is when the other teams that are hearing all the gunshots are going to be thinking about the third party potential.
Mate, Alex has no clue where Tam was shooting from. Finally finds his number. And IHC hanging on at the moment versus Sem9, who have tried to get the beat on him. Mikiao tries to move away in the vehicle. Some great team shots coming through. Won't finish him off in the time being. Kenny as well off in the distance. And it will now only be one final player of Sem9 to make it through. It's so unlikely that Kenny will get much further. Tam gets knocked out off in the distance. Demo creeping back towards Alex now.
Oh, spamming across Kenny. He's going to go down as the headshot will hit. It's YHC surviving in their awkward encounter towards the forest. Meanwhile, Udo Alliance, they've got a scrap. They've got a clash up close and personal. NASA trying to fight back IHC as well. And Godless, how is he alive, Blank? Man's on a sliver of HP. It's tiny. A speck of dust there for the health bar. But he does back off and stays in the fight.
Alex brings Demo in the vehicle. He's battered and bruised, knocked as well, but drops him out. We'll go for the res here, and IHC continue onwards. I mean, you can say one thing about this team is that they are resilient, right? Very much able to hold on in some of the most brutal of scenarios. TK Plus down towards the south side, just outside Lighthouse at the moment, but definitely not in it. They've crashed upon the rocks here. The light was not on when they came to port. Obviously, this circle is not a good one. There is so little landmass to play in it. No one's going to be playing down towards the southeast edge in Sosnovka. Lighthouse, a big old focus point for Rook at the moment. You've got Team Queso holding over towards the western side compound and the gas station that sits just towards that north side, which no team has sort of claimed just yet.
So many squads,
yeah.
man. Yeah, it's rough with just how close they are. And if you can't find your way through the opposition quickly, it's going to get so much harder. Zone shift is rough as well. Feels like Rook are the only ones that really come out on top with the coin flip, and even then it's still going to be awkward for them in terms of so much pressure that's going to be applied onto them from the other squads that want to take away the map geometry they actually have here. Nades from Udo Alliance, spelunking in reverse up the hill, looking to try and climb their way up. Star eats a big connection from the nade. Meanwhile, IHC are going in, clearing out. They found the South Korean squad and they want to attack for control of the compound. Junie and Co have nades pulled. Godless, similar mindset. Remember, this man survived with barely any HP. Now he's trying to kick off another fight, but IHC do lose an opening man as Alex is dropped, and they've got good positions to peek from. Duxan can keep on applying damage here.
Duxan coming off the back of confidence of that last match on Orango, holding on right now versus so many different teams, all in the same area, playing around yellows here over towards that south side. Zipian tosses a nade over the top, spots the players from Nassau, just sprinting around the sides. Yol goes down, and Duxan just looks like a different kind of beast now.
This isn't a duck. This is an absolute behemoth with how they're playing. Ooh, getting their wings clipped now, though. Shot coming back in as Godless tries to stay alive for IHC's hopes and dreams. M9 as well, even getting stuck into the mix with the last man, the solo dolo, dealing a bit of damage. Quick getaway for Godless as he goes full James Bond blank. Takes the car into the water.
Tumbles it in. Not a hover car though for the time being. Will hit down towards the depths of the Mariana Trench there. And there he'll stay for quite some time, you'd imagine. Rook from the Lighthouse. Such great visibility for this squad over towards a lot of different teams. And with the circle panning the way it does, they just have a lot of protection going forward here. You got DK underneath, but it is Duxan to be taking a lot of damage here. Will lose another in Hoxie. He did so much good work for the team before, and now they just have to send it over open ground into rocky terrain. They miss the jump into the water, have to give it another go and hope they don't get sprayed out as they tumble in. It's not quite good enough.
No, it's shallow water, Blank. They've beached themselves. Oh, this is not what you want. They're trapped on the sand.
Junie. Just swing the wheel, my brother.
That's so rough, bud. The second attempt to get into the water, and even then you hit the shallow bank and eat bullets. They're gone. Absolutely wiped away. Look at the moves from Mela, man. How's he doing it so quickly? Stutter stepping left and right. Finally falls to Rook.
It just feels like a desperation from so many squads. Fair play to Mela, man. The fact that he was getting in like that is crazy.
Man, this is absolutely outrageous at the minute. Okay, zone's going to move. For so much more water, though, still to contend with. You're restricted in terms of the actual landmass you're going to have to play with. Inco as well, you've got the blessing of the fact you're already inside of the big deep blue. You're set up in there to make it uncomfortable to actually have a full squad wipe against you and have bridge control to play with. You've still got a little bit of the Lighthouse in the zone as well. So there's something to be said there for Rook. Rook have been hitting their shots, so that's always going to help. But this is looking so rough, Blank. These circles have been unforgiving today.
Yeah, absolutely horrible. Honestly, just disgusting to play around with. It's been very, very difficult for so many squads. Prepod over there from Brute Force doing his best to try and get his way into the circle, but he'll just be edging along the beachfront, pretending to be a crab at this rate, because that's the best he can do. Hopefully has a hard shell on him as well, because getting out from this situation is requiring him to weather a lot of bullets on the entrance inwards. Team Queso, strong spot still held by them, up towards a little bit of high high ground with the rooftops available to them. Inco sort of blessed from their position where they came in from that eastern side of Sosnovka, swung in from the coastal edge, and it's kept the bridge in for such a long time. They basically haven't had to do anything in this match, which is very fortunate for them, considering that they've got to jump up quite a few placements in this game if they want to set themselves up for a good chance to get in towards that top 16 at the end of the day today. This has been one of the most cruel games to other teams and one of the most fortunate teams to Inco.
Just so many miraculous things inside of this game that have made it pan out the way it has. U2 Alliance sharing the territory here. They formed an alliance, it seems, with D+, at least for now. If you expose yourself, if you make yourself visible, I think that alliance will very quickly start to crumble, and you got to worry about the fact it's some sort of reverse fireworks show, Blank. They're just throwing the grenades down at them, and they're detonating right on their heads. It will finish off U2 Alliance first, as they're now out of the equation. D+ stuck in the same spot as well. The only blessing is they're starting to run out of nades, Blank.
Yeah, Rook just ripping away points from these teams underneath. They want to go as far as they can into this match. It looked like it was fairly on target. Mikiel so low HP, and Pusher will find him off the back of that one. The nade took him down so low. But Mikiel able to get those final couple of bullets in to do the rest of the job. Then Abeche over towards this side from Inco. Vitali still towards the bridge end of things, actually. And Inco desperately want to win this game. Regardless of what happens, they will get somewhat of a decent placement point, I would imagine, here, with Squash holding on the bridge itself. Brute Force, though, able to actually move themselves up towards that northern side to start facing off against Team Queso, which the circle most likely in this next one will push them further down towards that south side. So you've got to respect the plays coming through from Brute Force here, able to get themselves in a position where they might just be able to do well in this game.
Inco finally getting an opportunity to put the bridge control to good use, as well as they spam shots onto the players lurking in the water and finally finish off D+. New zone acquired, though, and even more land gets stripped away from our competitors here. The battleground getting smaller and smaller, and with so many squads inhabiting it, it's not going to be easy. You're going to have to fight for that room to breathe, fight for some sort of control of the map now here. And Inco, they're looking pretty confident with how they've been playing it. Haven't overly been tested by Rook, though, because they've got the angles to keep themselves safe. Rook still blessed in the sense that they can hold on to their high ground position for a little bit longer, and that might just be enough to get them into a spot to shut this one down. They've had 7 eliminations in the game so far. They're looking pretty damn mean with how they're playing it, and they're going to want to take it all the way to the bank and secure the finish. Squash, meanwhile, looking for the lurker in Rami, playing under the bridge, and the nade is absolutely spot on. That is beautiful.
Yeah, that's banging there from Squash there. I think that just comes out from the fact that he has a little bit of an inkling of whether he'll be playing Team Queso, though. It's Arta coming up against Brute Force. Again, Arta on the case, looking forward towards these teams. Papi Potro, last one left alive, but it's Vitali to finish up the job over towards Brute Force, and Team Queso should now be able to get all 3 players back up, but no! Vitali threads a couple of bullets with a Mini 14 and puts Team Queso to rest.
Okay, here we go. This is what they've been waiting for. Inco, the battle of the bridge has been going their way, and even finding countless opportunities to third party and first onto knocked players. They are adding to that total tally of points. They've also got the edge of shutting down one of the key players from Rook with that fantastic use of the nade, blowing him out of the server and leaving them down to a 3-team setup here. Just Pusher, Default, and Eugene up against the full squad of Inco, Blank, and this high ground that's worked wonders for them won't exist for too much longer.
For Inco, they've got so much control now as well, and Farouk, like you say, coming down off from the lighthouse puts them in a very bad situation. They'd have to get some clear knocks to start things off here versus Inco. 1 nade left remaining here for Rafa and a Molotov, but overall, Inco's supplies are looking pretty healthy. Default, though, moves up makes it to the bridge. Gonna try and snake his way through, get something done off the back of this one. If Default can find at least a good nade over to one of these players. But once again, it's Squash with a killer grenade from the top side. Default dropped everything, tried to keep himself minimalistic and hidden. It doesn't matter though, because Squash has got the X-ray vision in this game apparently.
Squash, more like swish, as that's the noise he's making every time he throws out these nades. Countless 3-pointers, Blank. It's been so good from him. I don't know how he's so calculated, but the trigonometry from this man is perfection. Every time he lines up a nade, you know it is going to be an absolute banger. And that's an impact frag player that he takes down with it as well. Default today has looked unbelievable. His gun skill's been through the roof. His mechanics have been on point. So the fact you take him out, you remove that chance of a potential upset clutch from Rook massively. You've left them down to just a duo now, Blank. Chances of this one being an upset are slim to none. Inco are licking their lips at the idea of the chicken dinner now.
For Squash, basically done it single-handedly from this position underneath the bridge. He has been so influential on this map. Inco with 4 players, then Abeche wants a little bit of the money too, sends a nade over the top here.
Oh, it's close. It looks scary. The Tracer showing you it whizzing right on by. The bullets, though, are hitting. Play zone coming on in, and with the tag that was already inflicted onto Eugene, the zone was enough to finish him. Pusher will be getting pushed away as he goes down, giving up the chicken dinner to Inco.
Double chicken dinners on the day for Inco. We said that one wasn't enough, so they gave us 2. For Inco, this is much needed points, but sort of gifted as well to them here at the end of the day. But again, you've got to look at the way that Squash played out that game, and I think that you could sort of give him the credit for just nailing each and every one of his nades that he sent through. Some great vision. Even I think the team looks a little bit confused with how on point his nades were there, but it takes them through, gets themselves a chicken dinner. This is going to be so massive for them in their long run.
Well, that is the thing as well, especially, over the course of the tournament, Black, we've seen just how much of a blessing it is if a team has got some fantastic grenadiers on their side. If you're hitting those big nades, if you're being able to come across for the double nade perfectly, it just sets you so far apart from the other squads. So the fact that Squash is able to land 2 blinders all off the skin of his own back, perfect damage dealt on him, you got to give him props for that. Nade usage on screen as well. A lot of roaming for Inco. You can see with the miles traveled only really being bested there by the side of Brute Force. But wow, that's a big game for him, Blank. And honestly, towards the end, I'm kind of glad they just played smart. They didn't get stuck into the game until they absolutely had forcing the issue.
I mean, the start on Sosnovka, right, was quite amusing because they must have rotated up towards the eastern bridge. The circle was for like to themselves, this is a horrid circle. Let's re-rotate back here. In the meantime, we're going to rotate on over back to the desk with Mr. Jason Kaplan, Maxman, and the Kalaris.
That seemed like an hyper-rotate right there, to be honest, Blank. But as we did see, Inco closing out the game yet again. Their second chicken dinner on the day. And going into this match, they were in 21st place. Where they've ended up after, well, that will be left to be determined when we get to our overalls. But again, a much-needed game to make them feel so much safer and have a little bit of wiggle room if they have a bad Final 2 match.
Yeah, and the point gap at the bottom here, Jason, is so small. One good game like that, you can jump up significantly high and be safe in top 16. So, Inco, glad to see him get a win like that. But Rook here, man, again, we're seeing so many good games from Rook, able to reach the late game stage. Default's been doing fantastic. Rami's got some amazing nades, especially from that spot, because they read the lobby so well, right? Mad Balls don't play this location. They're not in this lobby. We're just going to full send it on to Lighthouse and just survive into a podium position and get a second place. So, man, Rook really trying to reach now a podium position at the end. I'm loving it.
Are you calling them an ALT here, Max?
No, it's no, not an Avenger level threat. No, okay. But they're good. They're good. I like them. It's cool.
They're good. Team Queso as well, though. Kalaris obviously getting 12 points. Brute Force getting another 9. Again, teams who desperately need these points have been able to do so consistently today.
Yeah, these teams at the bottom zooming up the leaderboard like a Zonda are really fast here up towards the top, and it's impressive to see. I do think when we get to the overall leaderboards, though, that our theorized procedure and gladiators potentially being under threat, I think by the end of the day, I think they'll be 15th and 16th. That's my prediction here as we take a look at it.
Yeah, it's getting close. You can see 9th place and 10th place respectively for those two teams, but two teams who unfortunately will have to just watch from home and not have a chance in the last chance stage. It's going to be Melise and Alter Ego.
They just got that WhatsApp message, guys. Your plane is tomorrow morning at 2 a.m. You're going back. We knew they were going to slip, right? But that's just again showing how competitive it is at the bottom of the rankings here, and we can still see some big upsets like teams such as FaZe, NB Esports, Sen9 could also catch up. Got some decent elims for Sen9 because that gap is so small that anyone can really make it up there. Even South Korea here, I know Polaris have slipped a little bit that previous game, so they could also lose 2 teams after this.
No, they'll be cool. They'll be cool.
Okay.
It's getting close, though. I mean, if you're obviously talking about procedures in there and gladiators, you still have UDO Alliance as well, just right around the 60-point mark. So they're still not safe whatsoever. But it is getting tough here for everyone. And obviously, as we're about to head into our mirror matches, I got to remind you guys once again about the Infinix GT10 Pro, official smartphone here at PMGC. You guys can check it out. It was born for professional esports players, and you guys can pick one up and dominate the lobbies. Not to mention, you can head over to TikTok and check out everything's behind the scenes, some clips and some videos being uploaded for you guys. Just make sure you look for the tag PMGC 2023. I'm really putting production on this few here, so I'm going to keep shouting through these ones. We have the Frost Festival as well happening. You guys can pick up the game and download it and play in the new update. Oh, he's catch up. He's keeping with me on this one. And glide down a slope with a snowboard, hide behind a snowball mound, the size of Max Ben's head, and potentially turn people into snowmen.
It is big.
I mean, Jackie said you were big-brained, the smartest one on the desk.
It's a compound, Jason. That's how big it is. It's huge. It's pachinki.
Defend it on all sides, yeah.
Unbreachable.
Oh, man. Okay. All right. Well, beyond that, we do have the popular annual gala happening for 2023 from November 15th to December 19th. You guys can participate in 10 1v1 matches and potentially earn yourself some exclusive rewards you can show off to your friends, to your family, to your teammates. But also, you still have other things to show off, like the new Pagani, the collaboration with PUBG Mobile, which hopefully you guys have been able to pick up for yourselves, the Amola and Zonda R models, and you can show them off. Maybe not be able to get one in real life, but at least you can get one in the game. And then when you win your matches, something I don't do too often of, you can show off your new victory dance as well while supporting your favorite PMGC teams. We are going to head to a short break where we get things ready to go for... What are you doing, Kalar? Are you dancing?
Dancing. Yep.
I mean, to be fair, that's probably what I would do in the club. Okay, Max, man. Let's head to a break. Let's get him off screen. It's going to be Miramar come up next, back-to-back. We'll see you in a few. We saw FaZe Clan there looking a little bit upset, a little bit sad, and honestly they should be. Their hopes of getting through to the last chance tournament are slowly falling by the wayside, and to be fair, even if they do qualify at the moment, they still have a lot of work to put in just overnight to be able to get top 5 and potentially be one of our finalist teams in our Grand Finals, kicking off over in December. But Jen, we are back. We didn't get to talk too much about that last match, but honestly, Inco kind of setting themselves up for success if we want to hop back to it before we hop into our game.
Yeah, I love especially the way they were playing Nineveh here down on the beach side and having 3 players over onto the top of that bridge, able to get himself multiple angles during that match and making sure that teams, especially coming from the west, like N-Hyper, Brute Force, Team Kesso could not really have a chance to compete in that game, so just having those 2 positions, those 2 angles were really important. And it's really weird though, you can compare it to Mad Balls, that they're all being consistent, 1 win, 2 bad games, 1 win. We just need to see more consistency to be safer.
Well, you know what, Kalaris and Max, we got to see your dance moves, but it's time to head over to our best dancers on the show of Jackie and Blink to take us into our first Miramar.
There's not much real estate in terms of the screen space, so I thought I'd go for something like this. I hope that was enough, Jason. I hope that pleases you, because I know the viewers at home probably hated it. But it doesn't matter, Blank, because the games are what they love, and these games have been delivering.
They have. That last game was insanity. Circle was disgusting. It was just rude, realistically, at the end of the day. But it gave Inco a great chance at a chicken dinner. They don't mess it up. They don't fluff it. They understand that that was one of their best opportunities to grab themselves a big chicken dinner. And Squash takes fate into his own arms in that sense, where he's just lobbing those nades across and getting some killer nade shots from it. So I think coming into this Miramar now, as the lads on the desk exclaimed, we do have Malise and Alter Ego leaving us. They're confirmed not to be going. Maxman was quite cruel, talking about flights being WhatsApp through. I mean, come on, man. They only just lost, dude. Come on.
Give them a second. Give them a minute. Oh, mate. It's painful, they Blank, but it's kind of the way it is, man. It's a competitive format for a reason, right? It wouldn't be the most prestigious event of the year if anyone was just making it through to the finals. If anyone could walk in, it'd be like a bouncer, Blank, that doesn't check ID, instead just looks to see if he likes the color of the shirt you're wearing. It's very silly. It's not a good system.
Are those Nikes? Get out.
You're not coming in.
It's unacceptable behavior from you. But
are you Max, man? Come on in.
We got 2 different bouncers here. We're gonna flip the coin to allow the Max man into the club here. But into the survival stage in the last chance club, we have 16 teams to be decided on just yet. We have esports who have honestly been doing fantastically well. Despite losing out on 2 angles now, they still got themselves second place in both, really playing very well off the back of some strong positions, which we know they're good at taking earlier on. But penultimate match here of the entirety of the survival stage as we head in towards Miramar, the dusty deserts here in front of us, and we'll see once all that does who exactly will be in that bottom 8.
It's going to be painful, man. It is going to be a rough state of affairs for our teams that don't make it through. But some of them have to. Some of them got to get themselves into the upper echelons and soldier forward into tomorrow and the preceding day, where we'll have that last chance, those last few moments of madness to decide which teams move on out of it. So this is really where it is all do and die for a couple squads. Little bit of a shift, little bit of potential still remaining in terms of some of the placements for these teams. So accruing an extra couple points here today can be a big one. So we need some large finishes for some of our squads further down the pack here on the back-to-back Miramars. And I do wonder what sort of form we're going to be seeing as well. Seems like fighting is going to be part of that, as FaZe, who really have been hit with the unlucky stick, Blank. You know, they look completely different to what we saw when they came out swinging initially into last chance, well, survival stage rather. They were looking a lot better. The longer it's gone on, it's just felt fragmented. You know, it feels like they really are always leaving themselves susceptible to these attacks, and they give quite a free opening elim on this one. You know, for nothing really. FaZe just drop far apart, and a man gets spotted instantly.
Yeah, and I mean, at this point in time where we are heading these last two matches, 20th, 21st, 22nd, 23rd, it looks terrifying. And Hyper have just been really struggling to get any points on the board, despite trying to live towards those end points of the game. Even on that last match, just swimming in the water for an extended period of time. Even Mella on that last game with a right good jiggle over towards on that top side, trying to get in towards the water himself. It's just not happening for these squads so far. For FaZe, I do think that the days are numbered, or at least the matches are numbered. Just 2 left to play now for themselves, and already moving into this Miramar in the first couple of seconds with 3 players. Inco feeling much more secure now. 12th place, 55 points. Happy days for them. We do have that spread of teams towards the top, differentiating themselves from everyone else with Enigma Galaxy, BTR, IHC really doing well today to get themselves in. You Alliance really haven't accumulated a lot of points on the day, I don't believe. I think started the day around 59, if I'm not mistaken. So it's only really 1 point that they've found the entirety of those 4 matches that have just gone by. But still, that first day was enough. But we do have that question in mind, because I think the guys on the list were talking about at the start of the day in the sense that the 2 games that they did very well on, the games where the circle really did play into their favor. Inco's on our screen at the moment. Squash, as we said, the right arm of God on this guy, honestly, Jackie.
Yeah.
Incredible nade plays from him. Enigma Galaxy off in the distance. Another team that I'd honestly like to see go out with another bang here at the end of the day. Maybe get some more points towards the top side of the tables.
You'd hope so. You'd hope so, because it's definitely looked a lot better from them, at least with getting more momentum into the games today. You know, it was really quite rough when we saw them initially. Felt like they were limping through a lot of their games, or just making misplays more so than anything. You know, that was kind of the big focal point that we were looking at, is how many times they made a mistake that could have been avoided. Today, it's been a lot cleaner. Seems like the heads are screwed on more, and they've been performing well, especially on the Erangel. So will that translate into the Miramars, or will things be a little bit more wobbly around the knees? We'll see. It is an interesting point you raise as well with You Alliance as well, because you're right in the sense, you know, that they did win those games, sure, but like you say, there was a lot of setup in external factors in terms of the zone, the way some other teams played around it as well to kind of feed into them. Outside of that, in the raw head-to-heads, in the raw games from the opening moments towards the finish, it's still not looked exactly picture perfect. But hey, I mean, however you gain those points, however it goes, you're just going to be happy you're getting them. So if they're at least able to keep themselves afloat and stay out of the danger zone, I think that's all they're going to be thinking about right now. I don't think it'll be as easy as that, though, when we get into the next 2 days. Definitely is going to be a harder task. So you're really going to want to make sure if there is any jitters, you get those out now and start to look towards the future. Nasa as well, man. Some of the crashes we've seen from today, Blank, have been interesting, because it feels like in terms of confidence in their own gun skill today and sort of, you know, sticking to a game plan from the minute they decide it, it's a lot better. But things working out for them, or the absolute most miraculous collection of events occurring whenever they decide to crash onto a compound, seem to be a given. It feels like if they go in for something, you go, D+ turn up, and then everyone else just turns up with it, and you have about 6 teams in a compound and everyone loses. It's been a weird kind of vibe they've been hit with today. They're being chased uphill here. So Nasa, at least with the spread they've got, you've got the early warning of knowing that D+ are coming. So you can back off, you can peace out. You Alliance are close by as well.
Yeah, over towards south side of Los Leones at the moment. I mean, a lot of teams kind of spreading out towards that south side of Chumacera as well, where you do have those rocky outcrops, so you can kind of play in here for the time being. Enigma Galaxy off in the distance, though, are taking shots over towards Nasa, and they're sending some backwards. And again, you're right, this team does keep getting sandwiched between a lot of different squads. And right now, D+ Kia coming up behind them. And with Enigma Galaxy in front, they sort of need to make a send to the side whilst they locate a bit of a better position to find themselves in. Enigma Galaxy picking themselves up a bit of high ground, potentially playing around this region, around this warehouse, will work out for them in the future. But realistically, it is that stage 2 that we're waiting for, where it is a massive shrink on the circle. defines a lot going forward for a lot of these teams as well. So right now, get as much loot on as possible, as many nades as possible. I think a lot of teams will be looking for that 5.56 ammo as well, because you know that in that late game, when you do huddle up in towards one of those compounds, you're likely going to be expending bullets that you're not getting back anytime soon.
Having all the extra bells and whistles on Miramar does go a very long way. And we've seen that as well, especially proven true with the utility usage we've had today. You know, not too much defensive, really. The smokes haven't been throwaways, but there hasn't been anything too crazy in terms of the defensive utility usage. It's been a lot more focused on the offensive. The way that nades have been used today, especially, have been really clean for the squads that we have in the lobby at the minute for last chance. Survival stage even. I'm going to keep doing that because I'm already thinking towards where we're ending up with this. Looking at the rotates coming in here, though. Everyone's starting to get themselves closer towards the zone. Rook are going to want a gun for dead center pretty early. They've been doing a great job of finding themselves inside of the zone, setting up in a compound and playing defensive. That's where they are a level above their usual selves. Talking of being above here, though, it's a bit more literal, as Freak and Co are right on top of the hill and they're looking down towards DK. They spotted out D+, they know where they are, and now they're going to start the rock on down. Utility in the pockets for them as well, so you've got nades you could throw in if you want to deal the chip damage. Instead, it's just Lord bursting off a few bullets on his own.
I think for DK here, it's a bit of a stressful experience because you have to leave, right, at some point. You want to get out from these foothills. You want to head up towards that northern side. You talked about Rook, and he is really fortunate on the circle moving up towards this north side that Rook does get a fairly good entrance towards what could be a central position in the circle. Over towards this western side of Los Leones, a lot of open ground, but a lot of the compounds too to be playing in. It's just slightly awkward on this south side where you've got to now clear a lot of that high ground terrain, which then slopes downwards. Just awkward valleys to cross through. Enigma Galaxy realize they've got a very strong position to now hold out DK. Any team that they can really crunch down on the south side will make their approach towards the circle later on much easier. So I think for Enigma Galaxy, it's not a bad idea whatsoever to go for this play right now. Ralph does take a bit of a shot here. DK, no pushovers in their own rights, but the question is, when does Enigma Galaxy decide that long enough is long enough?
We'll find out. We'll see how quickly they decide to move away from this one, as movement is occurring on screens. MB Esports starting to at least adjust somewhat. Team Queso as well. Been looking a little bit more aggressive into the later games of today. I think we're realizing their days are numbered if they don't start to really pull the finger out, play a little bit more aggressive into some of these encounters. So they've been trying to farm the elims a bit more, going for slightly more risky maneuvers. Inco have been on a bit of a tear as well. And they're sandwiched here at the minute, down towards the roadside with a little bit of cover to work with, each of them with a building to play off of, so no easy lineups for the rest of the squads. Squads that are key, though, around here, probably BTR and Influence Rage, as they like to instigate a lot of these fights. And with how many squads are in close proximity, if they go in, start kicking off a bit of a scrap, that's when you're going to see everyone else weighing up if they want to get involved into it or not. And look how much damage has been done here to DK in terms of the confidence. They've got to go for a wide rotate through the blues. They don't like their chances of driving through the actual map right now. Inco, though, take the fight from the players driving in more directly. Vehicles down the gulch and straight into the face of Nassar. Inco just peeking out through the back, man, backing them up as they'll be able to hit that and shut down the squad blank. They're gone.
Nice. One last chance now. At the end of the day, 19th place at the moment, 43 points. Very much in danger going forward. But you can see just how close the grouping is towards 16th to 12th place. It's 52 points to 55. Just 3 points between those four placings there. In the meantime, Inco is getting ripped to pieces by their Brazilian brethren. On the other side of things, Influence Rage, who are looking to increase their points margin towards that top side, started the day in third place. We expected them to end the day in first place, and they've not quite reached it just yet, with teams above them still.
Okay. Trying to reset and hope things blow over. Hope the attention on the next fight is somewhere else, not directly on top of them, as they need time to heal up. DK looking to go back and save the man that's been separated as Fabian's on the hillside towards MBEs. The rest of them have arrived. This was their mass migration that went on, rotating the whole way outside, going through the blue to give themselves a potential position to play off of. Kaze, he's had a good day of it. He's had some big plays today. Will this be another one of them? Looking for the P-Cup here, a bit of damage done, so instantly opening with an altercation against DK.
DK is pretty important on this fight because they're out of one frying pan into another with Enigma Galaxy left behind them. They want to push their way through MBE Sports, get out from these foothills into a better position going forward. DK currently dealing with Enigma Galaxy as well, who keep taking shots towards them. Coops down there with the rest of the team. They swing on by, but I wonder if Enigma Galaxy realizes that MBE Sports are also in this location, or they're just chasing onto where DK is currently playing. Either way, it could be a very, very bad engagement for all three of these teams coming up shortly where no one comes out the winner. DK realizes that they've sort of baited Enigma Galaxy in, so maybe it's time to just rotate back. Again, moving up towards that northern edge.
The old faithful, mate. See if it works out for them. See if they'll be able to set themselves up, hunker down, and make the play from the position. DK as well, being peppered with so many bullets that they are starting to lose their potential edge into this fight, especially when Brute Force have found the opportunity to backstab onto it from the sides. So you really are struggling now. Here comes IHC with a compound crash as well. Haven't seen this for a few moments, but it looks like they've wound themselves back up and want to let it rip. Going in for the swing towards the top floor. FaZe Clan holding on the ground as well, as they will hit with the shotty, strike against the first and leave him slumped down on the deck. Alex clearing the building. Oh, it's a late reaction, but he does still find the flick at the top of the stairs.
And for FaZe, that's such a terrible prospect for them going forward. 42 points left remaining there in 19th place, Jackie. IHC have been constantly chasing this team down, and I think they've single-handedly ruined their chances to get towards that last chance now. One last game for a big match, but with the way FaZe has been playing today, it just does not seem likely. For IHC, on the other hand, been looking like one of our most aggressive squads today. It's awesome to see from the Mongolian squad here. DK, though, still stuck on this ridge side. Osal goes down to a nasty shot from Enigma Galaxy. It's Freak on that top side. The rest of the team just not with him. Lord's even looking this way too, as Fabian dashes his way across. Nobu looking to hit these shots over to the side, but it's not to be. And Duxan similarly heading over towards where Rook is currently playing. Duxan were able to take them down on our second angle of the day, but they are looking bruised here. Seriously wounded. Need to patch themselves up here and get back into the foray.
Quickly clamoring to reset. Whoever's able to adjust themselves back into a stance where you can fight first probably has the edge here. Default with the nade, thinks that he's got a good grasp of the situation, tries to dash it in. Damage done blank, but no actual tag that will take them down. Zipan's ready for the response as well with a nade of his own. They're just throwing anything they can in through the windows at the minute, trying to keep the pressure on as much as possible and make it uncomfortable for D+. Default, he's been playing a blinder of a day. Overall, he's been hitting so many shots and looking really crisp. But here, you're up against the chance that if your teammates start falling, you got to do it all on your lonesome. And with how low they are, that could be a very achievable possibility the longer it goes on for Rook.
BTR and a backstab as well towards Root side of things. IHC, though, coming through over towards Duxan. Junie goes down. Not the play you want to fall here, considering the amount of work this lad's been able to do for the rest of the team. Immediately, Panic Smoke's been displayed here. Zipian still up front with the DBS, but he takes a nade here. Now just two players. Great shots through the window from Hoxie, but is it enough, Jackie?
Is it? That's the big question, and right now the proof is in the punishment as the guns are dealing all the damage. Hoxie with a hefty right hook connects through the window. Judy Force back as well. Doors blown off. Looking uncomfortable. Sideline sweep for Alex. Who keeps the pressure applied. What is happening, Blank? This is non-stop warfare. Everyone is swinging into it.
An unreal explosion on the vehicle from Duxan, but the blue pushing them in, and IHC looks for an absolute spray down. And with that, Duxan gets obliterated, torn full of holes from IHC, who are up to 5 eliminations. Duxan able to weather the storm, get themselves 2 points, but it won't see them too far ahead of a lot of these teams underneath them. Leaves them in a precarious situation going into our final match of the day. Our 2 Korean squads. Up to 54 and 55. Brute Force still going for a little bit longer, as our Team Queso in 14th and 16th place, right on the line. Only Sem9 and MBE Sports still currently going in the matchup to try and push over those limits. But 40 points and 41 with the history both these teams have had. See what gets done here. We know that Malise had a miracle run yesterday, which didn't quite pan out.
Still got to give it your all, though. You'd hate to not give it 100% effort and then notice it was the difference of 1 or 2 points, or even with how far the odds are stacked against them, still trying to give it their absolute all and play the A game. Good show of respect, at least, for the competition overall with how this has been going so far. BTR tucked into position down here, though, and maybe they're next on the list for the onslaught of Sem9, as they've broken off into 2 squads, the duos on either side slowly clearing out the lower ground and pushing up towards the compound. Meanwhile, IHC begin their rotate. They've jumped in the vehicles and set their focus up towards where BTR are playing. So this has changed from a raw one-on-one team fight to a potential third party that can come in for a quick assist on their vehicles. Influence Rage, a side that has surprised us so many times. We haven't seen too much of them into this game. They've been playing smart. They've been playing slow. They know they are only a few points away from breaking that 100 cap, and they don't want to throw that chance away. With 1 elim already in the back pocket, they're looking to just scare other teams. Utility used uphill to force back the contact and make them think twice about fighting versus Influence right now.
Absolutely, keeping them held back as far as possible at this point in time. And Influence Rage, like you say, looking to break that 100-point cap here, just 1 point away from it now. Looking to take that first place away from the Mad Bulls. Ended their spree at 104 points. Not too far away for Influence Rage to pick up, but almost feels like the pressure somewhat got to them today in terms of being able to get that many points. No pressure in terms of getting to the last chance. That's already finished. But being the #1 squad coming out from the survival stage, that's the real question. Still, 2 games to do it in. Already 1 elimination. Closer to that boundary. Sem9 over towards this northeastern edge. Another team that we need to keep talking about here. A team that needs to push themselves further, but their arch nemesis, BTR, over towards the western side, giving them the evils.
Eyeing them up. Sizing them up.
3 points.
Seeing if they'll be committing to this, man. They just want those extra points, Blank. Want to put them in the back pocket and secure it. IHC. I mean, it's godless that it's been playing such a crazy style over the course of this day. Yeah, the way we've seen him surviving really rough encounters with a sliver of health and still looking for more. Again, here you can see he kind of is the point man. He's the solo dolo, has full confidence in himself to just keep peeking off the back of the chainmail fence and putting bullets down range. Here comes Sem9 though. Again, looking to compound crash in on this one. DBS is ready. Yo. Nice bait on the nade. That is sick. As Lepar will blow them away, Blank.
Massive amount of damage from both sides of these players on BTR. 2 nades, 2 successful knocks. 1 outside, trying to res him up, gets him back into position. Lepar on the edge here, scouting around the side. DBS won't have to do the work too much here as 90 Depth takes down Superboy. Will finish him off here, but Sem9 certainly struggling on this push versus BTR once again, seeming sort of like their kryptonite. Lepar, last player remaining. Nade in hand, runs directly into one of Sem9's.
That's so rough for BTR. With the way the opening moments went on that crash against Sem9, you were thinking they were probably going to be able to clean house on that one, or at least survive quite heavy-handedly. Instead, the reset is great from Sem9. There was no aggression to shut down the knock players, so they were able to get back into the fight and clean house. Now, they're suffering from success. IHC, they were waiting to finish off BTR. Instead, they'll take Sem9 on. They fancy their chances on this one. Godless loves an engagement where possible, and the nades are ready. Kenny looking to line that one up, had the pin pulled, hoping for the quick detonation, but it goes straight by Godless. He doesn't hard commit though, doesn't want to push in and get taken down by a close range angle, instead trying to play with the distance here and look for a peak that he feels favored in.
Realizing that the blue is pushing out of this compound. You got Zol on the side as well. Alex Sorry, who's been able to hold down this position. Smoke's been dropped down, preventing the push coming through from the rest of Sem9. He's in a bad spot, is Godless, completely exposed, and now it's down to Alex, the one-man army himself versus Sem9, the 3 players. Great flashbang over the top side, tries to get a lot done with the DBS, will quickly swing back into cover. This is unbelievable stuff coming through from Alex. The fact that he's able to step up tall versus his squad, maneuvers the vehicle out the way, looks to go for the crash onto him, won't find it, but you can see the thought process. Dear me, Alex is just something else. Sem9 finally put the beast down.
You can't contain him, man. You can't control this guy. So confident in the way that he plays it. Now, though, we switch our attention to Namiga, and that is a beautiful nade. Coops blowing away the first. Looking to finish them off with a quick follow-up as well. That one's going to be on target. That is huge from Coops. Hitting all of the nades blank.
Coops is just the Grim Reaper of the lobby. On Enigma Galaxy, he just sends some disgusting nades over the top, and he's not stopping. Little boy's got one of his own, looking where to place it. Another nade will go for the air pop. That looks pretty good on towards Coops, but it is a quick flick over the top side there with the DBS.
Man, Coops, armed with a shotgun or nades. That's all he needs, it seems, as he will be punishing. Okay, quick detonate on the minivan, so at least that can't blow up and be used against you. Hard commit onto the Reds now and try to reset the fight, so at least the Niggas still have more to fight with here for Enigma Galaxy. Okay, Sem9 as well. They've been so aggressive in just looking for these very aggro third parties to swoop down and deal damage. Even here, looking for a little bit more. You've got high ground at the minute to play with, whilst the rest of the teams are just scrapping amongst one another. And we're losing a lot of players. Squads now starting to dwindle down as well. So the longer this one goes on, the more these fights are going to look very scrappy.
MBE Sports Team Queso, Sem9, all looking good for a game here that will take them above and beyond in towards those top 16 teams. Sem9 with 8 eliminations, one of the best matches we've seen from this squad all survival stage. So they need to take this just a little bit further, you know, because if they can secure themselves a chicken dinner with the 8 eliminations, maybe a few more, you know, that's going to set themselves up very nicely around the 60-point mark, which sets them on side with Voodoo Alliance in 9th place. Influence Rage finally put down, 2 eliminations found, a couple of placement points, but not above Matt Bulls just yet. One more game to make that happen. Freak takes down Tam though, as he quickly peeks over the top side. Enigma Galaxy just aren't finished yet. NBE Sports gets ripped to pieces by this team, torn apart like paper.
The claws have come out and they have been fed through the shredder blank, leaving it down to just these 4 squads now. So who's going to be standing tall when the dust settles? Who can get that extra juicy chunk of points from the chicken dinner here on Miramar? Death with the early damage firing off towards Lord. With a mini 14, you can see he's confident. He wants to take this peak and try and hit a nice shot, but after losing so much health, he doesn't want to go for it again. Slows down a little bit and won't re-peak just yet. Has to play for the slow heal, gets smoked off by his teammates, so at least he has some cover as well.
Quick resupply here. There is the death crates to some of the players coming through over towards MBE Sports, but it's brute force flying up towards Team K. So there's nades coming out. Papi Potro sends in a blaster. will explode. Two of the players from Brute Force and Neo's only last player alive to try and fend off against his squad, but Papi Potro puts him in the bin before anything more can happen. Sem9 also take this opportunity to send down the hill. They lost a player on the eastern side, but they're in towards a top 3 position. This is good for them, but they need to go further. Otherwise, this last game still will mean a lot to them.
Enigma Galaxy, how far screwed onto their heads right now? Are they in a position where they can play this right, play this smart? They've had some moments of absolute madness, but they've got to do even more here. Peppering bullets onto the rotate from Sem9. Sem9 that are still playing so crazy, so ridiculous with some of the rotates we see from them, some of the moves they've been making throughout this game. Even here, where they're in a final fight between 3 squads, they're still willing to be loud and audacious on their moves. Team Queso, they're just holding. They're just defending. All they've had to do is throw nades onto Brute Force. Outside of that, they've just been sitting pretty and waiting for the fight to come towards them. The longer the zone moves in as well, the less space between them there will be.
For Enigma Galaxy, they're just sucking up points towards that top side, not allowing anyone an easy breezy path towards that last chance. Tam sends a grenade over. Kenny gets out the vehicle just a little bit too early, will fall and die to that damage. But Enigma Galaxy, what a game from them so far, going up against Influence Rage, touted as one of the best squads in the lobby. Took a while for Enigma Galaxy to come online, but they certainly are now. All systems firing.
Activated at just the right time. Sem9 doing what they do best, but unfortunately this time the crash isn't going to work as the speed wasn't there for them. Go down and they lose out. Sequeso with a triple threat, still alive and kicking, still in the fight. Ooh, he thought he had the edge on it, Blank, with a Molotov set up on top of the roof. Instead, they just absolutely blow him to bits. Perfect placement on the nades. We thought Enigma Galaxy's nades were sick. Apparently, both of these teams can drop some big bombs at the minute.
Yeah, the dynamite coming through from Team Queso so far. Seriously good stuff. Big Milo up front and personal. Keeping himself in the doorway here, barring all entrances. Enigma Galaxy, Molotovs thrown, denying those sightlines, whilst Coops attempts to get his buddy back up on his feet, but Big Milo's up front with the S12K. Unlikely that Coops will get back in towards position, but the blue is pushing in Team Queso now, and a barrage of flame is in front of them. They'll have to push on through. Lord spots a player, Arta instantly hits the deck. What a timing from him.
Oh, this is rough, man. You were in a raw 3-on-3, but they hard committed to the res and left themselves exposed. So now it's up to the individuals. Lord, he's got to have a huge clutch, and it cannot happen. Queso hold on. They will defend the compound. Perfect placement of the nades. And a much-deserved chicken dinner in the final fight there as they overcome the odds and beat out Enigma Galaxy to take that chicken dinner on Miramar.
They do not melt under the hot sun, the Team Queso. What a game from them. Big sigh of relief coming through from them as well, because those points they're able to accrue on that game are absolutely massive for them. So Team Queso will be very, very pleased with how this one panned out at the end of the day. Papi Potro with an unbelievable nade that got sent through from that doorway towards Brute Force, also on towards Sem9, who really needed those points too. But Enigma Galaxy tried to get away with some funky moves at the end there, Jackie. This doesn't quite work out.
Yeah, I don't know, man. The idea of hard committing to the res in that spot where he was so far up and you knew there was multiple windows and all they were doing is throwing nades at you, it feels risky to waste Coops as medic, you know, going for the res in that sort of situation. I feel like, especially with what he had on him, he would have been more beneficial just playing the raw 3-on-3 using a utility Blank. But hindsight's 20/20 at the end of the day. You know, the information we have is different from when you're in the moment of it, in the thick of it, trying to make those snap decisions. So it is what it is. Enigma Galaxy playing a blinder of a game, but they lose out in the end. And Queso with a nice pickup. I do wonder as well, with them actually stealing some of the extra points away from Enigma, if that makes any difference in the standing, Blanks. If that will change things up a little bit there with Enigma not being able to hoover up all the points.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it will make things much easier for Team Kato going forward. Sem9 have a bigger game to go for in our last one of the day, but before that, we've got to send you back on over to the desk to break all of this down.
And breaking down is what we're going to do exactly that, gentlemen, as we had Team Queso, the team who were the bubble, in 16th place, getting a massive victory that honestly might have put them safe now, or should have been able to put them safe 100% through into our last chance tournament, kicking off tomorrow. A great game by them, great game by Enigma Galaxy as well. In particular, Coops, man, it was the Coops show.
You give Coops an MG3, just like anything is possible for this team the moment he has a weapon like that. I do have to echo the point that Jackie did make at the end there, is that it was a bit weird for him to force that res onto Ralph. I think you leave Ralph give you free information and try and have a bit of a wider three-man split to get more control onto Team Queso, but then you saw Arthur there on the low ground. He was just making sure that the entirety of Enigma could not leave the edge of the blue zone, and they were just going to be suffocated behind that hill. So good execution, and all off the back of that rotation onto the best player in this lobby here, Kalaris, is Big Milo. Oh yeah, loving it.
Yeah, he was. He is colossal, that's for sure. You know, here with Team Queso being able to do so well, I think it's about time we've seen them be able to put up a performance like this. They were doing well in terms of holding down this location, right? They were here for a little while and able to hold it off successfully. Again, against Enigma Galaxy, who did flub a little bit. I have to agree with your guys' sentiments on how they want to make that approach happen, but when you're going up against Enigma Galaxy and they're able to put up this performance throughout the game, look at Depp. 1,069.
Look at him.
Nice. That's my noise for that one.
I mean, 15 points for Sem9. They were a team not really safe at all, and they were a team still trying to fight to get into top 16. That might have actually been enough to potentially push one of our, or potentially two of our South Korean teams out of top 16. We're going to obviously find out in just a little bit of time here, but things are getting very tough now as we take a look at our overalls, and there we go. D+ has moved out. Sem9 has taken their position. Duxan in 15th, just winning when it comes to the tiebreaker because of the chicken dinner they had. But going to this last game, I mean, obviously with Melise out in 18th place, NB Esports has to pull off a cracker of a match if they want to build a breakthrough to top 16.
Look, they sent it to us saying, you know, break down this game or whatever. If both South Korean teams go out, I am going to break down. Okay, Jason? All right? I'm going to put it that way. All right? That's it.
I don't want to say it's
chance.
Yeah. I don't think it's going to be possible, though. I think we're going to see at least one of them. I think Prestige, though, is the team I'm focused on because they're in 60 points in 13th place. If D+ gets 7 points on this match, if Sem9 gets 6 points, if Duxan gets 6 points, Prestige could be knocked out.
The stars have to align, right? Yeah. For all of those teams to do well, but it is possible. Yeah, we alluded to it earlier on in the day that 60 points is by no means safe. I mean, look at Brute Force, right? They've been able to jump up to those kind of closer positions with them after starting off almost disastrously in day number 1. So it's possible. Whether or not it occurs, though, is kind of a long shot. We'll see. We'll see.
They will need to reach pretty much top 5 locations if top 5 positions on this next last game if they want to maybe overtake Prestige Evos. But I don't expect it to happen. It will need to happen exactly as you said, right? Well, the stars need to align. But man, what a comeback from Sem9 though, that match. So many eliminations while getting third-partied by IHC while breaching on BTR. They had amazing opening nades. Sem9 just brought it back from the brink of death this match, so they can make it happen. It's such a small point gap, right? So many teams can still compete, and now what we need to see from some teams that are outside of the top 16 is not just try and play passive and play your own game. You need to get a ton of eliminations there. You need to start fragging out, popping off from the get-go, otherwise it's just not going to be enough to make in top 16 to reach the last chance. So we need to see some big performances here at the bottom.
And this goes into something we discussed while we were watching the first match when we were, you know, obviously off air, is that obviously depending on how many points you're behind, how many matches you have left determines how big you have to go. And Claris, you know, we were talking about this in particular for NB Esports. You just have to go crazy. You have to hunt for those eliminations. You have to put the fate in your own hands. It's going to be really tough considering what we've seen so far, but if they want to have any chance, they've got to go for it.
Yeah, especially when their podium finishes throughout the majority of these 2 days when they've been playing have been smaller limb games as well, right? They're able to sometimes get to the late game, but they're not getting the elims with it, so they've got to go really big, Jason.
Well, it's time. Our final match here, the survival stage, before we get into our last chance tournament kicking off tomorrow. We're going to find out if some teams can hold on to position or if we'll see some teams push them out. Colors hopefully won't be too sad at the end of this game. Let's throw it to our casters of Jackie and Blank to take it away.
Setting up the big one then, the last game, the last hurrah, Blank, to decide where all of the chips are going to lie, man. And then tomorrow we know who we're going to be seeing here in that last chance stage. It's good. It's so damn good how the game's been going so far already. So I'm living for it, but I'm excited for this one, Blank.
I mean, it's the fact that all these teams towards the bottom side of the rankings have just absolutely worked their socks off to be here at the end of the day. Like, what is this? Jesus, that guy's moving quick on the old finger tap in there. Looks like we got a bit of a rehost coming through very quickly. I'm assuming we'll get back into the game as fast as possible. But in the meantime, let's set the stage. We've got currently a couple of teams down towards the bottom of the rankings. We've got DK, NBE Sports, FaZe, NASA, N-Hyper, all attempting to make their way in. And honestly, it's all doable. Right, off the back of a big game. You're looking at 16th place with Sem9 at 55 points. For N-Hyper in 23rd place, that is just 15 points away, right? A chicken dinner, 5 limbs. That's all it takes. So every single one of these teams, it's more than doable. It's not a fat chance. It is very, very likely that if one of these teams does extremely well, they'll make their way in towards that last chance. It's not a pipe dream for a lot of these guys. So this is going to be one of the most exciting final games we see. Sem9 look happy after the back of that last match. There's a little bit of sweating, I imagine, going on for them, but they just need to do okay in this last Miramar. That's what they've afforded themselves, Jackie.
It's true, man. You know, you've done enough to at least put yourself in a position where you don't have to go above and beyond, don't have to win the absolute world in a game like this. You just got to do the bare minimum, keep yourself afloat and be happy, confirming your spot and knowing you stay alive, knowing you're actually in the runnings going into that last chance and being into a position to close things out. Mixture of emotions here as well, Blank. You know, you can see from that human element of things, the teams that obviously the reality of the situation probably now starting to creep in, knowing that, you know, no matter what, their likelihood of really changing the outcome is slim to non-existent for a good few of them. Some of the sides that know they've got a lot left to give, still enjoying themselves, looking happy here as well. Duxan, oh, that's quite cute. Everyone getting involved for the nice wave.
It's tough. It's tough for a lot of these squads, right, at the end of the day. And I mean, for Duxan in particular, it's not just battling against a lot of these other teams. They're also battling directly against their Korean teammates, right? And DK Plus, like the guys that they've played with in their own league stages for such a long time. They probably have intimate relationships as well. So I think for DK, 54 points, very doable to also get in. I think for Kalaris, he's really hoping that we do see both Korean teams are able to make it towards that top 16. I think both deserve to probably go in as well. DK's had a big standout, as has Duxan, but at the end of the day, this survival stage just hasn't looked that amazing for both teams in terms of consistency. However, we have seen great moments out of both of these squads, and it would be great to see them go through to the last chance to give them that one last go of it. Remember, we've all said before that Korean teams, on adaptation-wise, that's where they shine. So 2 more days, that might just be what it takes.
Man, I'd love to see it as well, you know. I think it would be really cool to see that potential because there's so much talent in the region. And I think the resilience that we've seen from both of the squads as well that are still in the runnings here, it goes to show that they do have the talent for it and that, you know, in a position like this where some of the sides looked a bit deflated, looked like they weren't able to keep up with the pressure after even losing 1 or 2 of their games over the course of the 12. That was enough to shift them off kilter and they weren't delivering. Whereas both of these teams in D+ and Duxan have kept a good, strong mindset the whole way through. And I think that mental is what's been the difference maker for them. Understanding that it's never truly over until it's over. But us setting the stage is about to conclude, and we can instead move into the game itself.
Miramar for one final time today, for one last time in the survival stage. At the end of this, we're going to know where the standings are, who's making it through, who doesn't make the cut and gets removed from the tournament. It'll all be decided at the end of this one. So strap in, make sure you've got yourself some H2O, because I can imagine this game is going to take the wind out of you.
And you're going to need to stay refreshed, eyes peeled the entire time, root for your own squads, make sure that you're backing them all the way, because they need all the support they can get in this last game where things get tense, where things get a little bit serious for these squads. FaZe trying to get themselves up towards a better position here, but the day has not gone well for them, constantly losing players at the start of things. MB Esports getting to a really good position on that last match, Jackie. DK, standard gameplay, but a little bit painful towards that late game. NASA, as we said before, extremely unlucky on most of their plays today in terms of the Crash Kings, followed up by the rest of the players hitting onto them afterwards. But it all comes down to this. There's only a couple of teams that'll be able to work their way up in towards that top 16. Which teams will get pushed out and which teams will work their way in, it'll be all decided on the north side of the map up towards water treatment.
Okay then. This is what we've been given. The plain path of destiny for some of these teams. Let's hope they can make the most out of it. Any commotion that you decide to go for here better be calculated. If we see any early fights, it could be the difference for a good few of these squads. Fanning out early on though, as they spread themselves across the map and look to get the looting element underway. Brute Force are quite close by to MBE, a stone's throw away, but plenty of room and a magnitude of compounds with different ground loot in, so you're not going to be too worried about forcing the issue. Potential though, if we see someone gathering themselves, good bit of firepower early on and catching whiff of Brute Force as they're going from building to building, that's where a problem could arise.
You got MB, like you said, close to Brute Force, and it is the idea that right now MB are desperate for those points. So eventually Brute Force is either going to have to make a southern rotate or a north rotate. I expect them to head up towards La Cobraderia. Very easy rotation for them to go for here and try and take precedent over some of the high ground positions on the northern side of the map, right? So for MB Esports, there is potential here to go for a little bit of a gatekeep, maybe hold these players out, but do you want to risk getting 4 eliminations or getting completely wiped out and be the end of your story there and then? These are the sort of decisions that you have to make towards this final game if you're in the danger zone, right? If you're in the red. Have to take risks sometimes. Sometimes you got to give up those risks in favor of the future of your tournament life. But it's difficult. It makes those decisions feel very, very horrible, and something that might have been an easy and quick, smart decision for you to make before becomes really sticky.
Sticky decisions are never what you want. You prefer clean, dry, smooth decisions. They normally are always the best ones. Right now though, a bit of movement going on as everyone's starting to shuffle their way around and situate themselves in the battleground of Miramar, trying to find a nice place to lay claim to. Bit of stalking going on as well, as Akaze has been following one of the main men from BTR, keeping his eyes on him from a distance. That's Superboy. So we can get a read on this now. He'll spot the overall area they want to set themselves up in, can pass the info back to the team. Being the point man, he doesn't want to be seen himself or stick himself into the fight, just wants to understand what they're up to and calm this across. So if there is an opportunity for a fight for MBEs, once they've grouped up, they can go for it together. At this point, it's a two-pronged attack. 2 players staying back towards the hillside, the other 2 being the ground troops going in on the lower levels. Leopard's in a great spot for this. You've got cover, you've got high ground and a nade to work with. Should be fairly clean for him, but the Molotov is something you couldn't account for, Blank. Set ablaze and forced out of position. He's burning, and all it'll take is a few shots to finish him.
How is he still alive, Dan? I think he's provided a lot of time for the rest of the squad. Yes, they will be able to take him out, but MBE starting to get a little bit surrounded here. Superboy sends a nade in, won't find too much damage off the back of it, and I think BTR might just think about leaving this one alone, deciding that it's better off that they just take off with this one, leave it out of this. Gem Force off in the distance will take a couple of pot shots over towards Mondo, but he's back in the compound. That's one elimination closer to the top 16 for MBE, and a fairly decent spot over towards the western side. Nice position there from Akaze. Influence Rage. Move up towards N-Hyper. It's GK first with a nade in hand. The rest of the team not too close towards him. Little boy tries to throw one in. GK first will leap away. Doesn't want to risk another nade coming his way. But it's Inko actually taking down Federal there.
Finding a nice pickup. That's one of the impact fraggers for Influence Rage as well. He's been playing some big PUBG Mobile over the past couple of days, so shutting him down from what looks to be quite a substantial distance as well. Actually pretty damn nice. Squash is the one they send to go and secure the package. By that, I just mean the points on the elim, which will be quite easy for him there in the final few moments. Make sure that one is 100% theirs, and go back and join the rest of Inco.
Yeah, it's an incredible long shot, actually. As soon as I saw it, because you're talking 400 meters plus on that, because it started to be where the render distance just wasn't coming in for the player from Influence Rage. So really, really nice shot indeed from that distance. You're looking at the circle, though, and you are just assuming that teams are going to take the high grounds early, risk coming off them in the late game, push off from the circles, or risk taking them now and potentially having a very, very strong spot coming in towards the later circles where you remain on the top side for a long time. N-Hyper's gone for that. They realize that they have to go for a very risky play here early on and just take control of something that they know if the circle comes to them, guarantees them at least 10 points, right? Which isn't enough, but then they have to push it a bit further after that with the eliminations. We will see exactly where that stage 2 ends up, but you can already tell that a lot of teams are trying to posture themselves for strong positions, and it's mainly the teams that are on that bottom side of the lobby that are going for it.
It's the way you got to play it as well. This late into things. A little bit more aggressive, a little bit more quick to the decision-making. FaZe on the move, starting to get themselves back in the zone as they will cruise on by and start to slide on in to a bit of a better position to play around here and have some sort of cover to work with once they find a safe haven. Okay, you do Alliance as well. On screens here, just a single man from the squad as they are close by. You've got a bit of a backup. Again, fragmented into a 2-2 split, so they've got a good lay of the land in terms of how far ahead they are. And they see Team Kaiso going in ahead of them as well, starting to pull up through Graveyard. So read on the overall area. Quick look at the circles to see where teams are right now and just how much this will change when the zone comes in. Pretty damn ideal for an awful lot of our squads here, sizing themselves up dead center towards water treatment and being happy with that. Influence Rage actually right in the middle there.
Very nice for them. They're still looking for that first place spot. They want to put their mark on it at the end of the day here, Jackie. N-Hyper remain in a fairly decent position over towards that north side, but doesn't feel likely it's going to end up there. Dropping the circle over towards water treatment is one of the more crueler circles we can see here over on Miramar. With the way that everything dips down and long valleys to play around in this area too, does make things very, very difficult in the long run. Inco lost a fair amount of health over towards two of their players, but I imagine they'll get them back up to speed very quickly. My God, Alex is a good shot on IHC.
He's been so crisp, man.
Oh, they're
Alex
just sending
has
it.
been giving it today, and that seems to be what the entire team wants to do. They might expose themselves a bit too much, though, on this cleave around the corner blank.
This is bad news for
Godless
MBE.
was a bit late, man. This is all starting to go wrong now in the way they're playing it.
This is really bad news for MBE. If IHC can continue to press the issue here, MBE Sports, that's their run done.
Oh, holding on to this is only going to get harder. IHC come swinging around the corner, take heavy damage. Godless was instantly knocked, but they've reset from that position. They've got the smokes down. Coops has found the back door. He's third-partied on the sec as well. Uh-oh, this is not what you want, NBE, and I don't think they can really course correct. IHC, though, now Scrap versus them as they try and take the fight back. Enigma Galaxy making their move up the side of the hill as well, Blank. This is carnage.
MBE down to just 2 players, and this might just be it for MBE at this point in time. Only 1 elimination found, and we might have just confirmed another one of those spots to be going home. What a horrible sandwich to be between there for MBE. IHC and Enigma Galaxy, 2 teams that have been on the up and up today.
Lord. Good tracking, good tracing, keeping the damage distribution going. Wow, this wasn't the clash I expected to see in Miramar this early between these 2 squads, but it's been a pretty influential one on how they've played it so far, and at least you can still cut your losses, right? It's not an overcommitment in the sense that it's ruined both of their runs, and they can't just back off from it. So Enigma Galaxy now falling back as they cascade down to at least somewhere a bit safer to play around, finding a moment to breathe. IHC as well, relatively split up still on the hillside, but not overcommitting, have somewhat slowed this one down. But Darksan are in the middle of it all, and they're quite fragmented as well. Zone's going to push you further on up, Blank. This fight, it could be an old wound that gets opened up again.
Yeah, I mean, for IHC, Enigma Galaxy, both teams that are very safe, and it's just so unfortunate that 2 teams with realistically nothing left to lose on their side just barrel their way into MBE, and they get caught up between it. I mean, this is just a sad state of affairs looking at MBE Sports at the moment right now, because you know that making that 10-point jump is going to be really difficult for them. Duxam, I believe they took a shot backwards there, but not before they were able to knock Coops down. Junie's able to flush him as well. So for Duxan, they are accumulating points, which is great news for their position currently in 15th place behind Brute Force. DK, our other South Korean squad, moving in underneath towards water treatment, trying to get in there early, but Default's already in position. Osal doesn't have the bead over towards him. Favian is knocked out, and that is DK down to just 3 players. Luckily, Influence Rage is there with the damage, but DK in such a horrible spot now, Jackie.
You are trapped between a rock and a hard place. Smokes on either side to at least give them a little bit of a visual barrier, some kind of line of sight break between them and the other teams. But leaving this area doesn't seem like it's a possibility. They run for the riskiest of the maneuvers, jumping into the one vehicle, barreling their way into a wall.
Oh no!
Eating bullets because of it as well, Blank, and they are being fed into the meat grinder. This is turning into an abattoir quite quickly as Enigma Galaxy are able to at least do a bit of damage before they go down. DK trapped in position now as well. Influence Rage sat on the perch looking to bombard nades down onto him. Oh, this is so many of our top squads in a close position to one another. DK at least are able to find the res onto Forest.
DK, 17th place at the moment, 54 points. They get the first res off, yes. And that might just keep them alive. What a risky maneuver from them. You wonder how many nades Influence Rage and Inko is willing to bet towards that position. It's one of the worst places to go to as well, is water treatment. Just in the sense that there's so much high ground that surrounds it. You look down towards, and I mean, DK just cuts the losses early, says that we believe that it's going to end towards water treatment. Let's get a pick up there. FaZe up to 2 eliminations. Again, another team that's on the chase right now. They've had hurtful day after hurtful day. Finally get a little bit of retribution for themselves, but on the southwest side, so much space towards the north, with Brute Force currently just littered alongside it.
Feels like 25% of the map has been given to them, and with the zone shift favoring them as well, it's a pretty good time to be on Brute Force, at least in this game alone. Overall, though, still going to need to do some obscene things to thrust yourself further up the standings. Default this time, not as crisp as he has been. His gun skill's been through the roof today, but just peppering bullets downhill on this one. Looks for the quick jump behind the steering wheel and wants to join the rest of his team further uphill, rotating off and keeping both of those vehicles in a position where they can play with them. You're somewhat surrounded as well in terms of the squads, but the high ground will be a bit of a blessing for you, at least when it comes to contact early. Quaso come driving on by and Pusher sees it. Ooh, Influence Rage as well. They've gone quiet for a few moments, but given another opportunity to strike as the connections are there. Nasa as well. Third partying onto Rook whilst they take damage from Inko. Okay, Blank. Scraps all across the place.
Inko and Influenced Rage on either side of water treatment. The Brazilian pincer is in for DK and the teams that surround this position like Team K. So Eugene gets cleaned up here by Nasa. So many teams here towards the bottom 8 seem like they're getting themselves into fairly decent positions. Sem9 look to make their rotate up towards the northern edge, and it's Tam that already instantly sees Nasa, but they'll be able to hold them out now. Sem9 in a dangerous position. They're right on the bubble, right on the cusp with 55 points. This would be a horrible time for them to go down. 90 depth guts up and close.
Oh, Depp with the damage, hits the head, has to fall further back and pop the meds so he can stay alive here. Nasa right now are causing problems, and the nade will force you further back as well. 2 of them, to be precise, thrown out to cause some issues. Shotgun level maneuvers being called for now as well as they close the gap, turning long range into close. Mikhail, what can you do? Quick flick, had the read on the spec, but can't quite take him out of commission. Response back with the shotty. It's close, Blank. It's not enough though, as Stars dealing the damage, comes into orbit. And both of those are meaty. Some heftier limbs to find if he can convert these and close down on Sem9.
Yeah, Stars going absolutely supernova at this point in time. A crazy nade over the top of a Sem9, down to just 1 player now, 55 points, like we said, right on the barrier. Nasa on the chase themselves, up to 3 points. A dastardly and terrifying case of a fight there, and Sem9 is out, Jackie. 55 points. They would require DK not to get a single elimination, and Nasa, FaZe, and MB Esports not to get any more themselves. But in the meantime, it is FaZe taking it face to face with Duxan.
The plot thickening the longer this one goes on. The fight occurring before our very eyes could affect those stand-ins quite a lot. And Mella, oh, the mischief maker with a nade, blows away Junie. DK, or for Duxan rather, feeling the pressure as this is really getting quite rough for him now. You're not in a position to do too much against FaZe. Feels like it's turning into a bit of a formality. And these aren't the only fights that are going on as well. Nasa still trying to push their way back into a playable space. And they've got to fight tooth and nail for it. Doing a good job versus N-Hyper, as they are at least able to cleave their way through the front men, start to push into the zone a little bit here, restock on the utility as well, but they're eating the grenades, Blank. This is not ideal. Quick response back, that one bounces and won't land on target. Smokes up at least.
Try and deny this information. Nasa, like you said, fighting tooth and nail here. They're down to 3 players, but they've got 7 eliminations. They're up to 50 points so far, Jackie. They're close to that boundary. And Hyper just down to 2. The GK steps out in the blue for a good amount of damage. In the front side, it's Xenox holding his own by himself, but he's so incredibly low. GK first decides it's not worth his time. He's going to move out of there. Binny from Duxan moves on forward. Final player alive towards the shack, but he can't get in towards the front side. Nasa desperately trying to continue on their journey, but it's G-Fan holding them out. N-Hyper equally in a horrid situation, and it looks like it might be the final curtain being drawn here for Nasa.
Shifan with the timing, strikes down. And Nasa, 1 by 1, are finished off. Out of the runnings now, as they are hard taken out of commission. Same could be said for Quaso, as they also expire on this one. Finally starting to whittle down the large list of teams then. The storylines also developing with some of the plays that we've already seen here. And Miramar has still got a lot more left to give.
Team Queso out, but safe. 8th place. Nasa in 18th place. That will be their journey finished. A strong run towards the end, but not strong enough. Some greedy and aggressive plays that just didn't work out for Nasa. They displayed some incredible performances throughout the entirety of their survival stage, but they do not make it here. FaZe, on the other hand, in a last stroke of glory here, 7 eliminations of their own, but they've got all 4 players still up and running on this southwest edge, looking like they're in a decent position. They knew they didn't have to go too far, and it will be DK taking a knock as Influence Rage rip them to pieces. DK in 17th place. They need more points, Jackie.
They can't go down like this. If this is where it ends, it will be a tarnishing a day that they try to come back in. Right now, though, the players are being finished off for good. The geometry blocking the bullets and at least keeping one of them alive for a second. But Forest is in position. Immense as well. The healing blank, but his entire squad is gone. It's all on him. The hatchet is pulled out from Lil Boy so low, and he will fall. Claim that one and shut him down.
17th place, another team joins the rest in the bottom 8 there. Dukshan will have to go on as the South Korean representative if they can make it further into this game. If DK perhaps maybe had found that last elimination on towards Influence's Rage, his last player, there were 2 eliminations off the back of it and it might have been a very different story. But that will be the end for DK. BTR currently central. Duxan in a cheeky shack surrounded by so many teams that we pumping their way. But it's FaZe Clan that interests me the most here, Jackie. On the south side, 4 players alive, 7 eliminations. A lot more points to go. Well, 5 in fact, so it's not even that much of a jump for FaZe Clan at the moment if they want to head up towards 16th place.
No, it's doable now. It feels like it's a lot more of an achievable prospect blank, and it's kind of the one team we've been hammering on all day, saying FaZe didn't look the same as they were yesterday. At least at the minute, they're starting to play more like themselves, finding elims, a good bundle of them. Close quarters engagement here, and for Duxan, it goes up in smoke. Taken out by the Molotov, no more points to be earned for them.
A lot of points found there by FaZe, up to 9 eliminations, but hold the phone a minute, because DK, I forgot that they'd got that 1 knock. So as soon as Influence Rage fell, DK technically got counted in for that 1 elimination, drawing up to 55 points, which means they're on the line. 16th place. FaZe would have to go out very soon if DK wanted to remain in that 16th position. But the game that currently FaZe is having, it just feels unlikely that they're going to stop anytime soon. But for DK, there's still a hope.
It's a hope, but it's in the hands of another team. Like you said, this is FaZe that right now, blank, only being a thimble away from having enough points to actually break in and snatch away a spot. It could be doable. It could be achievable. Playing far better here on Miramar right now. And with the other squads looking a bit timid, FaZe playing confidently, that might just be enough. They're still gunning for those elims and spotting out brute force, or at least 2 of the members up on a hillside. They've got a read on what they want to do here, trying to see if they overextend. If they peak for too long, they want to take the top off, just pad those stats even more. But they're keeping distance, staying far back, playing squad-based PUBG right now, rather than pushing in and forcing any issues. Cheeky peeks here and there, Mines waiting for it, but who's going to hit the mark first? That's the big question mark on this one.
Difficulty is that right now FaZe is on the ridge side. If the circle moves even a little bit towards the north here, they're forced to run down the hill towards BTR and all of the other sight lines. FaZe have done so much this game to try and secure their position towards 16th place. The question is whether they can make it happen here. The next circle will decide everything here for them. Will it give them more time to stake their claim into last chance?
Peppering shots constantly, brute force, not pulling any punches now. Inco, though, they want to go full aggro. Jump shot through the back of the shack. Goes in for the quick cleave round the corner. The burst connects. Ooh. The head will be taken off. Akaze goes down to the DBS.
Horrid circle here for FaZe now. They have to move down the hill towards the compound held by BTR. They have to have a hell of a push here. They're in towards top 5, currently sat at around about 52 points. It's not a lot of placement points I don't think that they actually need here. I think a 4th or a 3rd would absolutely do it. But FaZe, they first need to make this crossing, or a team needs to go out before them. Mormon's taking hit after hit, and this is what I was talking about. Getting off this ridge side is going to be so incredibly difficult.
It's not going to come easy. You're so exposed as you go for the push down. You've got Brute Force that will be taking pot shots, and then BTR that are waiting to assault Inco. In the meantime, still finding more opportunities to pad those stats. There's a contact connection though on the Brute Force. So FaZe gathering themselves another elim. They're going for the risky maneuver blank. They jump into the vehicle. Damage done onto one of them already as well, so the bullets are whizzing by. They're just going for the crush. They're going straight into the face of BTR. Superboy ready with a shotgun as he blows away their hopes and dreams on the cop, taking down the first man and playing the smeller. Mela holding strong, looking to shut this one down if possible. BTR broken, bruised, and cleaved on the getaway.
Last one remaining here. They've not cleaned up any of the eliminations on that bottom side. They sort of needed to confirm onto these points. Vintorius is down, just Mela alive left remaining. There's a spray through from Gemfos, and Mela's done it. That should be it there for FaZe. Mela comes in clutch again at the end of the day. Easy stuff with the DBS. And DK, despite everything, will have been pushed out now. What a game from FaZe. Right at the last minute here, Jackie.
Surviving by the skin of their teeth, blank. It looked like it had all gone wrong. Takes when they needed to keep it clean, but Mela with some momentous play. Huge clutch from him, huge gun skill and composure in a situation that required there to be ice in his veins. He kept a level head and hit some very important shots. FaZe done enough now, just looking for any extra, any bonus on top of the game they played, and we're left with a final 4 to remember here on the last game of the survival stage.
Inco, Udo Alliance, Brute Force, and FaZe. Honestly, I think that at least 3 of these teams are so important to look at here. Inco, with a great couple of chicken dinners, a great standout towards the end of the day to get themselves safe. Brute Force, who has been consistently in the top 3 today, to drag themselves out of the depths where they started in 24th place. And FaZe with the miracle run right at the end of their tournament lives to get into that last chance, despite a lot of unfortunate start to their games, losing players right off the bat. Prepod takes down one of the players from Vitali, and it would be a dream ending if FaZe is able to finish this game out with a chicken dinner. Certainly possible here, Jackie.
With the game they've already played, it would be the Cinderella storyline finish to what has been a fantastic, not only past few minutes from FaZe, but overall a blinder of a Miramar. They've got nades to work with. They've got a rough idea of where the peak from Udo Alliance is coming in from as well. Exchange of nades into the building. The shack getting shaken by the reverberation from these detonations now. And they're going to cascade a bit further back, set themselves up. Mela playing on the stairs. Loot box control taken as well. So that supply drop rearming them and giving them a little bit more to work with in terms of the stock they've got going forward. Squash has been playing a slow game. He's been waiting and lurking, trying to third person his way into this. They've seen each other as he comes around the corner. He quick peeks up. Squash hits the shot and says no to Brute Force. Denying the first peek, has to extend for the cleanup and grabs that one.
In come the smokes from FaZe though, looking across the road, but it is a lovely game there from Squash, able to take out a player. Nade goes through, it's a banger from Mela, once again directly on target, followed up with a Molotov unneeded here. Mind tries to deal with Vitali, last player remaining here from the guys on Inco, but it's FaZe. It's always been FaZe here towards the end of the game that we've been looking at. Flashbang, blinded by the lights. Here is Mela, but he leaves a light show in his path as well, with his nades been sent through like fireworks.
Nade after nade to close the gap, starting to get closer and closer. Good damage done there as well. Pre-pod, forced to play on the ankle now. Scared about what could be going down as he's waiting for the heal to come through. At least resets his HP and sets himself up for the final fight. One that's going to be intense. Mind, meanwhile, goes for the wide swing, looking for the info play. That's right. Get yourself down on the ground blank, as they can't afford to expose themselves like this. You don't want to be seen on any of the angles right now. A mistake for FaZe this late into the game would be costly. This is a chicken dinner that could be there.
For Brute Force, FaZe realizes it. Eventually, Mind's going to have to leave the warehouse. Doesn't want to set himself up with a bit of cover to play around with Vitali. Or perhaps the dreams of Brute Force finishing this off with a chicken dinner. But it's FaZe looking to end this. Onzen gets taken down. It's all on Mela with the DBS. The absolute king from the side of FaZe, who has done so much for the team. Even in a 1v3, finds the first. Can he find the second? Bring this to an incredible finish. Zooms around the side. The plane is half HP.
Trying to go for the wide swing, shooting in through the window. He's being chased now. Quick peek from Mind on the wayside, looking to cleave round the corner and hit the shot onto him. Mela does damage onto the down teammate, takes him out of the equation. Wanted to go for the quick heal, instead switches to the gun, but the DBS fires out. Won't quite land on target, but he'll still finish things as FaZe are able to close it down. Grab that one in the end, and after a Cinderella story of a comeback, grab themselves more than enough points to break in to the last chance qualifier blank. Elated and excited because they've earned it themselves. Huge game from them.
Mela pointed at his teammates saying, "I told you so, I told you, Kip." At the end of the day, we saw Mela dancing on his first day of survival stage. Now we know why. This guy is confident as anything to win out these games. What an unreal game from him. 9 eliminations, 1,000 damage done, a 1v3 versus BTR, a 1v2 versus Brute Force. And that is how you brute force your way in towards the top 16. What a game from Mela. This was an unreal storyline. His nades, again, like fireworks, celebrating their victory, getting into that top 16. One of the most unlikely teams to see do it as well.
It's wild because we were singing their praises. We were really impressed with the level of lethality FaZe were pulling out consistently when we saw them previously. Today, it was slow. It wasn't the same team. The moments of greatness were few and far between, but Mela showing up when it mattered most, and the squad playing perfectly in this game plan had a really good set of how they wanted to approach it. The head on them today was fantastic, and honestly, props to them. You know, well deserved. You can't really fault that. They have fought tooth and nail to make it through to the last chance, and they've earned it.
Absolutely earned it, 100%. Let's look at how those overall rankings look back over on the desk.
Well, depending on what teams you're a fan of, it could be either good or it could be bad. FaZe kind of, what a way to end things off here, Max. They were able to obviously take the chicken dinner. Mela getting 9 eliminations, and FaZe, I mean, they start off things strong with the chicken dinner, and they end things off strong with the chicken dinner. In fact, thinking back to day one.
Yeah, I almost want to use the reverb to talk about Mela right there. Like, what an absolute bang of a game here. On his lonesome, if you take his points alone, I'm pretty sure he does qualify his team here for the survival stage, but what an insane breach, especially like BTR. They had a good foothold in that position too, and they just get completely destroyed by Mela here with the DBS that, I mean, of course, if you want to just shred teams, the DBS is like the weapon to do so, but what an amazing transition. And avoiding, right, Kalaris, all the fight just happening, all the madness happening in water treatment, because the moment you go there, you're going to die. Avoid the fight, get the chicken, get the dinner, get the 16 eliminations, and make your way over in the survival stage.
I'm going to be real, I've been a bit of a naysayer of FaZe, but when the gauntlet was thrown down for them, boy, did they deliver. 26 points in a game here when it was... everything was up against them. When you think about where they are in terms of placement, where they are in terms of the overall rankings, they had to have adrenaline pumping through their veins at every minute of this game, and they thrived in it. They thrived in it. 1,071 damage from Mela. an insane performance coming out from just him, never mind the rest of the team.
1,071 damage for 9 elims. That means every single shot he took, Kalash, pretty much resulted in elimination coming on through for his team. He was just absolutely on point from start to finish this match, able to transition into the compound of BTR and now claiming their way up in the rankings, able to make it up there. But man, the limit, the cutoff point, and it will be Duxan able to advance to the next stage.
I know who doesn't, Kalaris? Sam9.
Whoa, yeah.
Wait a minute.
Well, you know, honestly, looking at this too, I mean, Ultra Ego finishing off in 22nd place and Hyper 23rd, Melise 21st. It's unfortunate to see these teams, you know, down here at the bottom, but then again, there's got to be 8 teams who don't advance forward. The one thing I will say about FaZe, though, is yes, you can thrive in the pressure, but 11th place finish isn't going to get you into the Grand Finals. They have to push even harder in pretty much the same amount of time coming up in the next 2 days of play here. It's going to be tough for a lot of these teams. I mean, even Gladiators, if they want to be able to get to the Grand Finals yet again, this performance is not going to be what they need, and it's going to be so tough considering where things ended off.
They keep squeaking by the skin of their teeth. Look at it. In terms of placements, they're the lowest placements earning team out of the 16 that get to that last chance qualifier again. Gladiators, they were able to have a few pop-off moments in their second day of games, but it was close, man. It is close for this team that is always talking about becoming a world champion, but right now I'm concerned they might not even be top 30 in the world, which is quite a statement, I suppose.
And it's rough too, right? Because you're only going to have less than 24 hours really of prep work for the last chance right now to prepare for this new lobby, a mix of like all the groups, group red, yellow, and green, all combined into one lobby of 16 teams. That is going to be tough because it's only top 5. You don't have that much wiggle room. You have to have consistent points coming in every single match. You cannot have any room for mistakes here. Otherwise, top 5 is just not going to cut it for, as you said, Gladiators as an example. We've got so many teams that can make it up there, but I think we have a few favorites in mind here, but otherwise it's going to be tough to predict which top 5 teams will advance.
Well, in the meantime, we're going to head down to the stage with a special interview from a certain player from this team. I don't know which way it is on your screen. It's going to be Ventoris coming in from FaZe Clan.
What a dramatic ending. Everybody biting their nails, sweating their seats, but we're back on live stage here. I mean, I'm still shaking of how things can change till the very last minute. Joining me on stage here right now is going to be coming up from FaZe Clan, Ventoris. I mean, I need to ask so many questions here. From 19th place, 43 points in the last minute, shoot up to 11th place with a double-digit elimination plus a chicken dinner. Feels like you guys being possessed in the last map. What going through your minds for that last Miramar map? What was the discussion? What happened to you guys?
คือตอนแรกเราได้ลำดับที่19ตอนนั้นอะไรอยู่ในความคิดเราอยู่ในใจเราจากอันดับที่19 43คะแนนจนมาถึง Chicken Dinner ในรอบสุดท้ายเราคิดอะไรอยู่คะ
ก็ผมว่ารู้สึกตอนแรกก็รู้สึกเซ็งนะครับเพราะว่าวันนี้เราทำได้ไม่ดีมากแต่ว่าเกมสุดท้ายก็พยายามบอกกับน้องๆทุกคนว่าเฮ้ยเราไม่มีอะไรจะต้องเสียละใส่สุดเต็มที่เลย
For FaZe Clan, at first they feel a little bit disappointed, but there's nothing to lose. So they tell everyone in the team like fight as much as you can.
That's literally it. I mean, that was incredible play from FaZe Clan. Epic comeback as it is. Now, I mean, we definitely want to celebrate with you guys, but the thing is we don't have a break in between for our last chance stage. Now, since we don't have break in between, what will be your preparation for tomorrow?
เนื่องจากว่าเรามีการแข่งขันโดยไม่ได้มีการพักเลยแล้วพรุ่งนี้เราจะมีการเตรียมตัวยังไงคะ
ก็น่าจะกลับไปคุยเรื่องข้อผิดพลาดกันให้มันแบบเข้าใจแล้วก็นอนให้พอครับนอนมาแข่งพรุ่งนี้
So they will be like have enough sleep and communication in the team fix like everything like which part that they have make the mistake for today.
Now, since you guys actually made it through the last minute here, right? So I need to know how is like the preparation for you guys in the final or the last chance stage here, what kind of mindset you're going in for tomorrow?
พรุ่งนี้เราคิดว่าเราจะทำยังไงคะเพราะว่ามันเป็นรอบของlast chance แล้วเราจะมีการเตรียมตัวอะไรยังไงบ้าง
ผมว่าเราคงไม่ต้องเตรียมตัวเลยครับเพราะว่าเราเตรียมกันมาพอสมควรแล้วก็พรุ่งนี้ก็อยากให้พวกเราทำผลงานออกมาได้ดีครับผม
So for them they said like no need time for preparation because they already have like enough for their preparation and then they will do the best for tomorrow.
Okay, I wish them all the best. But also, since you mentioned about the first day, it was pretty hard for you guys. So I need to know what's the most challenging moment for you in this survival stage here now, and what need fixing for tomorrow.
ค่อนข้างเป็นช่วงเวลาที่ยากลำบากสำหรับเราในช่วง 2-3 วันที่ผ่านมาเราคิดว่าช่วงไหนที่เราเป็นการท้าทายสำหรับเรามากที่สุดแล้วอะไรที่ต้องแก้ไขคะ
ผมว่าวันนี้ครับเป็นวันที่ท้าทายสุดแล้วเพราะว่าจาก performance ของเมื่อวานเราทำมาได้ดีมากแล้วก็วันนี้มาแล้วก็ช่วง5เกมเราทำมาได้ไม่ถึง10แต้มเลยนั่นแหละแล้วก็ประมาณนั้นไม่รู้จะพูดแล้ว
Okay, for the most challenging moment he said like maybe today lah because yesterday he quite did a little bit like nice one the performance is better than today so today is quite tough for them and then he said like maybe there's nothing to prepare for tomorrow.
Just do it, I guess, at this point for them. Okay, since you fought all the groups, right? All the 3 groups you fought for this survival stage, you faced them before. Now, which team or more than one team, for your preference, that can actually be the most challenging or maybe stop you from getting that top 5 slot to Turkey?
นอกจากว่าเราได้แข่งกับทุกทีมมาแล้วในช่วง 2-3 วันมานี้เราคิดว่าทีมไหนเป็นทีมที่ค่อนข้างท้าทายกับเรามากที่สุดแล้วก็คือจะเป็นแบบทีมที่เราสามารถที่จะแข่งกับเราอะจนไปถึงรอบ top 5 ได้ค่ะ
ผมว่าทีมที่น่ากลัวที่สุดก็จะเป็นทีมที่ทำคะแนนมาได้ท็อปของรอบนี้นะครับใช่ครับเพราะว่าคัดแล้วคัดอีกจนได้ทีมที่ดีที่สุดในอันดับตอนนี้
So he think the most challenging team for him is the top one for this round.
Is influence rage? Yes. Can I know why? Why in particular?
อยากรู้ว่าทำไมคะ
ก็ด้วย performance ของเขาครับเขา2วันแต่ว่าเขาทำคะแนนมาได้ที่1ก็นั่นแหละครับคือคำตอบ
Because of their performance, they did the best and top one, so they think it's that one.
There's going to be a new standard bar for this season, yeah, since we got quite a consistent teams up there. But last but not least, since you guys fought your way up with a mind-blowing game just now, any last word to all fans that support you all the way, or even the fans that thought that you might not actually get in? Any last words for them?
อยากจะพูดอะไรถึงแฟนๆไหมคะทั้งแฟนๆที่เชียร์เราอยู่แล้วก็แฟนๆที่คาดไม่ถึงว่าเราจะเข้ามาถึงในรอบ16ทีมได้ค่ะ
ก็อยากจะบอกว่าเกือบจะหลับแต่ว่ากลับมาได้นะครับผมน้องเอาให้ครับน้องเฮงเอาให้น้องแว่นเอาให้ครับครับผมก็ขอบคุณทุกคนที่เชียร์นะครับผมก็อยากให้เชียร์เราต่อไปในอีก2วันข้างหน้าครับหวังว่าพวกเราจะได้ไปไฟนอลครับผม
So he said at the first he almost to fall asleep, but at the end he can come back. And then hope everyone that supporting them for the next 2 days, and he hope that he will get into the grand final.
Ventorius, you might be sleeping, but I don't think Mela is sleeping. He's sweating with that DBS just now. What an incredible ending here. I mean, you guys have a lot to talk about for Kansas, but we're going to wrap up for our survival stage. Tomorrow will be the last chance, another battle with a temporary relief for the side of FaZe Clan, but who will be the top 5? Now that's going to be a different story entirely. Back to Casters.
It's very right, Choo-Choo. A sense of relief for now, but things are only going to become more difficult tomorrow as we have weeded out our 8 weakest teams. But our MVP, I think we could all agree with this, to be honest, Default. And this is actually a team I wanted to mention. Rook, the only team in top 5 without a chicken dinner, and they were able to hold on to a top 5 position.
Across the whole survival stage?
I guess so. He was really good. He had his really massive standout moments. And MVP in PMGC from Africa region. That is a first. That is the first time that's ever happened. So what an achievement for Default. I mean, clearly one of the best players of the team and the region as a whole. And I just hope it's going to continue here, Jason, heading into the last chance, because with these kind of performances we have seen from Rook, now able to secure a top 5 position. If they keep going like this, they could technically reach the Grand Finals for Africa.
And that would be Honestly amazing, but that follows up with my question to you both and to I guess Colors in particular. The teams in top 5, Influence, Rage, Mad Bulls, DXaver, Nima Galaxy, and Rook. Are these, in your opinion, the 5 best teams we have in this lobby?
Ooh, that's a tough thing to call here. I do think that some of them definitely stand out, right? If you look at Influence Rage, and I would say, even considering what we've seen from Mad Bulls so far, these 2 teams, I'd be extremely surprised if they do not take one of those top 5 spots, or 2 of the top 5 spots, I should say. But from there, looking at even just technically what FaZe just did, right? If they're able to pop off in just 2 games alone, that then really puts them in the contest across those 2 days for that kind of position. So yeah, it's up in the air.
It's only 12 matches now. Like, literally, teams also that have been able to do a little bit of a jump back towards the end, like your team Kesso, your FaZe that one of the most insane comebacks today, could technically reach a top 5 position and go to Turkey for the Grand Finals. So it's tough to call. I do echo what you're saying though, Kalaris. Influence Rage, Mad Bulls, I expect them to be in top 5, but I think there's 2-3 positions up there that are going to be up for grabs. So it's really hard to predict how it's really going to go, but it's going to be tough competition tomorrow. That's for sure.
And that's the thing. So all it takes is a couple of really great games or a couple of really bad games to decide if you make it to the Grand Finals or not. I'm looking towards Prestige if they can really bounce back. Gladiators as well, 2 teams that were almost being knocked out of our top 16 this day today. But again, last thing for Rook, they were one of the 2 teams in top 12 to not have a chicken dinner. For them to hold 5th place, I think, is outstanding. And they do have obviously the possibility to do so. But Bigatron, I'd say they've been a little bit quiet considering what we saw back in Group Yellow, obviously what we saw on the previous day that they played. They have a lot of pressure ahead of them as well, and I don't really know which team's going to come out on top because, as we know, pressure builds diamonds.
It does. And also, to steal some verbiage from Max, I think the next 2 days are going to be extreme because looking at how when it comes to 16
come
teams,
on.
Yeah.
You gotta scream it.
Okay, it's going to be extreme because to get in a 16-team lobby with the caliber of teams that we've got here, it is very difficult. And as you say, for someone like BTR, they were in a position in this last game where they had a great spot, but they did not look warm in that game. They got eviscerated.
I'm looking at the leaderboards right now. Of course, we've got Influence Rage we're doing fantastic. And keep in mind that for the Grand Finals, we already have Loops, we already have Alpha 7, Influence Rage, I believe they're going to qualify. If Inco keep building a bit more momentum in these next 2 days of Last Chance, we could have 4 Brazilian teams in the Grand Finals there, which is an insane ratio of Brazilian teams. There's a high chance they could get like at least one of the 3 trophies available there. So I'm telling you, man, Brazil, there's a high chance they could be the region to bring the trophy home this year. So we'll see how it's going to go.
Yeah, and honestly, that would be fantastic to see. I think Brazil have been deserving of a trophy for quite a long time now, but that's still a little bit of ways. That's going to be over in December. We can get to that point. We do have to end off our show, but not before reminding us once again about the Infinix GT10 Pro, our official smartphone here at PMGC 2023. And while you're on this device, make sure you guys check out TikTok with the tag PMGC 2023 to find out everything happening behind the scenes, especially now with the Last Chance stage kicking off tomorrow. But gentlemen, thank you again so much for joining me here on the desk. But I cannot wait to see what's going to happen tomorrow. Our 16 teams are fighting for 5 positions to get into the Grand Finals, and to find out who's going to do it, we're going to have to return once again for some more PUBG Mobile action.